Hello, everyone. Now we should be live. How's it going? Press 3 if we're live. Juggling all the windows, getting them all set up. Should be about it. 3, that's what I like to see. How's it going, everyone? All right, how's the audio sounding? How's the balance and everything? We got a little bit of background music, but it shouldn't be overwhelming the mic too much. I'm still stuck in the CRT. I love the CRT aesthetic. I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of very distinctive to the channel now, so I'm probably going to go out here soon and get more CRT shots, especially when it snows, get the CRT out in the snow. But yeah, I like this as a on-camera sort of presence because just me, full 16:9 on camera, I mean, there's not really that much going on, so at least having like the scenery and the nature, I think that's better. You don't need to see full 16:9 close-up of my eye or something like that. Yeah, and I also love like snowy landscapes just personally, so. And, you know, it's winter, so. Not getting out of the CRT prison. It's not a prison, it's a gateway from another dimension. How about that? It's like, I'm from the future, and this is my only means to communicate to you. It's through these CRTs found in nature. I'm having to hack into them from the future because it's like Dune. All computer technology has been removed, and only analog technology has survived. And so in order for me to communicate to you, I have to project myself through the space-time continuum into an analog CRT. It's the only way it'll work. So that's why I'm in a CRT. And if you see me IRL, that's current timeline mark. But if you see me on the YouTube channel, that's future timeline mark coming back to change the past. Do I use CRTs for motion clarity? That's funny you asked that. I was really into CRTs initially because of input lag. Very much so, especially because, you know, early LCD monitors were so laggy. And so for many years, I insisted to continue to play on CRTs for input lag purposes. Like the actual visual stylings of CRTs, for a long time, I wasn't really that perceptive of. I don't have the best eyesight, so like ghosting, motion clarity, all that sort of stuff. I thought it was good, but it didn't matter to me nearly as much as input lag. But now that LCD monitors have become so responsive and have had such improvements in the input lag department, I still use my CRTs, but they're not as like essential to game on as they once were. So I have a CRT computer monitor that I break out sometimes, but yeah, it was all about the input lag, 100%. That's what it was about. Any plans on more shmup reviews? Shmup reviews are in the works right now. You're getting a whole pile of them all at once because I'm doing this, the final, not on purpose, but the final video of the year is going to be my selection for arcade game of the year. But rather than just like featuring one game, it's going to be Shmup Junkie style, and I'm like reviewing like 15 different games, a bunch of them shmups, and they're basically shmups and running guns. So you're going to get a whole bunch of shmup reviews. Yep, Birdcage is in there. I've already 1cc'd Birdcage on hard. So Birdcage is done. Then I've been playing Neon Inferno. That one's done. Terminator 2. That one's going to be interesting. That one's pretty much done. Oh, and then I've got to play Eartheon. I've got to play a bunch of stuff. Yes, so you're going to get a whole... Oh, yeah, Night Striker. That one. So I think that came out, right? So you're going to get a whole bunch of shmup reviews next video. It's going to be a whole pile of them. And I'm really excited about it. T2 looks easy. Yeah, T2 is extremely easy. The way I'm going to describe it in the review, I mean, I'm not going to spoil the review because I'm kind of excited to talk about different things. But one thing I think I'm going to say in the review is T2 feels like a game that's ramping up for a game that never happens. It's like, like with difficulty curves, we have these really elongated difficulty curves these days, really elongated. So what ends up happening with a lot of stuff, but T2 is such a good example of this, is by the time the game starts, it's over, right? So by the time the game starts to have some momentum, like the final stage, the game ends. You're like, wait. So we were like ramping up for a game that never happened. A lot of stuff coming out like that is like that these days. Not just T2, a lot of stuff is like that. Hey, Schmidt, how's it going? Do you like any easy games? JM Rising asks. Yeah. I feel like there's certain styles of games that are easy, but they're kind of more aesthetic, I guess, or more... It's hard to describe because I need to get into this topic a little bit. Like what... Because it's a little bit, in my own personal tastes, it is sort of a tricky phenomenon I'm going to have to sort through a little bit, even in my own tastes. Like, for example, Sim City on the Super Nintendo is not a difficult game necessarily, but I enjoy playing it sometimes. So what qualities is happening there? Why is that happening? So there are some easy games that... Mario 3 is an easy game. I enjoy Mario 3. So yeah, there's games like that, but I feel like also there could be more to those games though. Like Mario 3, because I've been playing it recently just on my Game Boy Advanced. Like, it almost is kind of like a modern arcade game in the sense that I guess a lot of early console games are like this, that it's like ramping up. It's ramping. And by the time it actually ramps up, the game kind of ends. So there could have been, a really cool revision to Mario 3 if it's like stage 8 difficulty in stage 1, and then it ramps up from there. They did that with Lost Levels somewhat, so... Yeah, so today's stream is just chatting with you all. If you have any questions, topics you want to go over. It's been a while since I've streamed, so I thought it'd be good to catch up. You ever try any Mario ROM hacks? Yeah, I used to play quite a few ROM hacks back in the day. I don't do ROM hacks as much these days because there's so much legit arcade stuff out there that once you start to realize that and you start playing like some obscure arcade stuff, you realize, oh man, there's so many games out there that are so well designed that we're just not exploring because they're kind of obscure arcade stuff. Bog's been showing me, he's been playing a bunch of run and guns. He's been showing me this one, he's been playing Mercs. And I'm familiar with Mercs, but I hadn't really played it on the highest dip switches. So there's another thing too I'm kind of thinking about now is like playing, like for example, instead of a Mario Kaizo hack, I still need to get my way through all of the Metal Slug games. And then I was thinking about even like playing Metal Slug 1 on hardest dip switches. Does that make a difference? Does that change, the game experience? So, yeah. I think when I was more console focused before I did the channel and stuff, I was much more into ROM hacks and those types of things because that was kind of your only way to get difficult stuff back in the day. If you weren't into arcade stuff, it's like, oh, well, how do I find a hard version of this game? But yeah, arcade stuff now really fulfills a lot of that. Do I have a Mister? Yes, I do have a Mister. So I was a really early adopter of the Mister. Oh, I don't have a Mister because I gave it away. I forgot. Yeah, I gave it away. But I did have a Mister for a very long time. I was an early adopter of the Mister. I got it way before it was like trendy. And I only say that because that was the only time where it was like affordable for me to buy. Like these days, isn't it really expensive to get a Mister now? But I got mine, I swear, for like 150, 200 bucks, something like that, when it was hot off the presses. Now I think it's quite a bit more expensive. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I used to have a Mister. I gave it away to a friend of mine, Dr. Tan, who came to Shmup Slam because he doesn't like to do software emulation, and he's really into Guange. And it's like, well, what, you're going to buy a PCB? So I gave him my Mister because the Mister can run Guange. And I have no problem with software emulation. And what ended up happening with my Mister is I had it, and it's like over there, and I'm like, I could connect the Mister and like play it and stuff, but I'm just going to run it off my PC. But I did end up, for a while, I put the Mister on a CRT, and I had it in my living room. I'd play the Mister in the living room. But I feel like it's getting a lot more use now than it just kind of hanging out in my living room. Let's see here. Pishbot asks, have you played Sectori? Stunning experience. So that's going to be in the arcade video roundup that I'm doing. Sectori will be included in there. So I haven't played it yet, but yes, I am aware of it. Yeah, the Mr. Arcade board, Cyber Knight, probably. I wish I could... So I'm in the shed here. It's a very enclosed space. I kind of wish I could put my CRT monitor next to my current monitor at the same time, but I can't. So I have to, like, move them. I have to move them back and forth. Schmidt asks, have you played Shinobi yet? Yes, there's a Patreon episode recorded. I just need to edit it and everything with me and Spiders, and we talk about Shinobi. Yes, I've played it. It's terrible. I'm burnt out. After Ragebound and Ninja Gaiden 4, whew, I'm burned out on, like, the modern revival, retro stuff, or whatever the hell you'd call it, whatever's going on with this stuff. So I'm not going to do a full review for Shinobi. Spiders did this really big, extensive video on it, so check that out, and then we talk about it on the Patreon podcast. There he is, Spiders. I was just talking about your episode. They're asking me about if I've played Shinobi, and I said, well, I've recorded... I got to just edit it and release it. An episode with Spiders where we talk all about Shinobi, and then I recommended them to check out your review if you want a Shinobi video. Vane asks, am I going to check out Absalom at some point? So, I bought Absalom. I played it for 2 or 3 hours. I put it down. And I said, oh, Jesus. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Synergy. It's the new plague sweeping the arcade genres. It's like, I was saying this to Bog the other day. It's like we finally have made headway against a lot of the trends in arcade stuff. We've got like the Euro shmups and all that sort of stuff. We're like finally making some headway there. And then a new greater foe has appeared that destroys everything else, that consumes it, which is all of this synergy meta progression stuff. It is swallowing up the arcade genres. So, okay, so basically, in terms of Absalom's like a hallmark case of this. And I thought, all right, I could review Absalom and, do this sort of like a Ragebound style review of it, right? Like this very specific, all right, this is what's happening in the game, and I need to play the game for 200 hours and find all of the stuff that's a problem and all that sort of stuff. But I felt like instead what would be more important to me personally is talking about this phenomenon in a larger context outside of just Absalom itself. Because if, for example, if you open up Steam right now and you search shmup on Steam. Just type in, go to the shmup tag on Steam. It used to be, a few years ago, if you type in shmup on Steam, you would get some shmups in there, right? There'd be like Mushi and Ikaruga and like kind of the more popular ones. And then you'd get, a bunch of Euro shmups, and then you'd get like some first-person shooters or third-person shooters or twin sticks. So you'd get like shmup adjacent types of things that weren't exactly shmup, but we're like, okay, well, you're sort of whatever. You're kind of using the tag unfairly, but this is Steam, this is the marketplace, it is what it is. Now, holy crap, Google just jumped at me. Okay, now anyway, if you go onto Steam and you type in shmup, it is pages and pages of Vampire Survivors Synergy clones. Pages of them. Like the days of everything just being Ikaruga is now, you yearn for those days. You look back on those with like, remember when our biggest problem was that everyone just thought of shmups as Ikaruga? Remember when that was a problem? Now it's like all of this synergy, compulsion, design stuff is just wiped the floor with the genre. It's just wiped it out. And so it's bad. It's really dire. And I was saying this, I'm probably going to talk about this a little bit in the review here. But it's one thing for the general audience to start to think of, oh, you bullet heaven and, oh, this is bullet hell and all that kind of problem. That's a problem. But what I am seeing that I'm starting to be like, ooh, this is a little scary, is starting to see shmup players getting into this synergy stuff. Like some of the shmup players I talk to, they're starting to play this synergy stuff, and you're like, oh no, oh no, this is really, really impacting the genre in a unexpected way. So, yeah. Anyway, so back to Absalom. It's this bigger topic. So if I just talked all about this, and then I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I don't like Absalom, that wouldn't be quite a review of the game necessarily. But if I talk about this topic more broadly, I think I will definitely include Absalom in that discussion. But that's what I'm going to do here pretty soon, probably in the next few months. I got to do a little research and that kind of thing to get it really robust. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Basically, a pattern I'm starting to see, and I'm going to see if I can track this pattern for the review, is what you see is whenever arcade adjacent stuff starts to get a little bit of success, a little bit of momentum, like Streets of Rage 4, right? So Streets of Rage 4 is the most momentum a beat 'em up has had in forever, right? It's like outside of the licensing Turtles stuff, right? But outside of that, the most momentum a beat 'em up has been Streets of Rage. And then it's like, all right, what's the follow-up here? Where do we go from Streets of Rage? Do they sit down and they think, all right, well, we did Streets of Rage 4. Now we really need to lean into beat 'em ups harder. We need to make the games harder. We need to lean more into the arcade. We need to put in some real difficulty curve stuff. And no, what ends up happening, you see this time and time again, is it goes, all right, well, now we have an audience. How do we get a bigger audience? I know. Meta progression. That's how. And that, because look at the sales of these games. It's insane. Because the thing about like Euro shmups and stuff is, they sold better than, bullet hells and arcade style shmups, but they didn't sell insane numbers. Whereas this synergy stuff, it is selling so high. So, of course, as a developer and a publisher, they look at that and they're like, well, I mean, look at like, Cave's, I would say arguably some of the best games, bullet hells on Steam, of course, are the Cave ports, right? Like Mushi and all that. You look at their sales, they're like, okay, they're pretty good, right? Crimson Clover, you look at their sales, you're like, okay. You look at these synergy games, they annihilate them.
Time to play games. I
Oh, sorry. Let me move
I
the
meant
stream
PS2
alerts.
Shinobi when I asked. Wasn't it
Oh,
voted?
PS2 Shinobi. Okay, sorry. Oh, thanks so much. I moved the stream alerts up to the front. Thanks so much, Schmidt, for the donation. I meant PS2 Shinobi when I asked. Yes. Oh, PS2 Shinobi. Yes. I thought you were talking about Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Yes, PS2 Shinobi is indeed coming. It was going to be the next video, Schmidt, but I looked at I looked at my line of videos for the past, like cuz I got sick and there's been some delays anyway. So I look at my releases and it's been like, isn't there like 3 character action games in a row? It's like, cuz I think that, okay, there's NG4, there's NG2. I think the video before that, yeah, Spike Out, which is it's arcade, but so we got Spike Out, NG4, NG2. I was like, oh my God, if I do another character action game, that will be 4 character action games. Shinobi, or Spike Out's arcade, but it kind of crosses it over a little bit. But so I was like, okay, I better do the shmup video first to like break this up a bit. So yeah, the Shinobi video will be right after the arcade video. So we're doing the arcade video, then Shinobi PS2. Oh my God, so many games. Not Shinobi Art of Vengeance, Shinobi PS2. That's after the arcade video. Yeah. Definitely. And I'm looking forward to that one. That one's going to be fun.
Time to play games. I read you.
Hey, thanks so much,
I recently
Amadeus.
came across your channel as my love of arcade has reignited. Thank you for a great collection of content that has helped me better understand and enjoy my hobby. Taking on a Karuga for the first time this week.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for the donation, Amadeus. Well, I'm glad the channel is helping you connect with arcade stuff because, I mean, I love the arcade genres so much. And after, for example, like I'm working on the arcade game of the year video right now, which is going to be potentially 15 arcade games that I'm covering. And after like NG4, I put on like Birdcage or something. It's like drinking fresh water. Like, oh, it's like, oh my God, a game. Whoa, game design. So yeah, I love the arcade stuff. And I'm really excited for this video because I feel like so many relevant topics are like intertwining with this arcade video. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be creatively, you never know with viewership and all that sort of stuff, but creatively, I think it's going to be a really awesome video. There's like I've got like a notebook. I'm just like topic. I'm going to have to sort through them. But yeah, so just in time because the next video, which I'm going to try so hard to get out on, apparently I have to beat New Year's, but I can't drop it near Christmas. That's dangerous, right? So I have to targeted strike this sucker in here. So I think either the 27th or the 28th, because it can't be too close to New Year's. That's dangerous. So I feel like, and it can't be the day after Christmas. That's a bad idea. So either the 27th or the 28th, maybe the 28th would be the best. It's going to be this big old arcade video. So just in time. And I'm really excited. And I think it's cool. One thing that is cool about reviewing games together that I'm going to try to do a little bit more of next year with arcade stuff is when you review them together, it's actually really useful to be able to relate certain things to one another.
Time to play games.
Like for example. Oh, thanks so much, Retroman.
Thoughts on Game Awards? The Yuri and No 2D category.
Oh, I do have thoughts on Game Awards. Yes. Okay, I'll get to you in 1 second. But Amadeus, what's really cool about reviewing them together like this, I'm finding, is I can use them when I compare and contrast. Because, like, sometimes if I'm reviewing a game, like, let's say Ninja Gaiden 4, I have to bring up, like, Ninja Gaiden Black or Ninja Gaiden 2 at some point, right? Because to like, relate it to things. But what's cool about like having games reviewed together is I can relate it to another game that I'm reviewing at the same time. So I could be like, this element of Terminator 2 is static. Now let's look at Neon Inferno. Here we're getting overlap and that kind of thing. So Just in time. Is what I'm saying. Just in time. Retroman, thanks so much for the donation. Retroman asks, thoughts on Game Awards? Yes, I do have thoughts on the Game Awards this year. A lot of thoughts, actually. So let me see if I can put them together here. So one thing that I laughed about, this was just a personal little private joke to myself that I people probably don't remember. But do you guys remember in my review for Doom the Dark Ages, it wasn't a super influential review in the Doom world or anything, but remember in my review for Doom the Dark Ages, I said in that review that the Game Awards, I said in my review that the lasting legacy of Dark Ages, when everything is said and done, will be these sliders. That the sliders are the most distinctive design element of this game, not in a good way, but they will be this game's legacy. When we talk about Doom the Dark Ages 3 years from now, 5 years from now, the topic that will matter are these sliders. I said that in my review when it came out. Okay, fast forward to December. Game Awards, right? Doom the Dark Ages is nominated for Action Game of the Year and these different things, right? But what is the one award Doom won? What is the one award that Doom the Dark Ages won? It's for its sliders, the Accessibility Slider Award. So, I was delighted, honestly, to see that Doom the Dark Ages lost as Action Game of the Year, but won as Slider Game of the Year. So, very well done, Doom. Nice, nice. You are Slider of the Year. I find that kind of personally a little cathartic, I have to say. Hades winning the action game category is... I have so many conflicted feelings about that. But it actually ties into what I was saying before about how this synergy stuff is just the new... all of the stuff that I'm complaining about and reviewing and stuff like that in 2025, like Ninja Gaiden 4, right? Suck to target and all these problems. Those are all problems. But I can see it's like a, episode of Dragon Ball Z, right? Right? It's like Dragon Ball Z. Oh, thanks so much for the donation.
All SHMUP lovers should check Project X Light Years. It's on
awesome.
Winter
Thanks
Cell
so much.
for many best SHMUP in decades, so who knows, you may love it too.
I think I got it
I
think it's in the review roundup, so I'll probably be
Love
talking
your
about
videos.
it.
I'm working on an indie game and was curious on if you did personal game critique because I really like your insights.
Oh yeah, okay. 1 second, I'll get to you guys here. One moment. I just finishing up this point about the Game Awards. Anyway, all right. So we have Ninja Gaiden. We have all of these Western action game design issues like select the target, removing spacing, obsession with parry, all that sort of stuff. This is all very relevant and important to me in 2025, and it will be continue to be important. But that's like Vegeta, we're Dragon Ball Z, Saiyan Saga, Vegeta, right? So we're battling Vegeta, but then out there in space, hiding is Frieza. And Frieza is this synergy meta progression. And when it gets a hold of action games and arcade games, it's going to blow them to pieces, basically, in a way that I think is going to be just next level. And we're seeing hints of that already. Hades winning Action Game of the Year. It's
very well done. I'm gonna turn that into a meme.
Thanks very much. Very well done. Go ahead. Go ahead. But I feel so conflicted because on one hand, if NG4 wins Action Game of the Year, it's like, oh, come on. Now we're validating all of this stuff. Now we're validating all of these terrible design trends. But then it's like, all right, but then the alternative is synergy meta progression. And that is actually what won.
You are one of the best reviewers on YouTube. Keep up the great work.
Oh, thanks so much, my dude. Thanks so much. I really appreciate the really generous donations, you guys. Especially because YouTube is mad at me for getting sick. I got sick for 2 weeks with influenza. And I come back. I mean, I was just like down. 2 weeks, bedridden. You know, I'm in the grave, basically. I come back out of my coma, my influenza coma. I open up Studio. YouTube is so mad at me. It's like, what have you been doing these 2 weeks? I'm like, oh, sorry, YouTube. I'm awake again. I'm back. But anyway, thanks so much for the donation. The algorithm, I think, is a little cranky at me right now because I took those weeks off. But okay, yeah. So Game Awards, what a great topic. I may have to come back to it here, but it's just like one of those, because last year it was a bunch of nothing, right? This year it was a little bit more personally conflicting because it's like, what negative trend is going to win? It's like, not what do I hope will win, but it's like, all right, what is the greater threat here? Is it going to be the Western style action game design, or is it going to be synergy meta progression? Who will come out on top here? And I think synergy meta progression is the new game design. Oh my God, it's going to be everywhere. It's going to be in everything. It's going to be every game is going to have this. Just you wait. Also, I thought another thought I had about the Game Awards I thought was kind of interesting.
Games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Mark. Are there any genres or games that you think would challenge you the most? Terraria? Thank you for your work.
Yes, great. Okay, I'm going to get to your question. I'm going to finish off the Game of Year award topic with one final thought, which is, I just realized that this year, you know how there's that most accessible game award? And I only noticed that because Doom won it, so I thought that was funny. But then I was thinking about it. There's a most accessible game of the year award. All right, fine, have that. But there is no most difficult game of the year award. That's not a value of the Game Awards. So removing difficulty is a value, but like really difficult games, there's no most difficult of the game year award. And I think that would be the most interesting category, right? If they had what is the most difficult game of 2025, and that was like a legitimate category, it'd be one of the only interesting categories, but that's not a category. It's only what is the game that removes difficulty. So I thought that was a little bit interesting. But anyway, MK Games Official.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Did you try Capcom's Pragmata's demo? What are your thoughts about it? I like the real-time strategic, tactical layers the X-Grid can bring to it.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for that question. I have thoughts on that. Okay, I'm going to catch up with everyone's questions. And thanks so much for the donation, by the way, Mew Sashi. That's really generous of you. So, MK Games Official. I think Project X is on my list of the games I'm covering here. It's a big old list. I'm going through it. So, yeah, I think I'll be covering that in the video. And then Brian Norris, love your videos. I'm working on an indie game and was curious if you did personal game critique. I do. I've been obviously in a bit of a lull here because I've been sick this month. But yeah, I do. And it's not like super expensive or anything like that. And I've found it's actually really interesting because I've been doing a bit of game critique feedback over the past few months. And what I'm finding is like maybe this will help for you. The perfect timing to talk to me is when you're in that prototyping stage. Because I found, like, I've given feedback on games that are like nearly done. And what ends up happening is if I have like really foundational critiques of a game that's nearly done, they're like, that's good. I hear you, Mark. That's good. I'm vibing. We're vibing, but I'm not redoing the game. So it's like, oh, okay. So I'm going to try to like help you as much as I can within the parameters of it almost being done, which I'm here to help you. So whatever way I can. But I found the ones that really like, oh, we're getting some real mileage here, is when you've got kind of the prototype. So we've got an idea of what the game is, but it's still very loose in terms of if there's foundational mechanical changes, structural changes, that type of stuff. that's the perfect time to talk to me, because then
Time to play games.
my
I read
my
ya.
feedback may actually carry forward with you.
I do think it's funny that the obsession with parries hit a point where the game that swept the most awards was a turn-based RPG with parrying, lol.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, Ian, great point. I'll get to you 1 second. So, yeah, so basically, if you're getting to that prototyping stage where you've got like stage 1 and like just, the structure of it and everything, I think that's the best time to talk to me, because then my feedback will be able to carry forward with you, and hopefully. So, yeah, I do. And it's not super expensive or anything. Very well, dumb. Thanks so much, Retro Man. Yes. Go ahead. Meme it out. Yeah. Some of those slips of the tongue. When they're funny, that's when they're the best. Test Tube, thanks so much for the generous donation. You are one of my best reviewers on YouTube. Keep up the great work. I really appreciate that. I feel like I'm, on an island in many ways in terms of my area of work. But I'm glad you're appreciating it. It's like its own little sector of YouTube reviews, right? Just off out there somewhere is the Electric Underground. The channel title cannot be more fitting. The Underground. It's down there. There it is. So I'm glad you appreciate what I do. Good afternoon, Mark. This is from M. Marsh. Good afternoon, Mark. Are there any genres of games you think would challenge you the most? Yes. Are you ready for the genre that kicks my ass so hard that I'm a little bit ashamed? Puzzle games. Puzzle games own my ass. I think it's because I need that little bit of contextualization to help me, because puzzle games tend to be very abstract. Oh, we got the saxophone is going. Hold on. I'm going to move the saxophone forward a little bit. Okay, relax, saxophone. Okay, there we go. Puzzle games own me super hard, and I think the reason why, and I'm going to try to get better at them, is that level of abstraction where it's just like blocks, grids. My brain, I'm like trying to grasp something, right? With like shmups, obviously there's a huge relationship between arcade action games, right, and arcade puzzle games. I'm talking about arcade puzzle games because I think they're really cool and really well developed genre, and a very underrated genre. Arcade puzzle games, probably some of the most elegant, well-designed games out there are arcade puzzle games, but I get destroyed by them so hard that it's actually quite hard for me to critique them. So that's definitely my weakness, and I think hopefully as I get a little bit more experienced, even though it's clear, like when you play Ketsui and Bullet Hells and stuff, you can see like, all right, the logic is all there. But I think action games contextualize it a little bit more, so it makes it easier for me to grasp. Whereas like just thinking purely in grids and blocks, my brain really struggles with that so bad. Like visualizing blocks falling. Oh my God. Like when you see people play TGM4 and 3 and there's like the invisible blocks and they're just lining them up. I know how they're doing it. I know that they're just mentally envisioning they're like kind of like blind chess, right? They're holding the board or the layout in their brain.
Time to play games.
And they're visualizing it in their brain, which is actually a really important skill in
Your thoughts on
shmups.
games that are only made interesting or challenging by their scoring, rank play,
Oh
or
my
in-game
God,
challenges,
what a
but not
topic.
required for clear?
Woo!
And how does it compare with self-challenge like SR?
Holy crap, what a topic. Mind reader, spiders, because that is going to be a big theme in the arcade video I'm working on now. Big theme, one of the biggest. So I'll get to that in 1 second. Yeah, that's a topic. But anyway, yeah, so M. Marsh, arcade puzzle games, because they're amazing, and I should be good at them, but I'm not. So there you go. Musashi asks, did you try Capcom's Pragmata demo? Okay, so Pragmata, let's get to it. So,
Time to play games.
When-
I read ya.
whoa, thanks so much for the donation.
What
1
are your
second.
views on Sectory if you have played it? Also, any views on how Naughty Dog approaches experiential design? They seem to stand apart from other AAA by their minimal UI and intuitive interaction systems.
Oh, great question. Okay, so I'll get to that one moment here. So about Pragmata, or from you. So when they announced Pragmata, before the demos and before all that, they just announced it. And the way Capcom was talking about this game, you would think they were releasing the most insane shit ever conceived, of course, because they're like, oh, this, just hear people talk about it. This is a high risk game. This is a game that's gonna be, Capcom's really going out on a limb with this one. This is gonna be just something that's gonna blow people's minds. I was sitting there, I'm looking at the game, right? The girl's sitting on the guy's shoulder, the guy's shooting. I'm like, oh my God, is Capcom making Vanquish? Is this going to be like Vanquish? Is this going to be like the most crazy fucking third-person shooter Vanquish? I mean, like, obviously the connection between Capcom and Mikami and Platinum, him at Vanquish. I'm like, and they're talking about it being kind of from the 2010-ish era or something like that. So I was like, whoa, is this like a Vanquish-style game? Is this going to be like the craziest fucking cover shooter ever invented? Like that, I got a little overhyped. I got it in my mind. I was like, wait a minute. Especially because the way people were talking about it, they're like, this is out of control. Capcom they've gone nuts. This is the craziest shit ever. So then when I see what the demo is, and it's kind of like, not that, I'm like, oh. So I'm a little bummed that it's not a Vanquish style crazy ass third person shooter. So, and then when I was watching, I haven't played the demo. I try not to play demos too much these days unless it's really relevant, because what happens is, let's say I play the demo and the demo's like amazingly easy. It's like nothing. Then my entire opinion of that game is just gone, But then when it comes out, it's got some like higher difficulty modes or something like that. So I tend to avoid demos unless it's like really relevant to something I'm concerned about. But yeah, I'm going to review this game. There's no doubt about it, because I'm just deeply curious what the hell's going on with this thing. But I'm getting the feeling, this is pure speculation, obviously, but I'm getting the feeling what happened is that this game was planned forever ago and was like kind of this crazy concept. And then Capcom decided, all right, I guess we'll finish this damn thing. But I think what they're probably going to do with it, this is prediction, is that they're going to make it really like standardized to sort of the modern Resident Evil remake third person.
We need to see the upgrades to stamina and mobility of the suit, but you can already dodge 3 times in the air. Speedruns down to 4 minutes already.
Yep. Okay, exactly. So, basically what I'm concerned is happening, Musashi, is that basically Capcom had this idea forever ago, and then it was in development hell, and now it's coming out. And Capcom right now, in terms of commercial force, they're really feeling themselves right now, because they are just having hit after hit after hit. And they've really refined this sort of third-person remake kind of style. Obviously, I'm not a huge fan of. So I'm wondering if they're going to take this game and like run it through that filter, and then run it through the filters of parries and Doom Dark Ages type of stuff. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to review this game because I'm really curious about it, but I don't think we're going to get like what I was kind of hoping for, some like wild action game like Vanquish or something. Yeah, I hope that, but we'll see. You never know till the game's out. I do have that opinion, though. It's like demo, speculation, it's fun, but the official opinion is not until the game is out. That's the official opinion when the game comes out, because I have to test it and look through it and see what's going on. Ian Goblin, thanks so much for the donation. Hey, making sure I didn't miss any donations. Ian Goblin, his donation says, I do think it's funny that the obsession with parries. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Okay, going back to the Game Awards. Yeah. So Claire Obscure won the like everything, right? Or a bunch of stuff, and it was like the game. I knew it. I was telling this to Bog. I was saying, in my opinion, the clear, like among their picks, obviously. Not among like, I would put like Gradius Collection or something in there if I had my picks. But among their picks, right? If you're looking at like their picks and you have to choose from their picks, you have to choose from the Game Award nominees, the Game of the Year. I mean, it's obviously Silksong. Clearly. I mean, without any debate, Silksong should have won like every category because it was the one game this year that I reviewed that was like a big mainstream game review that I felt was pushing game design forward in a good direction, mostly. Not completely, but in a way that was very like, okay, no, these are real devs. They're like really thinking about this stuff. It's not just what's the trend, follow the trend. It was redefining trends. And I was laughing about this. Did I talk about this in the Ninja Gaiden 4 review? I can't remember how much in my comatose state was in the review and how much I just thought of as I was like trapped in bed for 2 weeks. But at some point, this thought occurred to me. I thought, isn't it funny that Silksong, in the same year that Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out, the game that caused the most controversy in terms of difficulty is Silksong, not Ninja Gaiden 4. Ninja Gaiden.
I remember you
so
described Capcom's golden era as Final Fight to DMC3.
Yeah.
What would you say for other companies?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Namco, Nintendo, Sega, etc.
That's a spicy question and a fun one. Let's do it. We'll get to that one in a sec. That's a fun question, Schmidt. But anyway, final thought on the Game Awards, Clair Obscur, Silksong. I feel like I just thought it was funny that Ninja Gaiden 4, it comes out. This is Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden 4 comes out, and all of the mainstream reviewers, all of the mainstream players are like, yeah, difficulty seems fine. That's appropriate. You know, meanwhile, Ninja Gaiden 2 is like melting people's brains. Ninja Gaiden 1 as well. 3 kind of did too, even though it was Razor's Edge. Razor's Edge kind of did too. You know, people are mad about it. 4 comes out, everyone's like, glorious, perfect. That's not what, that should not happen with Ninja Gaiden as a series. It should be a series that like pushes your tastes as a mainstream player. You should be like, whoa, Team Ninja. But instead everyone's like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm used to. Great. Meanwhile, Silksong, a Metroidvania, an indie Metroidvania, there's like articles, there's like research studies about game difficulty because of Silksong. So of the two, what game actually pushed taste more? 4 or Silksong? I would say Silksong. Like it made more of a impact, I think. So the fact that Silksong didn't, well, I mean, they put Hades in Action Game of the Year. Might as well put Silksong in there, right? It has like cool boss fights and cool enemy design. Why wasn't it in there? Put it in there. I'd want it to win. So, yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, but back to Clair Obscur. I knew Clair Obscur would win everything, and I'll tell you why. Because Clair Obscur, you know, the whole story about it, it was like some sort of revolutionary indie game out of nowhere. But if you look at Clair Obscur, it is just a standard AAA game, right? It's not like pushing some sort of ethos of mainstream games in any way. In fact, I think mainstream studios look at Clair Obscur, they're like, that could work. We could do that. So I was not at all surprised that it won everything, because I think, you know, the bigger studios and the people in front of Game Awards and all those types of people, it fits in with the current trends super well. So of course they're like, yeah, clearly. Whereas Silksong, it's pushing them a little bit, right? It's pushing them outside their comfort zone.
Did you play Silent Hill F, and will we get a video?
Oh, Silent Hill F. Okay, so yeah, I'll talk about Silent Hill F in a second. So yeah, that is funny, but it doesn't surprise me. I think Clair Obscur fits all the trends pretty much perfectly, whereas Silksong was much more, you know, I think elevated taste. Like I said in the review, I think the map size is a little ridiculous, but outside of the map size, you know, the game was pushing things in a good direction. Okay, great. So let's get to spiders. Okay, my thoughts on games only interesting because of their scoring. What a relevant topic, spiders. This is going to be a running theme throughout the arcade review, because this is a big problem with arcade stuff coming out now. But it's not a problem in the same sense of like meta progression, right? Meta progression is like this calculated decision of, all right, we're doing this. Whereas the reliance on scoring, I don't think it's a calculated decision, but what's ending up happening is that a lot of arcade developers now are aiming towards kind of a beginner intermediary audience, which makes sense. That makes sense. But the problem is that, like, I'm going to say this in the video probably, like if Mushihime-sama was released in 2025, there would be no ultra mode. It would be original Maniac. There would be no ultra. And so what ended up happening is that if you're Jamers, right? And I asked Jamers directly about this because he is Jamers. So I was like, all right, Jamers, do any of these games challenge you in any meaningful way? And he said, and I'll ask him what he, anyway, I'll ask him if I can repeat what he said in the review. But anyway, I mean, if you look at his videos, though, it's obvious they don't. Like, he's just destroying them. And I think the problem is that that the developers, they see the audience that they kind of relate to, right? Because the developers themselves are intermediate or beginner players. And so they develop the difficulty for that audience. And what's interesting is that I think this is not a new phenomenon, because if you look at interviews with Cave, obviously, like, there's some super players hanging around Cave and stuff like that. But, like, for example, Dodonpachi, in an interview about Dodonpachi, Cave had no idea that 6 million was even achievable. Cave was, like, not sure if Hibachi was balanced. There's the interview where the developers, it's been years since I read it, so I don't want to, if I'm a little bit off, sorry, but it's been years. But I remember the developer being like, this should work, basically. It's like, we're not entirely sure if it works, but it should work theoretically. And what ended up happening, because in the arcade era, the arcade machines, here's the thing about scoring that's really interesting, and I'm going to talk about this in the review. Okay, scoring is really important for arcade games, and it's a very important aspect of game design because it adds that replayability and depth that you can't ultimately achieve just through pure survival. At some point, you're going to have to introduce scoring. But what ends up happening is if you don't have that ultra layer of difficulty, if there's no ultra mode, then you need to remember that scoring is still only relative performance. It's not pure performance like survival. And what I mean by that is with survival design, the game can actually tell you if you're good. So if you're playing Ketsui, right, and you're trying to get the emote like I am, Ketsui can tell me, Mark, you need to practice, dude. You need to figure out these suicide bullet patterns because you're not getting past 2-3 consistently. You're not good. Get better. Ketsui can tell you that in its survival difficulty. But imagine Omote didn't exist and it was just loop 1 and I was just playing loop 1 and I've already won all of loop 1, right? And then, so now I'm playing for score. I can look up on online leaderboards. I can look around at other players. But Ketsui actually cannot tell me if I'm good at scoring because it's relative. Ketsui doesn't know, right? Ketsui has no idea. As a game, it has no idea what the player skill cap is. It can't know that in terms of scoring. The game, the developer, only the future can know what the skill cap of a game is in terms of scoring. No one else can know that unless there's like counter stops or some shit. So what that means in terms of your design is that you enter this like field of relativity extremely quickly if you don't have that core difficulty. And so that's why Ultra in Mushi is so important, because if you compare scoring super plays of Ultra, like, world records of Ultra Mushi, and then you compare them to world records of Maniac Mushi, obviously, there's a lot of optimization and skill that goes into Maniac Mushi, but it's not on the same tier as Ultra Mushi. And so that's the problem we're running into, Spiders, is that you can like, for example, what if I just released a shmup with an easy mode? That's it. It just had an easy mode. It had no other difficulty modes, just an easy mode. And then I said, no, but the depth of the game comes from the scoring. This could apply to every shmup ever made or every arcade ever made. As long as you put a scoring system in and it's not counterstoppable, this would be a valid thing to say. So, you need that core difficulty. You can't just rely on scoring to give the game difficulty, because that would be every game ever, right? As long as it has a scoring system, then what's the difference between easy and ultra? What's the difference between beating, how many TLBs are in ultra? There's like 3 or something like that in Futari. It's like beating Futari's 3 TLBs versus beating Futari on Maniac. Obviously there's a difference. So yeah, it's a big problem, and I think where it comes from though is a more genuine place of that. Developers working now are more focused on the intermediary audience, and so it's just not an area that they're looking at. It's like something it seems like, because like telling a developer, okay, listen buddy, you need to make difficulty of game, you need to make a difficulty mode in your game that is so much harder than your current skill level. Like you should only be theoretically able to beat it. That sounds insane, but that is actually how I think it works, like how it worked. So there you go, spiders. It's a big problem, because what ends up happening is all the games just become relative. They don't have a real strong identity. And a lot of the games I'm doing for the arcade review, I cleared them. I got the 1cc in some of them in like 8 hours. And I'm not Jamers, right? I'm not like a god-skilled player. So this shouldn't be happening with me. It should take me like a day or 2 at least. So yeah, it is a problem, spiders. But the solution is kind of a little bit counterintuitive, where basically developers need to just start making difficulty modes like ultra, and just trying their, playtesters obviously help. The arcade era had playtesters. So, but being comfortable with the idea of making a game harder than your current skill level. So there you go. Samir, thanks so much for the donation. What are your views on Sectori? So I am covering Sectori in the review coming up, and I feel like I've got a whole lot potential things to say about it, but it's like in the ether right now, so I don't want to say anything too early because I haven't played it yet. I've got thoughts, but one thing that I'm hearing about it that I think is very interesting is that it might be breaking the trend that I'm talking about here, where apparently, from what I've heard, it is quite difficult, and it can be like insanely difficult, which is interesting. But then it's also doing some other things. I'm like, I'm not sure I'm thrilled about that. So we'll see. Well, I'm definitely covering it in the arcade video, next video. Among the games I'm covering, Sectori is one of them. And it could be one of the more interesting ones to discuss, because I think it's got a lot of stuff going on to talk about. But I haven't played it yet. This is all just vibes so far. So I haven't played it yet. That's coming up. Thanks so much. Alrighty. Oh, getting to Schmidt's comment. Schmidt asked, remember I described Capcom's golden era as Final Fight, DMC3. What would you say for other companies? Namco, Nintendo, Sega. Alrighty, let's do this. Namco. Ooh. Oh, the early era. That's easy. Okay. Now, Namco is a tough one because they actually have like multiple great eras. I feel like one of the few gaming companies that do, right? Like Namco has multiple amazing eras, right? It has 90s to 2000s Namco is amazing, but early Namco is slept on so hard. Early Namco is so important. And in fact, I'm thinking about doing this in a review, but I have to research this a little bit more. But if you look at all of Nintendo's early stuff, Mario Bros. And all that stuff, I mean, it's clearly they're looking at Namco and being like, oh, what's Namco doing? All right, do that, but on console. What, like Nintendo-fy it. But it's clear. It's really clear.
Do you think modern devs of games are even capable of creating difficult games with actually interesting mechanics and not just doing slider balancing?
Oh,
Maybe
great
I'm
question.
pessimistic, but it feels bleak now.
What a great question. And I think your pessimism is it? I said this to. I think I said this to someone on Discord the other day who was just messaging me. I said like, is it pessimism or is it realism? At what point do we have to be like, this is just being realistic at this point, right? And I always say something like to describe, because someone's asked me like, what's the sort of like viewpoint I tend to feel. It's usually like short-term realism,
Time to play
long-term.
games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
About Namco Bandai Hirata left.
Whoa, what
Thoughts?
a topic. Yeah, I've got thoughts on that. But how I describe myself is like, it's short-term realism, which can come across as like really critical, but long-term optimism. And I feel like basically my hope, I'm not that I'm doing this single-handedly or anything. That would be insane if I thought that. But my hope is that like we're going through something right now, short-term, that's not looking super good. But hopefully, we'll ride into something as developers become more confident and I don't know, whatever else but could potentially happen. We might get to somewhere good. But right now, it's like, ooh, things are rough. Especially if you go back and play older arcade stuff and you compare it to what's coming out now, you're like, whoa, whoa. In terms like, remember enemy design? Remember when, like playing Master Ninja mode of Ninja Gaiden 2, I was like, remember when developers designed enemies? Do you remember that was a thing? They like had grabs and stuff. So, yeah. But anyway, I'll get to your comment here in a second, fully. But going back to Schmidt's comment, early Namco probably has to be their high era, even though Namco has like an insane amount. Like Namco might be one of the most consistent developers of all time, if you think about it. Because they are the here, I thought about this the other day, because I'm thinking of doing another Tekken video here soon-ish. Namco were basically the final guys in the arcades. I know they technically might still be in there with some of their stuff they're doing, but like in terms of like Tekken and stuff like that, Namco were the final ones. They were the last company to leave, last big company to leave arcades. They hung in there the longest. And I think that's one reason why, if you look at Namco's early history to really till recent history, they just have a amazingly consistent timeline. They're just a really good game developer for maybe the longest period, right? Them and Capcom are definitely up there, but Capcom have had a real ups and downs. Capcom have a lot more ups and downs than Namco. I feel like Namco has been really consistent for a really long time, but their most important era, I would say, is their early era, because it's like key to gaming. Just gaming as a whole. Everyone, is all console obsessed and thinks it's Nintendo. But I think it's Namco. Namco are the ones that really brought us most of the good shit in gaming in the early era. They're just... I mean, for example, Zelda. Isn't Zelda inspired by a Namco game? Everyone loves Zelda? Isn't... Because I remember Miyamoto said this
Time to play
directly.
games. I
Tower
read ya.
of Jaguar. Tower of...
Pac-Man Birth of an Icon is a good book about Namco.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Pac-Man is... amazing. What's that game? It's like arcade. Arcade. Yeah. Tower of Druaga. 1984. It's Namco. Boom. Yeah, so that's where Zelda comes from. As much as everyone says it comes from Miyamoto walking in the woods and everything. In terms of game design, it comes from this game. He said that openly in an interview back in the day. He said we had a cabinet of it in the office as we're working on Zelda. So, yeah, I feel like early Nintendo especially, they just looked at Namco. They're like, all right, let's do that. And early Namco gets slept on so hard. I love Pac-Man, and I think Pac-Man's one of the best classic games ever made. But they're much bigger than Pac-Man. Like their early arcade stuff is insane. It's insane. So Namco, for me, they're in the contention as one of the most important, best developers of all time. So, yeah, Namco, their early era, I would probably say. I've lost your comment, Schmidt. Where'd it go? It's back there. So Namco, early era, even though they've been really consistent the whole time. Sega, hot take incoming, because I have a real taste divide with like mainstream Sega fans versus my favorites of Sega. So mainstream Sega fans, of course, they'd say the Genesis. The Genesis, the Genesis, the Genesis. Me, absolutely not. The Saturn obliterates the Genesis in my book. The Saturn is such a better console with such a deeper, more insane library. And then, so
Do you like boomer shooters? I think they are an
Yeah.
interesting combo of action and dungeon crawling. And yeah, Tower of Druaga is a crazy game, cover it.
Yeah. Well, James, I'll get back to your comment fully here in a second. I'm not just going to cover Tower of Druaga. I'm going to cover the entire early Namco history and point out how much it influenced Nintendo, because someone's got to point this out. Like, early Namco gets slept on so hard, it's crazy. And in Japan, everyone's just like, yeah, Namco. I mean, they're the GOAT. They're amazing, right? Back in the day, I mean, that was that without question. So Sega, anyway. My favorite period of Sega is really easy. My favorite period of Sega is Saturn, early 3D, until they died, basically, until like Sega proper exploded. That run, post Genesis, Saturn, Dreamcast. But I like the arcade stuff more than the Dreamcast itself. But like the games obviously were arcade games just stuck on a Dreamcast. But they had this entire arcade division that was insane. I mean, F-Zero GX comes from that, but all kinds of stuff. But basically, my favorite era of Sega is post-Genesis. They get into early 3D. I think their work in early 3D, I mean, that's where Spike Out comes from. Their work in early 3D is insane. So the early 3D Sega, and then the Saturn, that like 2D arcade. So basically, Saturn, until they explode and die, is all gold. It's all gold. And I feel like, you know how people make those like downfall videos of companies? I feel like you can't have that tone for Sega, because Sega didn't downfall. They just partied so hard
Is
they
there
exploded.
an issue of game design knowledge not being passed on? Seems
Yes,
like
absolutely.
studios decline in quality as younger devs take the reins, e.g.
Oh,
Blizzard.
yes. What a great topic. I'm going to definitely get to that here in a second. That's a great topic. But I feel like you can't say Sega didn't downfall. They partied so hard they exploded, basically. Because they did the one thing that like no other big mainstream developer did. Like, is that instead of being like, all right, we need to play this safe, we need to be careful, Sega's like, let's get crazy. Let's do the craziest shit you've ever thought of. And so that's why when you look at early 3D stuff, a lot of those innovations are coming from Sega, because they're just like, I mean, Virtua Fighter, but even even after that, all online gaming shit, the amount of crazy shit Sega did in between the Saturn until the end is out of control. And so I do feel like it gets a little bit frustrating with Sega fans sometimes that they only focus on the Genesis, because it's the console, right? It's the console in the United States that we all had. I had a Genesis. I thought it was cool, but if I had a Saturn, oh boy, I would have been stoked. I'll tell you that. So that's my favorite period of Sega by far, is the Saturn till their end, basically, till they die. Okay. Let me get caught up with the other super chats. Sorry. Did I lose someone's super chat in between? Okay. If I lost your super chat in between that one I was just talking about, just do an @ here in the chat, and then just write it again, and I'll remember it. Okay. So in the meantime, Fiendish Shape asks, do you think modern devs of games are even capable of creating difficult games with actually interesting mechanics, not just doing slider balancing? No. No, they are not, Fiend Shape. And here's why. It's because modern developers don't have a connection to the foundations of design. I mean, look at Ninja Gaiden 4. Look at Ninja Gaiden 4. I bet if you ask the developers working at Platinum, and Platinum, Platinum now is not the Platinum that made Vanquish, right? These are not the same groups of guys. These are not the same team. So always remember that. Just because it says Platinum, that doesn't mean, oh, these are the guys that made all this crazy awesome shit, a decade ago. No, I think someone else mentioned this. Like, the teams change and shift out. Just look at what happened with Harada. They leave. The logo is still there, but the wisdom and the experience is gone. I talked about that in one of my Tekken reviews, where I talked about, I laughed about the idea of, there's 3 legacy Tekken developers in the office, and then all of the new developers on Tekken 8 are all these new young guys who've been playing gacha games and whatever else they've been up to. And so I thought it was funny, the idea of these older experienced Tekken developers just getting bullied by the younger staff. But anyway, no, because they don't have connections to the foundation, and they don't have to create the foundation. Because let's look at Tekken, for example, like Harada and Tekken. I'll link these two together, because there was another question about Harada leaving, right? Let's link these two together. So Harada comes in to Tekken. He needs to define the identity of this series. So you look at Tekken 1, and it's not a very good Virtua Fighter clone, right? That's what Tekken 1 is. It's kind of a crappy Virtua Fighter clone. But that's just Tekken 1, right? It's getting the foundation started, and the foundation's a little rough. But what happens after Tekken 1? Tekken 2. Tekken 2's a step forward. It's better. They still are struggling with sidestepping and game feel. I have some fondness for Tekken 2 because I actually played it a bunch in the arcades. But then Tekken 3 comes out, and then Tekken is born. The real Tekken comes into existence in Tekken 3. Tekken arrives in Tekken 3. That is Tekken. But you couldn't have Harada shows up to Namco, Tekken 3. You can't have that, because you have to build towards Tekken 3. You have to learn through the school of hard knocks. How do you get from Tekken 1 to Tekken 3? How do you get there? It's iteration. It's iteration, it's feedback, it's play testing, it's this really hands-on process. If you look at Final Fight, same thing. Final Fight, when he made Final Fight, the developer said it was brutal making Final Fight because of how much play testing, how many sleepless nights. He was thinking about the balance of the game and all this sort of stuff. And so the legacy developers like Harada.
Hey, did you see the rise and fall of fighting game tournaments by Shocking Costs TV?
Oh, I've seen that thumbnail.
It was great, showing how fighting game tournaments centralized.
Oh, that is okay, I'll get to that in a second. That's a great comment. Okay, so anyway, about Harada leaving and connecting it with, can modern developers do what we had in the past? No, and here's why. Because Harada and that team, it wasn't just Harada, but his Tekken team, they had to find the identity of that series game by game. One learned mistake after another. It would be I'll give you an example. If you look at my early videos, I'm very generous towards young Mark because he's learning. He's trying his best. And without my early videos, my current videos could not exist. I couldn't wake up one morning and just drop my Ninja Gaiden 4 review out of nowhere, right? It took me years of process of learning, iterating, thinking, building, all that sort of stuff to get from there to here. And that's also with game development too. And that's what happened in the arcades. Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tekken 4, I had some issues. I don't think it's as bad as people say, but Tekken 4, and then even Tekken 4 though, they're all right, there's something. Tekken 4 is a great moment where they're all right, some of these things, maybe they're core to Tekken, right? So maybe we need to bring them back. And then they brought them back in Tekken 5. So even Tekken 4 informed Tekken 5 because Tekken 3 just happened and they're okay, this is Tekken. This is amazing. Everyone loves this. What do we do from here? Well, let's try this. Well, it's not nearly as bad as I think people say. I kind of have a soft spot for Tekken 4, but obviously there's some things missing. So then for Tekken 5, they're okay, no, these are the things we needed. Let's bring them back. And then Tekken 5 comes. Amazing. Tekken 6, also amazing. But then we get to Tekken 8, right? And the new team. They don't have that decade or forever of refining, learning, and what's the core of this series. They don't have that connection to any of that stuff. And so they come in with just this existing structure, right? And they don't know where the support beams
Time
are.
to play games.
They don't know
I read ya.
how to balance this shit. They don't know why
Mark,
things are there.
What gameplay changes you think the upcoming Mega Man game will have? Do you
Oh,
like
thanks so much.
Warframe? If I don't see you before next Friday, Merry Christmas to you.
Thanks so much, Bush and Ryu Cat. Thanks so much. Yeah, so to answer your question, no. Current developers cannot match what currently cannot. And the reason why is because they're kind of thrown into this existing structure. They didn't build it. And so they kind of don't know what holds it up, where it comes from, why, what's the strength, where's the influence, what, like, because remember, a lot of Tekken, the development of Tekken is like looking at Virtua Fighter and be like, what's Virtua Fighter doing? Well, let's take that idea, let's refine it or change it or whatever, and like Tekkenify it to our own ideas. But the developers coming in, they have no connection to any of that. They have no connection to where the series was. And you see this across many, many series. I would argue this with Resident Evil as well. And so what ends up happening is they just need to, they eventually set their own template. And then that's going to be carried forward. And so, like, right now we're in the Capcom Resident Evil remake template. But it's becoming such a template now that I think they're going to use it in Resi 9. And then it's just going to be like their design philosophy. And so who knows? This template that they're working on now, I think right now it's a mess. But who knows? Maybe in like 7 years from now, they start to think about like, okay, well, maybe we should do this. You know, they might actually start to refine it, but it takes time. But the way game development works now isn't iterative. It isn't investing. It's like project to project to project, change things, what's trending, put that in there, plug that in there. It's like it doesn't have a core thesis of design, and so everything's just scattershot. So no, I don't think developers now can do that kind of stuff because everything is just too trendified, too obsessed with trends. And you see this. You think this is just a problem in like AAA gaming. It's not. I talk about this. I'll talk about this in my Terminator 2 review. Terminator 2 is following AAA trends, and it's an indie run and gun. It's an indie run and gun, and it's doing all of this stuff. So it's not just... actually, ironically, probably one of the better examples of like the old school approach in a weird way is Silksong, right? Because they made Hollow Knight, and that was like this big hit, and then they had all these years of people playing it, giving them feedback, watching speedruns, watching players play the game for like years. And then they went and made Silksong, and they're like, all right, let's refine this, let's push this, let's develop this. So in like this weird ass way, like stuff like that is a little bit more like of what the old school style. But the difference with indie stuff now versus the arcade era is like timelines, right? Where the arcade era, because it was the arcade era, smaller scope, smaller games, so you could make Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3 in somewhat of a time frame. Whereas now, even indie stuff needs to be enormous, so that it's like, all right, we made Hollow Knight 1, and then Forever happens, and then we make Hollow Knight 2, and then what? So it's going to take another 8 years for them to make Hollow Knight 3 or whatever? So the timeline, everything's getting really stretched out, and because of that, it makes that iteration even harder, I think, because so much time passes. So I don't think so, no. In the current form, no. There needs to be some sort of shift back towards iteration in a somewhat more limited scope, I think. Alrighty, okay. Let me get caught up on the question. Okay, let me make sure. I'm going to look through my ats real quick to make sure I didn't miss someone's super chat. Let me see here. Harada thoughts. Okay, Retroman, I think I tied... Okay. Yeah, so basically, Harada leaving, I think, is... I was talking about before. It's like the most clear end of an era moment I can think of. Harada was the arcade guy. I'm sure he's sitting in that Tekken 8 office like, And here's the thing. when you read his message, I feel like there was even a reference to Itagaki in that message, because he's talking about seeing friends pass or whatever, and we know Itagaki, like all of these developers love Itagaki, all of them, right? All of these old school arcade developers. I mean, how could you not? He's such a legend. So I think Itagaki had had effect on Harada. Harada's sitting trapped in the Namco offices as a manager of Tekken 8, and it's just becoming this this compulsion, season pass, live service mess. And he's just like, no freaking way. So I think it's a real sign. Now, here's the really tough part, though. Because it sounds kind of awesome because look, we saw this with Kamiya. We saw this with Itagaki back in the day. We see this with Harada now. And it's like awesome to imagine them leaving their companies and then they're like, boom, arcade excellence is back. But I think just watching what's happening, it's really rough for these old school developers out there to find a new studio, to find, that kind of stuff. So hopefully Harada is able to find something and like work on something really cool. But it seems maybe that's why a lot of these guys just stay trapped inside their studios, even if they're not super thrilled with the direction, because it seems really rough when you go out there to find like a influential position and stuff like that. Now, Kojima did it. Kojima did it. So there's one hopeful example there. I don't know how. I need to play the recent Kojima games to see if they're that good or anything. But he's still out there. He's still relevant. He's still making stuff. So there's one good example of a developer doing it. But a lot of them don't. A lot of them, when they get out there, it's just really tough. So hopefully Harada finds like some cool studio to work at or something. But it would be hilarious if he showed up. I don't know, where could he go, though? That's the thing. Where could Harada even go? I have no idea. M2, I don't know. Shows up in the M2 offices. I don't know where he could go. Okay. Let me make sure I caught all of the questions that might have been super chats. I think I got them all. Okay. All right. Now, let me catch up on the other super chats. Okay, Matthew. Hey, did you see the rise and fall of video game tournaments by Shocking Cost TV? It was great showing how fighting game tournaments centralized. All right, Matthew. So I've seen that video in my feed like 50 times, I swear. And every time I see that video, I'm like, oh, that's a good topic. I'm like, it's one of those moments where you look at the topic, you're like, as a YouTuber, you're like, oh, fuck, that's a good topic. Damn it. But yeah, I need to watch it. I really should watch it. It's on to something, obviously. If I'm envying the topic, if I'm looking at the thumb and looking at the title, I'm like, ooh, damn, that's like an Electric Underground video right there in terms of like the topic and everything. I need to see that. I need to watch it because I know exactly what the concept probably is, because this is happening. Because especially because I've been revisiting like watching older tournaments and stuff since new tournaments are so lame. I watch old tournaments now, and it's such a different vibe. And I might make a video about this, not exactly on tournaments, but on like the difference in like fighting game culture and especially enthusiasm versus what we have now. So I might talk about it, not tournaments specifically, but like fighting game culture generally. Like it shifts, it's big shifts, and I thinking like working thesis here is that we don't think of fighting games as in like a decline right now because the metrics look good, right? Because whenever there's these rise and falls, right, it's all about metrics. Oh, the metrics. But we never talk about, but what happens when something is successful, but then loses its identity, loses its core? So I think that's a really interesting, important topic because it's clearly happening in fighting games, clearly. So yeah, I'm going to give that video a watch. Because it's been recommended to me by YouTube, and it's a great topic. So yeah, I'll have to give it a watch. Because yes, I mean, definitely. I've even heard from like smaller tournament organizers. They've messaged me and been just just to tell me, not like as news or anything. Just tell me like, yeah, we tried to run a tournament and Capcom's like, no, you're not big enough or whatever. So yeah, I've heard about this. Okay. Yeah, but great recommendation. I'm going to watch that. Bush and Ryucat. Mark, what gameplay changes you think the upcoming Mega Man game will have? Do you like Warframe? I've never... Merry Christmas to you as well. I've never heard of Warframe. I'll have to see what that is. But in terms of the new Mega Man, here's my sort of, from the gut hot take about that, which is Mega Man as a series has a very distinctive problem that like Mario has as a series. Like Mario, Mega Man, Contra.
Time to play games. I read you.
I'm trying to think of other series.
I would love for you to interview Pan. He just street got his DDP2 all and it took him only 18 attempts.
Oh yeah, I met Pan in person. Pan's a really cool guy. I met him in person at Shmup Slam, and okay, I'll get to that 1 second here. Let me finish this this comment before it evaporates. Anyway, so Mega Man. The problem with that Mega Man faces.
Time to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks so much, San Nevo.
Can you go into details on the gameplay aspect of pick one of 3 inches power-up synergy format? What are the good and bad of it compared to routable power-ups?
Time to play games. I read you.
Yes, and I think this is going to be really relevant.
What would be the best way to bring back hack and slash?
Oh, great question. That is really great questions, San Nevo, because I think that's going to really apply to Sectori, right? Because that's part of Sectori. But anyway, I will get back to that 1 second here. So, the problem Mega Man faces right now as a series is when you have a really influential console series, not arcade series, because no one pays attention to arcade stuff. So you could, like, in current day, right? So, like, there's a lot of really influential arcade series, obviously. But the thing about really influential console series, like Mega Man, like Mario, like Contra, like Streets of Rage, is that modern indie developers look at retro console series for inspiration and model a lot of what they do off of those retro series. So, for example, there are, since, Mega Man has not been actively released, there's been, like 10 billion Mega Man indie clones. 10 billion of them. And a lot of them are doing interesting things. A lot of them are messing around with ideas. Some of them are like more hardcore. Some of them aren't. Even in a way, Neon Inferno, it has gallery shooter elements, but it still has that Mega Man influence. You can still feel it. It's still there. So I could say, oh well, what if Mega Man did like this arcade, hardcore gallery shooter thing? Neon Inferno did that. It's like, what if Mega Man did, some other game did that, right? So that is a real problem. It's only like a few series that have this problem, console games, but these really influential console games, I don't know. What the hell do you do with them? Because all of these indie games have taken the design influence from Mega Man and have like done all of these different things. And so, when I visited Joe last year for the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, and while I was there, he had this sick arcade cabinet, and he had like Steam installed on it and everything. And Joe showed me this Mega Man style maker. You know how there's Mario Maker, which that was actually a really interesting idea from Nintendo. One of their more like interesting. Well, it was from the Iwata era, so that's why it was a good idea, obviously. But Nintendo. Someone asked. I forgot about that. Schmidt asked about Nintendo, the Iwata era. Easy. Okay. Anyway, the SNES and Iwata era of Nintendo. But with Mega Man, what do you do? Because everything's been done, and obviously it could go like this like crazy ass hardcore route. But then you have Kaizo hacks that do that. You have So and then apparently there's like this Mega Man Maker now that's like homebrew. It's not official. And so people are making the most insane Mega Man shit ever. And so it's just a formula of game design that it's been so heavily mined by indie developers that as Capcom, the one thing they could do, now here's something interesting. They will not do this, but here's the one thing they could do. I don't know if this actually exists, but I always imagine that in Capcom there's some sort of vault full of all of their design documents from their history. And fun fact, Mega Man was actually meant to be a shmup early on. It was meant to be a shmup. But because of the limitations of the NES, they couldn't do it. You know, they were like, no, an NES can't handle a shmup or what we want to make. It would be interesting. No one would care, and this would be not what people would want, but it would be interesting if they actually went back, pulled out the original Mega Man design concept, like the original one before it was on the NES.
Good to see you, Mark. Did you ever play
so
Dead
much.
Rising or the recent remaster? Was curious if you had any opinions on these.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for the donation. Tireless Lacquer FGC. Thanks so much. I'll get to that one moment. Thanks so much, though. So with Mega Man, I think it'd be interesting if they pulled out that original design doc and made like a Mega Man shmup, because it was meant to be that at some point, and everything else as an action platformer has been done. Everything else. They've done it all. Make it a shmup. Bring back. Now that would be sick. It would not sell well. Everyone would be mad. But if they brought out a Mega Man shmup running like a auto-scrolling 2D fucking shmup Mega Man, that would be, and that was an idea. That was like the original idea of the series. That would be cool. They won't do that. I think they'll just make a standard Mega Man game, because what else are you gonna do? Just like in Mario, like Mario Wonder, it's just like this lame Mario game. They'll probably make Mega Man Wonder, basically like this lame Mega Man game. I don't know. Capcom might not, but yeah, I bet it'll just be a standard Mega Man game, though, because what else are you going to do other than make it a sick-ass shmup, of course. Okay, let me see if I got caught up. Past luck. Would love for you to interview Pan. He just got a DDP 2-all, and it took him only 18 attempts. Yeah, so I met Pan in person during Shmup Slam, and I will say I have a real... If there was like a shmup team, like it was a sport, I would be like an amazing scout, because I always feel like I have a real sense
Time to play games.
for super players
I read ya.
early. Like I
Which is your favorite Brood War race and why?
Oh, great question. That's a fun one. Okay, what a fun one. Yeah, that's a great question. But anyway, about Pan, there's really old episodes of the Electric Underground podcast, like if you go way back in the archives, with me interviewing Moglar and Kiwi when they were new players and when they're just getting started. Moglar went on to be a god-tier super player, getting Ketsui world records, unbelievable. And then, of course, Kiwi, god-tier super player, getting Mushi Misama world records, unbelievable. And when I met them both and talked to them both early on, I was like, they're super players. I know it. I can see it. And when I met Pan and I watched him play, I was like, this is a super player in development. I can see it. I can see all the signs. So what is the sign of the young super player, chat? Let's break this down so you can spot your own. It's like a Pokemon. It's like a rare shiny Pokemon. How do you spot a young super player? What's their characteristics? Okay. Characteristic 1 of the young super player, they are breezy and chill. They're all like this. Every single young super player, Jamers, he's not a young super player, he's a old school super player. But I guess in shmup terms, he is a young super player because he's my age, right? Makes him young. So anyway, Jamers is like this as well. Another one. I met more when I was in Spain. I met more super players when I was in Spain. Of course. My brain is fried. It's influenza because I know him. I know him well. I talk to him a bunch. Oh, my brain. Anyway, it'll come to me randomly. But anyway, the characteristic of the young super player, they're breezy, they're chill, they're very understated, they're very relaxed. And then when they play, they do not change. Like I was joking about this with Tan, because I think Tan and I are kind of around the same skill level. He's probably a little better than me, but we're in that same skill bracket. And I call us the mid-tiers. Mid-tiers are human, and they're passionate. So mid-tiers, the most passionate motherfuckers you meet are the mid-tier players. The reason why is because the mid-tier players.
Any thoughts about Streets of Rage 4 after update?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What a topic. Yes. Anyway, I want to get this because this is a fun little topic. I don't think I can make a video on at some point. It's too obscure, but it's a fun topic about the young super players. Anyway, mid-tier players like myself, like Tan. Though Tan, he might be on his way up to the super player tier. He keeps grinding it out and everything. But us mid-tier players, we're the passionate ones. We're the ones who bleed and cry and get angry. And it's because we have the love and appreciation of the genre, and we have skill enough to like engage in the games. But we actually feel the game's design in this very like intense way. So Hibachi, I dreamed of Hibachi. I'd lay in bed and have like fucking dreams about Hibachi. Hibachi was not a character. Hibachi was like a evil spirit at some point because of how much it terrorized my life, right? So that's the mid-tier player's temperament. Is they're passionate, they're fiery, they feel the games, they get fired up, they go crazy. And that's because we like feel the difficulty in this very intense way. Young super players, they casually power through these games. Their pulse does not raise. Their hand does. There's that line in The Departed. Look at my hand. Is it shaking? It does not shake. They're like Leo DiCaprio from The Departed. Their hand does not shake. You watch them on the arcade stick, it's just smooth as butter. They're just like calmly dismantling the game. When you see a player like that, they're calmly dismantling games, you know. That's a super player right there. That's a super player in the making. So I spotted that in Pan when I met him and watched him play. I was like, yep, this is a super player. It's all the signs. It's all the signs. He's super chill. He's super happy. Life's good. And he plays without a shake in the hand, without any anxiety, without any fear. Now that is a super player. Same thing with Jamers. So yeah, when I saw that I did see that he got the DDP to all, I was like, yep. I was just like, yep. Not surprising at all. Up next, what's next, boys? Probably the DOJ to all Black Label. This kid, he'll get White Label next. He's gonna skip Black Label. Black Label, that's for babies. He's gonna go right to White Label. He's gonna get a 2-all on White Label next. Watch him. Yeah. What? Yeah. I should interview him on the Patreon podcast though. That'd be really fun. Cause he's a really cool guy. I'm hoping he comes to the next Slam and I get to see him again. He's a really cool guy. And I learned something from one of his videos recently. He did a video about Rayforce, and apparently if you like disable the auto fire dip switch in Rayforce, and you can like use a higher auto fire rate. I've never disabled auto fire as like an idea. I was like, whoa, that's a cool idea. So anyway, yeah, apparently you can do that in Rayforce. So there you go. There's my story about Pan and the young super player temperament. Senivo asks, can you get into details on gameplay the gameplay aspect of pick one of three power-up synergy format? What are the good and bad compared to ratable power-ups? Okay. This is probably going to be a really big topic in the arcade review, and I'm still sort of sorting through my feelings on this because this is an emerging area of critique because, like, if I was playing a shmup years ago, like 5 years ago, right? And it had this kind of formula, right? As you're playing, you get, pick the one of three power-ups type of thing. And I was playing that 5 years ago. I'd probably be like, oh, this is cool. This is cool. Oh, yeah, this is like variable routing and stuff like that. Like, I would probably be into it as long as it wasn't ridiculous. Not meta progression, just like the pick one of three power-ups thing. Back then, I'd be into it. The problem with it now is like it's a thing now. It's not because, and where that comes from is that gambling stuff. Comes from that compulsion design stuff. Like scientifically, developers are figuring out, oh, this is a good idea, not because it's game design a good idea, but because compulsively it drives compulsion. That works. And I was thinking about this a lot, and it really comes back to the context of the games and if there's meta progression. Because if there's meta progression, it's bad. I'm just going to say that. If there is meta progression in the game, it's bad because okay, there's meta progression. This is about compulsion. This is about engagement. That's what meta progression is about. That's why it exists. That's the whole point. So if there's meta progression and you see this, red flag, I think. If there's not meta progression, though, and you're just playing a game with this kind of pick one of three power-ups thing, I feel like, it really depends on the context. How much is it interrupting the flow of the game? What is it doing? Why is it doing it? I think that's the underlying question, San Nevo, is why? Why is it like this? Because with like old school power-up routing, right? The developers weren't sitting in the office thinking about, well, what type of power-up system would drive engagement? What type of power-up system would be the most compulsive? That wasn't an area of concern of old school game design. And so if you find like random compulsive elements in old games, you could say, oh, that's circumstantial, right? That's circumstantial evidence right there, sir. It was not designed to be compulsive. It just happened to be there through circumstance. So there, it's like, all right, well, if it lines up with the design of the game in some kind of logical way. But these days, because it's a thing, because it's directly aimed at from developers, no, this is to be compulsive, right? I guess it's like the difference of if you're saying things because you truly think they work, or if you're saying them to get people to like you, right? It's like the difference between someone being fake and saying things that are really complimentary to get something from you, to manipulate you, to get you to buy their game or something, versus if someone's saying something really complimentary because they genuinely mean it. I mean, they could be saying literally the same thing, but one has this kind of shady aspect to it, and the other is genuine. And so that's basically how I'm going to look at these systems as I review. I'm like, all right, is this coming from a genuine place? Is this, and I think you can kind of tell based on the context, or you can get kind of an idea. So I'm going to be looking at that really closely with Sectori, because I think Sectori has something like this. So we'll see. But yeah, but the easy red flag is if there's meta progression. If there's meta progression, you got him. You're like, oh,
Time to play
caught
games.
you. I caught you
read
because you have meta progression. Because meta progression destroys
Do you have any
balance.
opinions on Killer 7 or Goichi Suda in general?
So that would be my, I guess, long, and then the short answer, San Nevo, is look for meta progression. If it's there, that's a red flag. If there's not meta progression, it could be legit, but you should take a close look and see what the context is. Tank Theta. What would be the best way to bring back hack and slashes? Well, Tank Theta, don't you know? Add meta progression and synergy. That's the answer to everything now. So think of any
Time to play games.
any genre of
I
game
read
you want. Any genre of game out
Do
there.
you see any other generally cheaply produced genres having modern Euro releases that lack historical, design understanding? I
Yes.
think visual novels nowadays suffer from Euroshmup-like issues especially.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. But Tank Theta. Think of any genre you want. That isn't there like a breakout style game that's now using meta progression and synergy, and it's like selling bajillions of copies? Whatever genre you want, no matter how, that like a fishing game, right? You want to bring back fishing games, add meta progression, add synergy. Fishing games are back, baby. Because basically the way it works is the mechanics are just a frame, or just a container for the meta progression and for the synergy. That's all they are, is a container. So you can take any game, anything, and just use it to contain meta progression and synergy, and it'll work. And then you can go on Steam and be like, fishing games are back. The hack and slash is back, baby. So I think that's what I was saying earlier in the stream. I think what's going to happen is like, for example, you're gonna say, man, I wish hack and slashes would return. I wish there was like a real, like, awesome, well-produced hack and slash, and there will be. And it will be based on meta progression and synergy, and all of the hack and slash reviewers will say, hack and slash is back, baby. It's back. Dynasty Warriors, we're back, or whatever, whatever hack and slash you're thinking of. Isn't Hades basically that? Isn't Hades basically a synergy hack and slash, and it won action game of the year? Boom, hack and slash is back. But to answer your question seriously, these 3D genres, these early 3D genres, are gonna really struggle, because any early 3D genre basically has a real, sour spot in the fact that legacy developers have no interest in them, right? They're on to bigger and better things. Legacy developers, they're on to remakes and synergy and parries and suck to target. They got better things to worry about. So they're not going to look back at like old school hack and slashes and be like, whoa, there's some cool stuff happening here, right? So you would hope, well, this is like the area of indies, right? Like this could be like an indie thing. Like you could have like an indie developer, and they're gonna make like a throwback hack and slash type of thing. And if it was a 2D if it's a 2D sprite-based genre, you could potentially see that, right? That's why I made that review, the immortal genre. Shmups will always be somewhat immortal because of their low production cost. Some passionate dude in his room could make a shmup and like make a legit shmup because of the production. But whenever you get into early 3D shit, or 3D types of stuff, at least at this point, that requires a level of production and investment. And so ironically, what ends up happening is if you have like a little indie studio and they're like, oh, what if we make like a hack and slash, like this niche ass hack and slash type of thing? Well, what ends up happening is the little indie studio is like, yeah, but if we're going to invest in this, it needs to sell. We need to sell this bitch. We can't just make this for fun. It needs to sell because we're investing in the visuals. We're investing in the design. It's going to require a team. So they're like, well, okay, we need it to sell. We can't just release an old school hack and slash. No one's going to buy that. Everyone's going to say it's old and antiquated. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm getting an idea. What if we had like meta progression? What if we had like roguelite elements? And so there you go. You loop right back to where we began. So this is just going to be a constant battle for anything, like all of the early 3D stuff, like rail shooters and all that stuff. Either they won't get made, or if they get made, they're going to get made with all this synergy, meta progression, roguelite stuff so that they'll sell. And then they're not really truly the game, right? They're just a container for a progression system. So the only answer to that, Tank Theta, is you need some passionate indie developer to just do it. That's the only way. Some guy who doesn't give a damn. He's like, I'm making my old school hack and slash and I don't give a damn if it sells. Tireless Slacker FGC. Good to see you, Mark. Did you ever play Dead Rising or recent remaster? I was curious if any opinion. I've heard about Dead Rising. I've never played it, but I've heard good things about it. Let me take a little look real quick of what the game looks like. Dead Rising. Where are you, Dead Rising? Because I've heard cool stuff about it, but I've never actually seen it in action here. I'm going to look real quick. Dead Rising 1, I guess? 1? Let's go. Dead Rising 1 gameplay. Okay, here we see. Oh, okay. So we got... Oh, I've seen this before. Oh, this is that, like, zombie beat-em-up game, right? That's interesting. Yeah, it's like a zombie beat-em-up. I would be really curious to see. Oh, interesting. Who made Dead Rising? That's really interesting. This kind of era stuff is really fascinating. Dead Rising developer. I guess chat can tell me. Chat, who made Dead Rising? I'll look at that in a
Time
second.
to play games. I read you.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Have you played anything where the roguelike elements or pick one of 3 inches actually added to the game rather than just act like a crutch?
Potentially Sectori. Oh yeah, I didn't finish that last part of the question. Thanks so much again for the donation, Fiendish Shape. I'll finish that question for you. Have I played anything like that? Well, I've been hearing a lot of Sectori could be it. Sectori could be that answer, and I'll confirm or deny that when we get to the review, because I haven't played it. I've just been sort of watching it, and I'm gonna play it here soon for the review. Sectori could be it. Basically, what you need to make sure though is there's no meta progression. If there's meta progression, everything goes out the window, because then your balance, difficulty curves, all that stuff, skill, all that goes right out the window with meta progression. So just keep an eye out if it doesn't have meta progression, potentially. Like I don't know, I feel like there's got to be some stuff that doesn't have meta progression with that kind of thing. But yeah, that would be Sectori is probably the one that I can think of off the top of my head. Potentially. Pedal Stealer Girl.
Time to play
Pedal
games.
Stealer Girl.
I read you.
I think I've caught up on all the
Well,
questions.
I guess I'll be that one madman then. Thanks.
There you go, Tank Theta. Yes, exactly. There you go. You have to be the one. Yeah. You show up to my chat. It's like, Mark, how do I? I really love old school hack and slashes. How do you think we'll see them come back? I'm like, Tank, you have to make it. You must make this game.
Time to play games.
You're the only
I
hope.
read you.
You're the one. You are the
Dead
one.
Rising is a Capcom game.
Oh, nice. This era of Capcom's really interesting too. Capcom, they've got. You always pay attention if it's a Capcom game, for better or worse. But during this era, I mean, Capcom was awesome during this era, I think. So, yeah, Tank Theta, you show up like, oh, how do we get old school hack and slash? You must make it. You are the one, Tank Theta. Without you, the genre is dead. I was saying that the other day about like a lot of arcade genres. A lot of arcade genres.
Time to play games.
you
I
think
read you.
because shmups are such a big genre
Thoughts
with
on
like.
games that blend turn-based and real-time gameplay like Forest Strike?
Oh, interesting. But anyway, just finishing that thought. When we think about like old school arcade genres, shmups are such a good example of like a really healthy, robust genre with like tons of different developers, a lot of history, tons of different branches of design, a ton of different variation. So it's easy as a shmup player to kind of take that for granted. And then you look at other like genres, and it's like one developer, and then you look closer, and it's like one guy. So if like for example, Sin and Punishment, like that 3D gallery shooter. Basically, one dude at Treasure made Sin and, well, the team, but like the one main lead was just like one dude. So if that one guy doesn't exist, Sin and Punishment doesn't exist. That whole like subgenre of like 3D, like rail gallery thing that Sin and Punishment's doing, that doesn't exist. Like, it's crazy how many genres, if you actually look into the development history, like how many of them. Oh, Zero Ranger, that's a great one in terms of the pick one, not three. Yeah, Zero Ranger. See, there you go. And back in the day, I was like, this is awesome, right? And we know Zero Ranger predates all this synergy stuff, right? So Zero Ranger, we know that pick one of three, that was a genuine design decision. The Zero Ranger boys weren't being there like, is this compulsive? Is this engaging, right? They weren't doing that. So there you go. There's an example, Zero Ranger. Yeah, so anyway, a lot of these genres, they just come down to like one developer a lot of the time, or like a small, like a really small team. And if that team doesn't exist, that genre doesn't exist. Beat 'em ups are basically like that with Capcom. Like Capcom just hard carried the genre for forever, right? And then when Capcom stops making beat 'em ups, the genre just kind of dies, just kind of flops dead. It's like, oh, dead now, no Capcom, basically, in terms of innovation, in terms of quality. So, okay, catching up with the rest of the comments. Pedal Stealer Girl asks, do you have opinions on Killer 7 or Gochi? I'm so bad at Japanese. Suda games. How about Suda, right? Suda games. So, Killer 7 is one of those games that when I look at it, when I play it, because I played Killer 7, I've beaten Killer 7 actually back in the day, I go, oh, damn, it's so onto something, but it doesn't have that next layer. So, like, for example,
Time to play games.
Killer 7.
I
Look
read
at Killer
ya.
7. Okay, let's talk about Killer 7.
I am actually in the middle of making God Hand meets Urban Reign meets Dynasty Warriors meets Vampire Survivors, without meta progression.
Interesting. The Vampire Survivors part's a little scary, I have to admit. I hear Vampire Survivors and go, oh! Like, just instinctual. I'm like, oh no! But that's really interesting. I'll get to you 1 second here. But let's talk about Killer 7. So I play Killer 7. I look at Killer 7. Visual style, insane. I love it. One of my favorite visual styles. The vibe, love the vibe. The on rails, love the on rails. Limitation, finally. Limitation, you get it. We got it. On rails, limitation, fucking sick ass vibes. But then the enemy design and structure, that's where we get into problems. Because the enemy design is like really basic. And then the structure is like really just kind of, it doesn't have any pulse. It doesn't have any forward, like, movement to it, right? And so that's why whenever I play Killer 7, I play through, like, stage 1, get into stage 2, and I'm like, it doesn't, it's versus something like Resident Evil 4, right? Look at Resident Evil 4. The enemy design, the pace, that game just pushes you through it. In this it's hard to describe exactly how it does it, but limitation is part of it. But like Resi 4, you sit down to play it for 5 minutes, you end up playing it for like 2 hours. It just pushes your ass through that game, and probably one of the best games ever at doing that is Resi 4. So you look at Killer 7. Now imagine, you got Killer 7 structure, Killer 7 mechanics, Killer 7 visual style, Resi 4 enemy design, Resi 4 level design. Let's go. You put those two together, and you've got some real magic. So that's always the frustrating thing about Killer 7 for me. Is like it's got so much going on for it that I love, but I wish it had a real sense of like, like difficulty and like immediacy and enemy design and stuff like that. That's where it kind of falls short. But the vibes of that game are insane. It's amazing. And one of my favorite visually looking games. And it's funny because I'm not really that into cell shaded stuff. You'd think that means I'm like Mr. Cell shaded. Not necessarily, but I like how it's like kind of brooding and like bloody and shit like that, but cell shaded. Those two together, it's like kind of gory and dark and creepy, but cell shaded. That's such a cool overlap because like for example, what's the one? Wind Waker. Like that one's cool and everything. Wind Waker's cool visually and everything, but it's a little like it's happy and it's cell shaded. It's a little too
Time to play games. I read ya.
I don't know, a little too bouncy and bright.
Hi Mark, was wondering if you had plans to visit the Galloping Ghost Arcade again next year?
Oh.
I'll be going next spring.
Oh, that's
I'd be
really
down
cool.
to play some games with you if you're going.
That would be really cool. Okay, I'll get to you 1 second. So, yeah, I just wish... And what's funny is we talked about, like, ROM hacks and Kaizo hacks and stuff. No one ever does that for 3D stuff. Imagine if they did. That would be so fucking cool. I mean, I'm sure there's some out there. But imagine someone hacked Killer 7 and just made it like a full-on fucking rail shooter, right? Or like a full-on like Resi Merc style shooter, but Killer 7. Or just like filled in the level design with actual combat more and stuff. No one would actually do that because it's so much work, but that would be cool. All right, so we finished off a Fiendish Shape, and then yeah, I guess one example would be Zero Ranger. And the reason Zero Ranger does that is it like creates that sense of branching paths. I think that's what it's going for. So that's cool. And obviously there's no meta progression, so that's nice. Dead Rising is Capcom game. Thanks so much, Tireless Lacquer. Thoughts on games that blend...
Time to play games. I read ya.
Retro Man Resurrection.
Thoughts on the current state of modern fighting games? Many people are starting to turn on SF6, and Marvel Tokon Beta was ridiculed for its gameplay.
Oh, yeah, I do have thoughts. I was thinking about that today, literally today, as I was eating my lunch. But I'll get to you one moment here. Okay, thoughts on games that blend turn-based and real-time gameplay like Forest Strike. I've never played Forest Strike. Well, Retroman, it's such a tempting concept, right? You think about the concept and it just sounds fucking awesome. It just does. I don't know why, but it just sounds awesome. Every time, like, I remember I've sat many times in my life and thought about, okay, what if you took Advanced Wars and then, like, blended Advanced Wars with, like, real-time combat? And actually, funny enough, Advanced Wars Dual Strike has a real-time combat mini-mode. It's actually pretty fucking awesome. It's not, like, amazing, but it's pretty good, pretty fun. Only if you use the sniper type, though. All the other weapon types, they're, like, lame and tanky. But the sniper type is cool because you shoot a ball, and then the ball has this delay where it doesn't do anything, and then it explodes in, like, this splash damage grid. And you're, like, kind of on grid, but kind of not. It's pretty cool. The little if you play Advanced Wars and you play the real-time combat mode. But anyway, yeah, I always really love this concept. I think about it all the time, but it's so hard to connect the two. That's the problem. How do you connect them? Because what ends up happening is one overpowers the other, always. And it's almost always the case that the real-time overpowers the turn-based. Because if you just get good at the real-time, what is turn-based? What is it, right? So I think I've been thinking about this. Basically, you'd have to somehow impose, like, really meaningful limitations in the real-time combat based off of the turn-based combat. And like a weird kind of example I'm thinking of is a Bushido Blade. In Bushido Blade, you know how you take damage to your limbs and that makes, like, you kind of, like, fucks up your moveset and, like, you know, you can't do as many things because you're damaged. You would need something like that. So you'd have, like, a turn-based system, and then when your character takes damage in the turn-based system or something happens to you in the turn-based system, that would actually meaningfully affect the real-time combat. They would have to affect each other, like, really directly. Otherwise, if you take two separate games, right? Like, if you take Tetris and you take Advanced Wars, and this is what a lot of games do, and this is a bad way to do it. They just take these two, and so you go into a combat scenario, right? So you fight a battle in Advanced Wars, and then it becomes a game of Tetris, and then you just beat them in Tetris. That is just okay. So what's the more important one? If you're just really fucking good at Tetris, then tactics be damned. You'll just win every single Tetris match, right? And so you would need a way, and this would be really challenging, but really cool if you pulled it off. You would need a way.
I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Have you played Death in Abyss?
I haven't. I'll get to you one second, but no, I haven't. But basically, Retro Man Resurrection, you would need a way to make sure. Oh, someone asked me about my favorite race in Brood War. I have to get that one. I remember that one must have been eaten by the chat. But that's what you'd need to do, Retro Man Resurrections. You'd basically need a way to get the turn-based stuff to impact the real-time stuff in a way that, like, it impacts you so much no matter how good you are, you would just somehow lose or basically lose. And so it'd be just like mitigation of, all right, I'm going to die here, but at least I'll do some damage before I go down, something like that. I remember someone donated earlier.
Games. I read ya.
I remember someone.
Arcade business models are viewed as too mobile game-esque to indie, AAA,
Yeah,
console,
I know.
PC audiences these days. Anyway, the stigma can be broken.
I know. Doodle, I know. That, and now they look at arcade genres and they go, gotcha. It's time for gotcha. That's what they're for. That's what we do here. I know. But anyway, someone asked me earlier what my favorite type to play in Brood War is, and it's Terran for sure. Terran is my favorite, and the reason why Terran is my favorite is because Terran are extremely powerful, but also awkward as fuck and like disjointed. But I think that's really cool. That's what makes them cool. Like for example, Protoss, they're a very cohesive group of units, right? Like they synergize together super well. The early stuff and the late stuff synergize. Like Protoss are just a really holistic group. They all hang together. They all work together. I think that's why Artosis really dislikes Protoss. I think if I'm trying to get like real deep with like game analysis of why that is, I think it's because Protoss just synergize as units so well that like no matter what you do, it's like, all right, we're gonna have 10 Dragoons and 4 Templar, and it's good. It's like, let's have 10 Dragoons and like 6 Zealots. That's kind of good too. The units synergize together super well. Like, and they shouldn't in some ways, but they kind of do. Like, why does having a bunch of Zealots kind of work sometimes, right? So, that's why I think Protoss is I like all the types, by the way. All the races in Brood War, I like them all. I don't dislike any of them.
I read ya.
I think they're all cool. And if I was
Any
like,
thoughts on upcoming action games? I am excited
sure.
for Stupid Never Dies because it's made by old DMC devs.
interesting. I've never heard
Capcom
of
is
this one.
also bringing back Onimusha.
Oh, Onimusha. Okay, 1 second. So, anyway, because someone mentioned this about Brood War. Hopefully, you're still there. But, so I like all of them. And if I had to play one of them, like I was like legally required, you have to play Zerg or you have to play Protoss, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But my favorite is Terran by far. Because, okay, so that's Protoss. Zerg are my second favorite after Terran. And they're like just insane. But they're just really good. But I don't know. Zerg are close second after Terran. But the reason why I like Terran so much is they're so fucking awkward. That's why I love them. Like, but if you get them to behave, they're like amazing. That's why I love Terran. Like, for example, the siege tank and the bio. Like, if you walk around with bio and you like move them badly, you just die and lose. But if you walk around with bio and you like keep them in a ball and you like move them around the screen like super well and manage them well, they're just amazing. So that's what I love about Terran is like, it feels like they're the type that really tests your ability to keep the units synergized and working together. But they're also are a disaster if you screw up.
What's the SHMUP place you went to in Spain?
Oh, great question. 1 second. So, like with Terran, if you have like 20 siege tanks and you move them across the map, but you move them across the map badly, it's like a bunch of turtles walking into gunfire, right? They're going to get destroyed because they're just these like slow, awkward ass units. But if you get those tanks all to move together and then they siege up together, they'd become this unstoppable fortress. So that's why I love Terran, because they're so like they're like the epitome of unit synergy in a tactics game. It's like position plus unit equals success or death, and that's why I really like them. The Zerg are a bit like that as well, with like the Mutalisks and stuff. But the difference between them, I guess the difference is that Zerg is more like big formations, like dealing with big groups, whereas Terran you're dealing with like smaller groups, but you have to manage them a little into a bigger group. I don't know. I'm not super articulate at explaining Brood War, but that's why I like Terran the most, because they're all or nothing. They're like amazing or terrible. Okay, let me caught up with these other super chats. Real time, we got that. Oh, okay. So Beanpole says, I'm actually in the middle of making God Hand meets Urban Reign. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Urban Reign. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard a lot of good stuff. And I know that's Namco. Meets Dynasty Warriors meets Vampire Survivors without meta progression. So I'm glad there's no meta progression. I'm curious what Vampire Survivors element would be in there. I'm really thinking about this. Like, because Vampire Survivors has meta progression. What else does it have? Okay, I'll give you. I'll say.
Play games. I read you.
I'll say the one good thing about
Thoughts
Vampire
on
Survivors.
Mega Man Classic versus Mega Man X?
Oh yeah. So I'll say the one like good design element of Vampire Survivors that I think like holds that game together in terms of its appeal is the gem system. Like how the gems, when you kill shit, like the gems pop out and they like fly around, and like how visually it's the only thing about that game with like visual design. Nothing else in the game has visual design, like nothing. The enemy deaths, the enemies just like evaporate. Have you noticed that? They don't explode, they don't die, they just go, they just evaporate into nothing. And the hits, there's like no hit effects, there's like no effects in that game other than the gems. The gems are the one thing the game's like, all right, here's some visual feedback, gems. So I guess if I were to say take one thing from Vampire Survivors, if you must, it'd be like, not the gem system in terms of power-ups and all that, but like, you know how Crimson Clover does this better, I think, with like the stars, when you blow stuff up and like stars. Look at Crimson Clover. Don't look at Vampire Survivors. Look at Crimson Clover. Like when you kill stuff in Crimson Clover, like stars come flying out and it's like, whoa. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. So I'd recommend checking out Crimson Clover and check out the visual feedback of that game, because it's also things explode and it's amazing. So one of the best visual feedback games ever, I think. So swap that in. Take Vampire Survivors, swap in Crimson Clover. But that would be interesting to see. That'd be interesting to see for sure. Especially the God Hand. So like, is it locked to the back? That would be cool. I hope it's with God Hand. I'm hoping you're locking the camera to the back, because I think that's really, really cool and would make your game distinct. Epsidon, thanks so much for the donation. Hi, Mark. Was wondering if you had any plans to visit Galloping Ghost Arcade again next year. I'll be going next spring. Oh, that's really fun. I'll be down to play some games if you're going. No, I'm not going to Galloping Ghosts because as much as I enjoyed Galloping Ghosts, like going with the group, that was so much fun. But like solo mode, Mark, if I just like went by myself, I would feel a little like frustrated because of how many of the machines were like having issues and stuff like that. Like some of them didn't, and you're like, yes, but then you find a machine you want to play. Like, what was that machine? Oh, of course, like one of the main machines I wanted to play, speaking of Brood War, was Mission Craft. So
Time to play games.
So
I
Mission
read ya.
Craft. Mission Craft.
By
Oh,
Vampire Survivors. God Hand, I mean getting individual attacks every level.
Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll get back to you 1 second here. So, like, when I went to Galloping Ghosts, with the meetup with everyone, it was so much fun. Because it was like, I mean, it was really fun. Because it was like a party. You know, it was like a party. So that was great. It reminded me of, like, when you were a kid and you would go to the arcade with your friends. God, remember those days. How much fun that was, and like how like you like are playing like Tekken Tag and shit together, and Time Crisis and all that. Like that feeling came back when I went with the group. But if I went solo mode, I like transform. So if I go to an arcade solo mode, I become like this arcade critic all of a sudden, where it's like I can't help myself. I'll like go and I'll go find all the broken machines and be like, all right, this machine's broken, this machine's broken, this machine's broken. And then I'll find machines that I want to play. Like, for example, Mission Craft. Mission Craft is this crazy ROM hack of Strikers, or Strikers 2, one of the Strikers games, but with Brood War sprites. So of course, you know, I'm going to be excited about that. You got two of my favorite things. You got Shmup, Psycho, plus Brood War. but the screen was broken. It was so dim, I couldn't see the gameplay. It was like, it was like four. If you put on like 4 sets of sunglasses, dark. It was just like nothing, no backlight. This is original Game Boy. You just couldn't see anything. So, and Silvergun was the same way. Silvergun was broken. I think, was Ikaruga broken or not? I can't remember if Ikaruga was broken, but a lot of the machines were broken, and it really frustrated me. And then when I went to the Akihabara in Colorado, all of the machines worked. All of the machines were serviced. All of the machines were in pristine quality, and I was like, ah! I was like, yes. Because what happens when I see broken machines is I get kind of fired up, because then I feel like it's doing a disservice to the game, not just to the venue, but to the game itself. It's like, okay, Mission Craft's a ROM hacks or whatever, but like Silvergun, right? You can't just have a Silvergun cabinet and let it fall into disrepair. I don't know. But I know they have so many machines, it's hard for them to service them all. I do know that. They have an insane amount of machines. It's unbelievable. So I feel like, okay, so I guess, long story short, if you're an arcade fan, you have to go to Galloping Ghosts one time, because of it's just a specimen. There's so many machines, so much stuff. You'll never see another arcade like it anywhere. It's a beast. So you have to go one time to Galloping Ghosts. But if there's like an arcade that you keep coming back to year after year, it's Akihabara, because of how well maintained it is, of how well run it is. That I really, really liked. And so I will be at Akihabara in Colorado around May or June, somewhere in there, when we do the next Shmup Slam. So if you want to come there, I'll be there. Alrighty. Lucen Taylor, $5. Thanks so much for the donation. Thoughts on the current state of modern fighting games? Many people are starting to turn on FF6, and the Marvel beta was ridiculed for its gameplay. Yes, and I have a headline, because I was thinking about like ideas for videos today, and I was thinking about Tekken. I was thinking about Soul Calibur, and I had a funny sort of thought. It's like, modern fighting games are a hostage situation. We are in a hostage crisis with this genre right now, because basically what's happened is all of the stuff, that core design that we love, has just been slowly eroded away into barely being there. It's like there-ish, but it's barely there. It's just enough to say, okay, this is a fighting game, but barely, right? So like Tekken 8, you can say it's a Tekken game, but barely, right? It makes Tekken 4 look like a masterpiece, I will say. Tekken 4 is a work of genius compared to Tekken 8. So, but you can't play the old shit. You can't. And you know what? Is that it's gotten worse, not better. Because during kind of like the 2012 Melee era and all that kind of stuff, there was still this willingness among fighting game fans to like play older shit and like engage in older stuff. But now it feels like that audience has like burned out, basically. They're like done, right? The guys that would, like, for example, 8 years ago, I was having friends randomly messaging me like, do you want to play Soul Calibur 2 on Dolphin? I'd be like, yeah, let's play Soul Calibur 2 on Dolphin. So we were just playing Soul Calibur 2 on Dolphin, right? We're just doing that. But now, it's been years. People have moved on. And there's this whole, like, esports ecosystem now that just devours the fighting game world. And so now it feels like if the game's not tournament relevant, if the game's not mainstream, if the game's not live service and getting active updates, there's not that willingness to play it, because it's like the fighting game world has tasted success. It's tasted prosperity. And so now it can't go back to like slumming it, basically. So because if you were to play like old Tekken again, or to play Soul Calibur 2 again, and like older fighting games again, it would feel like such a downgrade in terms of views, relevance, social influence. You would be back in the slums. And so no one wants to do that. No one wants to go back to the slums And so we have this weird kind of hostage situation where people kind of are forced in a weird way socially to, in terms of relevance, to like stick with these games. So you're like stuck with Tekken 8. You don't like it. You don't like it that much, but you're stuck with the damn thing. And so, and you look at like people attempting to get people to play Tekken 5 and attempting to get them to play even Tekken 7, which is just right there on Steam. But playing Tekken 7 feels like, all right, if we're going to go back, let's really go back, right? Let's not play Tekken 7. Let's play some real stuff. But getting Tekken 5 running on the PS3 emulator and all that sort of stuff. So, the current state of modern fighting games is very interesting because I think we're in this sort of, I either want to call it a hostage situation or like in this success trap, golden handcuffs type of situation where the enthusiasm for the genre is evaporating fast. Like all of the people I talk to regularly now that are former fighting game players barely play any fighting games. They're like, whatever, I'll play the occasional match. But like that whole group, like the 08, or it's the 09ers, right? The whole 09er group has kind of, lost interest and stuff. And so I think we're getting a whole new set of fighting game players and a whole new set of fighting game influencers, a whole new set of fighting game ecosystem. But it's this whole new paradigm of like live service, esports, all of that stuff. So basically, I think what's going to happen, this is a kind of grim prediction, but I think it's the most likely, is how Tekken 8 has had all this backlash because of all the legacy Tekken fans being like, whoa. Well, what's going to happen? Because if you look at the metrics, here's the funny thing. If you look at the metrics of Tekken 8, you would think, with all this backlash, all these videos, me complaining about it, everyone complaining about it, that this has somehow damaged Tekken 8's performance and sales and retention. No. You look at Steam charts, it's doing perfectly fine. In this live service model is working. It's working. But what it's working with is a different audience. It's like the synergy players playing Vampire Survivors, right? You could, if you actually considered Vampire Survivors shmups, you would say shmups are more popular now than they have ever been, like maybe ever in history, because of the Survivors phenomenon and this whole thing. But they're not shmups, right? And I feel like we're kind of getting to that point with fighting games where we're not there yet, but we're just a few years away from fighting games not being fighting games. Like look at, 2XKO? That's going to be a whole free-to-play live service thing. And basically, Street Fighter's transformed into that, mostly. Tekken's transformed into that. Tekken was really naughty, too. They totally got away with it. Because remember when Tekken 8 launched, it didn't have the shop, remember? So all the legacy guys, like myself, when Tekken 8 came out, we're like, whoa, this is awesome. Like, this is like Tekken, And then the shop comes, and then they got it through the door as like a normal Tekken game. And then once everyone bought it and said it was great, then they transformed it into a live service game. Like, boom, gotcha, got you. So that's also kind of what happened with Street Rage 4. Someone asked me about Street Rage 4. I missed that comment. I hope you're still there. But Street Rage 4 was exactly the same thing. It's like it's the Tekken 8 of beat 'em ups, basically. It came out, it was like legit when it came out. You're like, whoa, it's a real game. It's a real beat 'em up. And then over the years, they like added more like all this extra moves, custom stuff, and it kind of transformed into sort of this synergy type of game. Not fully, but kind of got there, like halfway there. And then Absalom took it all the way, So Tekken 8's, I think we're going to see that with fighting games, basically. Fighting games, they're in that sort of transitionary phase from that last vestige of arcade DNA's there, but it's going to get swapped out soon. But the backlash will stop. The backlash will go away. Because what's going to happen is it'll just burn off that audience. So the legacy arcade audience, we're going to get just pushed out. We're going to get bored of this. We're going to be like, forget it. And then it'll be this whole new thing with a whole new audience. So I think that's the state of modern fighting games. They're in a state of moving audience target demographic from like arcade legacy stuff to live service esports. And it's been happening a long time, but we're seeing like the real shifts. Because look, Strive, Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8. Is there any that haven't done that now, right? We'll see what happens with VF6, but pretty much all of them. So yeah, it's a rough situation. I was playing Soul Calibur 2 today when I was thinking about this, and I was like, you know what the sad part is? I could make this video, like this really robust video about how amazing Soul Calibur 2 is, how it's such a beast of a game, how well designed it is, how it's really forward thinking and just beautiful and elegant. And it won't matter because the current modern fighting game audience doesn't care about that sort of thing. They don't care. What they care about is like the social elements of the games more so than their actual like arcade design and that kind of thing. It'd still be kind of a cool video, so I might make it at some point. But so anyway, thanks so much for that donation. Sniper for Life asks, have you played Death in Abyss? I haven't. Let's look. Death and Abyss. Death and Abyss. See a demo. Okay, let's see what the demo looks like. I've never heard of this. Whoa! It's a rail shooter. Isn't that crazy how these things come out? Is this a... Whoa, when did this come out? Oh, it's just a demo. Is the game out yet? Let's look, is the game out? Buy Death and Abyss. When did this release? This released this year. Oh my god. I might have to include this in the video, in the arcade video. It's a rail shooter, right? What's it? Flight, difficult, fast-paced, action, horror, retro 3D. I respect the tags here. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a rail shooter. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I'm covering Night Striker, so I got to include this as well. Death and Abyss. How do you bookmark this sucker? Okay, note to self. I'm putting this in my notes. Video. I'm putting it in my video itinerary. Hold on. There we go. Okay, it's on the list. Wow, I'll have to play that. Okay. Great. Sniper for Life. Great recommendation there. Okay. Just making sure everything's going. Okay. Great. All right. Let's get caught up. Doodle4503. Let me see if I missed any comments. I don't think I did. Okay. Okay, I think we're caught up. Okay. So, Doodle asks, arcade business models are viewed too mobile game-esque to indie AAA console PC audiences these days. Any way your stigma can be broken? Well, it's interesting, Doodle, because I've sat and thought a lot about this in terms of how do you translate the arcade business model into the current market, right? Because the arcade business model is you pay per credit, but there's no upfront cost. You pay per credit, but there's no upfront cost. So when you hear that, right? Let's just break this down. No upfront cost, you pay per credit. What does that sound like to you, right? Everyone says this. That's free to play, baby. That's a free to play game. And in fact, Tekken Revolution is a Tekken free to play game, and I think it was kind of the idea, right? Like you buy arcade tickets and all that. Remember that? Tekken Revolution. So everyone's like, okay, no, that's a mobile game. That's a free-to-play game. No upfront cost, and then you pay per credit. Here's the thing, though. Here's where it gets interesting that people don't talk about. So and I might make a video about this, and I will research the legality very thoroughly for the video. So if I'm a little bit, off on the legality stuff, forgive me. This is still a thought and process. But I do know that legally, arcade machines could not be gambling, and they could not be chance-based. That was against the law, right? They would be considered gambling. So, and especially in Japan, they were very serious about regulating this, right? In America, somewhat, it was regulated somewhat in America, but like more like, close enough kind of thing. But in Japan, I'm pretty sure it was like pretty serious. And so I was looking this up, and like arcade machines legally had to be skill-based. The defining legal requirement for an arcade game was that it was skill-based. That was legally required. You could not have an arcade machine that was chance, luck, gambling type of stuff, because that was considered a gambling machine, and that was, that had to be regulated in the gambling laws and all that kind of stuff. Mobile games don't have this law. Mobile games don't have this regulation. So even though you have a similar structure with free-to-play, so you have free-to-play, pay per credit, mobile games do not have to be skill-based. Arcade games do. So that there is a giant difference that you cannot replicate in free-to-play. Because in free-to-play, especially now, it is synonymous with gambling, with microtransactions, with all of this luck-based crap, because it's not regulated like arcade machines were. And so that is the defining difference between the arcade, that I don't know how you get that back, right? There's no place in like the gaming landscape where you're legally required to make your game skill-based. Not on console, not on Steam, not on mobile. This does not exist anywhere else. And so that's why I think it's like impossible to replicate the arcade model. It's impossible because you would have to have Steam or Nintendo or someone like that be like, listen, this shit has to be skill-based. If it's not skill-based, it's illegal and it's not on the store. That just doesn't exist. And so that's why the mobile model doesn't match the arcade model, because mobile games, you give them that context, they're instantly like, yeah, but we can make like way more money with random elements. We can make with like gambling type elements. We can make way more money with microtransactions. Forget this whole thing. So I don't know how you replicate this model. I think the closest you can get is console. Console's closest, or PC. Console, PC, like what you'd call boxed games. I think that's what Ubisoft calls them. Like they call it like Mario 64 or something. Like it's a boxed game. I think boxed games are the closest, but they have issues too. Like the problem with a console game is once you buy it, it doesn't really matter what happens on a console game. And here's the thing, though, is that could actually be kind of freeing if developers recognize that. Like, because what ends up happening, I talked about this, I think, in my Gradius review. Check that video out if you guys haven't. I'm really proud of that one. In my Gradius review, I talked about how in console games, they don't really care if you win or lose. And they actually kind of want you to win, because they want you to experience the game and get to the end. They want you. I mean, they put all this work into the console game. They want you to get to the end. They don't want you to get stuck in stage 3 and quit, right? So console games, just by their nature, start to get more forgiving. They give you extra continues. They give you, now we have meta progression. They want to help you to the end. They want you to get to the end. Sliders, whatever. They want you to get to the end, because they put all that work into getting to the end. Arcade games didn't, because they want you to keep having to pay to get to the end. So they wanted to stop you. So you have to pay to get to the end. And Gradius was even more cool because you couldn't credit feed. So Gradius was like extra cool because in later arcade games, you could pay to get to the end by just credit feeding, right? Which I think was a problem. It was good for them in terms of making money, but I think in terms of design, that was a problem, a big problem. Gradius was like, nope. I think it was because of technical limitations, but then they ended up continuing to do it anyway. Gradius, if you died, you'd have to restart the game. There's no credit feeding. So Gradius is one of the best, I think, in the sense of structure in that way. So but I think if like console, whatever you call it, like home releases, Steam, platform of choice, if they embraced the idea that it's okay for the player not to get to the end of the game, that could actually be really freeing if they embrace the idea. Because then they could say, all right, you already bought the game. You already bought Mushimi-sama. So it doesn't matter if you can't beat Ultra Mode. Now, in the Steam port, they make the mistake of allowing you to credit feed. So that's not a thing. They do, like I said, they let you get to the end. But if modern developers on Steam and stuff, and I think, not to use a very cliche example, but of course, like the Souls series kind of did that. And so Soul Series was onto something here, right? Like, because Soul Series realized, wait a minute, you bought Demon Souls? You're not going to return it. You're not going to return this shit. You're not going to do it. Maybe some of you will, but most of you won't. Most of you will keep trying because you've invested in buying this damn thing. You want to get to the end. And that was actually a brilliant idea. And so I think console, the best we can do now is like with home releases, they need to embrace this idea that the player, do not try to help the player get to the end. Like, try to stop them. Even though you want them to get to the end, you need to stop them, because that's the only way to get that real gaming, like, back and forth experience. If you give the player constant Souls does kind of do this, honestly. Like, you can grind, you can use magic, so it doesn't go all the way necessarily, but if you really stopped the player from getting to the end, that would be really, I think, the best way. So, like, difficulty curves need to be adjusted, like the whole structure of how games are laid out, I think. Because this whole, like, I'm talking about this in the arcade review, like, this whole idea of, like, slowly ramping difficulty curves, don't do that. Do not do that. And I have some examples of games that don't do it, and I think it's good. Because if you, like in Terminator 2, but a lot of them, if you slowly ramp up difficulty, you got to make 6 stages of, like, ramping up difficulty before you finally play the game? So, yeah. Birdcage has that issue a bit as well. So, there you go. I think that's the best answer I can come up with, is that even though on the surface it seems like mobile games and arcade games have a lot in common, they have a very distinctive separating point, which is they have to be skill-based, and mobile games don't have to be skill-based. Okay. It's cloudy outside tonight. Asks, any thoughts on upcoming action games? I'm excited for Stupid Never Dies because it's made by old DMC devs. Capcom is also bringing back Onimusha. Stupid Never Dies. What a title. Let's see what this is. I like the title. I like the title because it's kind of sassy. Stupid Never Dies. What is this? I've never heard of this. I wonder what's going on with it. It's kind of looking interesting. When does it release? 2026 somewhere. I might have to check this out. I really wonder what the balance of this game will be like, though. Because modern action games, even old school developers, they really struggle with balance in terms of, like, not just letting the player
Time to play games.
power through the game, basically. Master Ninja,
Did you play
basically.
Silent Hill F? Any thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I saw that comment. Thanks so much for the donation again. Yeah, sorry for missing that the first time. Oh, okay, let me
Time to play games. I read ya.
Let me get caught up with the comments here.
How could you see the gaming industry ever moving back towards games made for quality over games made primarily for profit, targeting more people outside a genre's usual market, etc.? Yeah,
great question. Great question. It ties into what I've been talking about, actually. So to finish it Cloudy tonight's comment, Super Never Dies looks interesting. I'll probably check that out when it comes out, especially with the DMC connection. Just always be careful, though, because just because there might be some old legacy developers involved, Who knows what's happening behind the scenes? You know, who knows? It could come out and it could be just as mainstream as everything else. You never know. You never know. But it is something worth looking at, obviously, with that track record, just to see what's happening there. In terms of Onimusha, so recently, this hasn't reflected on the channel yet because I haven't had an opportunity, but I've been kind of getting into Onimusha recently because I was researching. It was during my research for Ninja Gaiden, right? So I was researching Ninja Gaiden 2, and then I was researching Ninja Gaiden Black. Then I was thinking, like, you know, what was going on else in this era, right? And then, of course, Onimusha came to mind. Like, well, there's Onimusha. So I was, like, checking out Onimusha, and I thought the series looks really interesting. Now, I haven't played... I think I played a little in Onimusha on the PS2, like, way back in the day. But I haven't played much Onimusha. But I've been looking at it mechanically and stuff, and it seems really fascinating. Capcom of this era is just... They were just on to something, you know, in terms of their mechanics, at least. They were really on to something. And I know that there's been, like, different iterations of Onimusha, some that are a little bit more action-based, some that are, like, kind of survival horror stuff happening. So I'm going to have to go on an Onimusha journey. And if there's a new Onimusha, that might be the perfect opportunity. Like, if I can, like, write down the release date of, like, the new Onimusha, then I could, like, plan to play the old Onimushas and cover them just before, right? So I'm, like, all prepared and ready and researched. I've noticed that with, like, new series stuff. If I want to talk about a new series, I usually need to know what's happening with the previous games in the series. So in Onimusha, I'm really excited to explore and play. So yeah, when the new Onimusha comes out, I'll probably cover it. And to prepare myself, probably the month or so before it comes out, I'll go through the old Onimusha games and get all studied up because I think they're really interesting. Okay. Google is getting pissed. It's like getting all choppy. Hold on, Google. Okay, down. Google. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Thanks so much. Phonics asks, hey, what's the shmup place you went in Spain? Okay, so my shmup journey in Spain, that's why I did the documentary, Passion Against Reason, it was a special event put on by the guy who did the event, and he brought all of those machines. Now, I think the name of his arcade was like Mikado Arcade or something, but I believe it went out of business. And so a funny little story of my trip to Spain is he's like, oh, you know, I run the Mikado Arcade. We're doing the shmup event. And so I was like, perfect. And so I booked my hotel next to the venue that was Mikado Arcade, like next to it, like literally next to it. I walk out the door the first day I walk over there. It's like, you know, it's like it's like when you go to Sears and it's no longer there and it's just like an empty room. And it says like on the top, it's like Sears. It was like that. I like walked over there. It's just like an empty room. I'm looking up. I'm like, where's the arcade? It's gone. It's been stolen. So anyway, apparently, I don't know what's happened since then, but his arcade went out of business, but he kept all the machines in storage. And so when he did the event in Spain, he like rented out a sort of venue and then brought a fighting game venue, I think it was, like a place where they played fighting games. And he brought all the arcade machines there. So it was really cool. And I got the whole arcade experience. It was really awesome. But I don't think you can go there because I think it was like an event. And then when the event is not happening, it's all in storage. So I would keep an eye out because I think he does that event yearly. But it's not, unfortunately, it's not like an arcade you can walk into like Akihabara where like on a Thursday you could show up and like play there. That'd be really cool. But it's like an event. So I'd keep an eye out. I'm sure, I don't know if he's still doing them or not. But yeah, so that's where it was. It was at like an event hall and it was really cool. And so like capturing it was like really special, right? Because after filming it, it went away. Oh, hold on. Google crashed. Google gave up. Now I'm going to be sad because I think my live stream chat got all screwed up. Google. Whoa. Google is really exploding. Sorry, guys. The chat, like, crashed. Hold on. Reload. Okay. Pop out chat. Okay, we're reloaded. We're popped out again. I hope we didn't lose too many donations. Like, too many ones. I think I got caught up. Okay, sorry, guys. If I missed it, again, just leave a little @ here at the bottom. And I'll try to catch them in case I missed them. So this is where I'm at now. It's Carmine Applesauce question. Thanks so much for the $10 donation. Did you play Silent Hill F? Any thoughts? Okay. So at the end of this year, I've been pretty burned out on modern games, like playing them, covering them, because, you know, we've had a real stretch of stinkers, right? So I was like, Silent Hill F came out. I was like, oh, do I play this game? Do I cover this game? I might be just cooked for the year. I might need to recoup and play like Ninja Gaiden 2 or something, right? I need palate cleanser. Play some Ninja Gaiden 2 or something. So what ended up happening is I was like, all right, well, let's take a look. So I watched like a full playthrough because I wasn't going to just buy it sight unseen. So I watched a full playthrough and like, you know, the combat sections and the boss fights. And I was like, oh my God, the enemies they're just standing there. And then the boss fights look so bad. Oh my God. I mean, the enemies were just standing there. I was watching the replay. Like, enemy design they've just given up. Developers have given up on enemy design. They're just like, nope, you just hit this thing. That's what you do. So it looked so bad in terms of combat, boss fights, that I was like, I can't do it. I can't invest another $80, $70 in one of these things because I don't get sent review codes for these things, and then deal with this thing for like 2 weeks as I break down. I'm like, no. So no, I'm not going to review Silent Hill F, just through pure fatigue. I'll wait for the next one. I'll catch the next one. You know, Konami's pumping these suckers out, so I'll catch the next one and maybe review that one, maybe. Or whatever. But, you know, Silent Hill F, I had to tap out. I had to be like, no, I can't take any more. I can't take any more punishment. So, but it looks truly terrible in terms of the enemy design, the combat. And then, of course, with Silent Hill, too, it's a situation where it's like, what do you do with these, like, Silent Hill games? Because if you critique the combat, the game's, you know, the whole defense is like, well, you know, of course the combat's bad. That's the whole idea. Like, the whole combat's awful. But then it's like, but that's the whole game. Like, what? So, you know, it's like an unbeatable premise of a design concept. It's like pretty much outside of like wandering around and solving the most easy brainless puzzles and like just interacting with little items and stuff. The only like actual gameplay is the combat, and then the combat's intentionally so bereft of depth or anything, difficulty, depth, dynamics, enemy design, boss design, that it's actually like, you're giving me nothing here, Konami. What do I do? I have nothing to work with. Like, Ninja Gaiden 4 is a hot mess, but it's, you know, it's supposed to be about combat. So when you critique the combat, there's like a idea there. But with the Silent Hill stuff, it's so hard. And you know, then you can talk about like, well, the remake stuff, you can like, well, what's its relationship with the original? Like, how is it there, right? That's something to talk about. But if it's an original game with no sense of design, with no ambition, with no sense of purpose in terms of the combat, enemy design, boss design, other than to just be containers for a story, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's such a punishing review. They're very punishing, because like Doom Dark Ages, again, that was a bit of a slog, but you know, it's trying to do stuff. It's got ideas, it's got goals, it's got a legacy. But these new Silent Hill games are just so hard to deal with as a reviewer, and kind of depressing. Oh, very depressing. Very depressing. So, yeah, I ended up just tapping out on Silent Hill F. And that's how these types of remakes and stuff. I think I talked about this in Metal Gear Solid Delta review, where if the publishers just keep pushing these things out, they can just crush any critics left with sheer fatigue. Through pure fatigue, they will defeat us.
Time to play games. I read ya.
I'm surprised you haven't reviewed Denji Makai 2.
Thanks so much for the donation. That guy who plays games. Okay, 1 second. Let me see if I got caught up on the super chats. Okay. But anyway, so those are my thoughts on Silent Hill F. But obviously, I haven't formally reviewed it, so it could be amazing for all I know. But from what I was seeing, I was not getting a good impression. But yeah. Battle mode. Hey, how's it going, my dude? Thanks so much for the donation. How could you see the gaming industry ever moving back towards games made for quality over games made primarily for profit, targeting more people outside of a genre's usual market? Okay, so remember how, I don't know, I think you just tuned in, Battle Mode, but I was talking earlier in the stream about like short-term realism versus long-term optimism, right? Short-term realism versus long-term optimism. Okay, so here's an example of this. The short-term realism is that they won't. Okay, so because everything I'm seeing, I was reading this article. Google sometimes just, oh sorry, I'm like slowly fading out of the frame of the camera. Google sent me an article the other day about, it just sends me gaming articles, and sometimes I read them if I think they're interesting. And you know, in your feed or whatever, in your Google feed. And one of them was this investment group talking to all the publishers. And this investment group was basically saying, listen, you guys are sitting on a gold mine right now. Underneath the ground is pure gold. And that gold is remakes. Like, you have so much money down there. Look, it's right down there. Look down there. It's full. You got a mine of gold down there. All you need to do is just dig for that gold. And it will flow, and the streets will be overflowing with money. Like, I was reading this article, and the article was like getting specific about what these investors were like listing. They're like, all right, you need to remake like these games, and some of them you're like, yeah, okay. Some of them you're like, whoa, they're gonna remake that. It's like, whoa, I can't. I'll tell you what the article said. I can't remember what it was, but it's basically like, it sounds from what I'm reading, this could be, you know, faulty information, that like publishers are becoming more aware of like remakes. Like, and look at all the Resident Evil remakes, how well they're doing. Look at all the Konami remakes, how well they're doing. It's not a trend where we're not in a phase right now where publishers and developers are looking at this. They're like, I don't know, man. They're looking at this like, go, you know. So I think it's going to continue to accelerate for quite a while. And basically, I was thinking about this too. And this is going to be kind of an interesting shift, especially for like younger Gen X gamers and millennials, right? So like my generation of gamers and then somewhat older, is that we kind of grew up in the paradigm of skill-based games as like games, right? What are video games? Because of the arcade model, because even console games got their momentum from arcades, right? That's where everything comes from. Like all the design filters, Nintendo was looking at Namco, and like the arcade design philosophy was informing game design really heavily for a very long time. I'd say all the way up through the PS2 era to some degree. So that means that we all grew up in this paradigm of skill-based gaming to some degree. Like that was like part of game design as just its premise is like, well, what about skill? Like skill. But I think we're entering an era now that's different. That's going to be hard for our generation to kind of accept, which is that skill-based gaming probably is not going to be the default game design value anymore. It's going to become... Oh, this saxophone is back. All of the tracks in this background tunes are great, except the saxophone because it's so loud. Okay, there we go. Anyway, I think what's going to happen is skill-based gaming will, of course, continue to exist, but I think it will become a specific niche. Like a specific, like a niche, right? You know, so we have RPGs and stuff like that. There will be like a branch. Like, you know how there's rogue and everything has like various permutations of rogue, like roguelikes, roguelites, rogue this, rogue that. I think skill-based games will kind of become that, where it'll be kind of this subgenre of gaming. And then there'll be sort of like, you know, a community of skill-based gamers. And that could still be a pretty large group of people because gaming as a medium is insanely huge. It's bigger than ever. It's massive. And so I think this might be, as weird as it sounds, this might just be a byproduct of games themselves becoming more mainstream. Games themselves becoming more ubiquitous and more accepted as an art form. But ironically, like their skill-based components are like, yeah. You know, I guess it'd be like, a really good analogy is, you know how there's writing, right? And there's fiction. And then there's literature. And at one point, literature was the predominant, eminent form of writing, like of fiction writing, right? Like if you wanted to be the top tier Nobel Prize, Pulitzer Prize, whatever other prizes there were for writing, you wrote literature. But now, like most fiction, most predominant fiction, most fiction that's studied and talked about is actually genre fiction. You know, literature is now just this kind of obscure niche of writing these days that elitists like myself are into, right? And like the average reader reads genre fiction of some type. I think that's going to happen with games, basically. So like skill-based gaming will become the literature of game design. It's like, oh yeah, look at these elitist skill-based gamers out there. You know, there's those snobby bastards. But ultimately, you know, hopefully it will be able to continue. Gaming is so big, it will be able to continue as its own little ecosystem. But I don't think it will be the predominant ecosystem anymore. It'll get pushed out by social-based gaming, I think. I think that's ultimately going to be the predominant way people play games.
Time to play games.
Because gaming is a very social medium.
Nah,
by
bruh,
its
it's all
nature.
about accessibility paradigm.
Yes, exactly. So I think, thanks so much for the donation. Yeah, exactly. It's all about accessibility paradigm. So I think that's going to be the shift we'll see battle mode slowly but surely, is that skill-based gaming will become a specific niche at some point. And it'd be like, oh yeah, look at that. Isn't that cute? But it might still be somewhat healthy because gaming itself is so giant. So, I mean, when you look around at other mediums, here's the thing. Like, as much as we talk about how rough gaming is, I think it's rough in a state of creativity, in a state of like creative viability. Games are in a rough spot. But in terms of commercial, games are fucking killing it. Because you look at literature, you look at film, you look at music. It's like the most viable shit is still gaming out of all of this stuff, I think. Like if I were to do a music channel, mother of God, you know how niche that would be? Or even worse, a literature channel if I talked about literature on YouTube, which I would be really down to do. But you know how niche that would be? I'd have like 2,000 views a video or something, and that would be killing it. Like gaming is still so much more relevant, so much more vibrant, commercially. Creatively, we're in a tough spot. But commercially, it's still very, very relevant and powerful. So in the commercial aspect, I think skill-based gaming will just become an offshoot niche that's not premium anymore. Okay. Okay. Let me get caught up with the rest of these comments. Okay. That guy who plays games says, I'm surprised you haven't reviewed Denji Makai 2. That sounds familiar. Is that a shmup? Let me look. Because I'm doing my big arcade shmup review video right now where I'm reviewing a bunch of arcade shmups. Denji Makai 2 sounds like a shmup. Hold on. Let me look. Oh man, I'm not spelling this correctly. Hold on. Dengjji. Okay. I'm spelling it correctly. So what the hell, Google? Google does not care about this game. Oh, it's an older one. Made by Ben Presto. Ooh, that's cool. Let's take a little look. Oh, is it a beat 'em up? Oh, I wonder if it's related to Sailor Moon. Oh. Because Ben Presto made Sailor Moon. 1995. That's got to be close to when Sailor Moon came out. Let's take a look. That would be really cool. I got to check this out. Yeah. How come I haven't heard of this? I guess I haven't been looking at Benepresto enough. I don't know why. It didn't occur to me to look at Ben Presto's other shmup or other beat 'em ups. I guess I always just assumed for some reason that Sailor Moon was like a one-off, but yeah, I should definitely check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. I do need to make like this huge skill likes. That's really funny. Someone in the comments says, Morning Lemon says, can't wait for skill likes. Exactly. Oh my God. That's going to be a tag on Steam, skill like. But yeah, thanks so much for the recommendation, because I'm going to actually check that out, because at some point here I need to make like a beat 'em ups video. It's just so hard because beat 'em ups are so hard to evaluate. They're so much harder to evaluate than shmups because they're so chaotic historically and in terms of like their design and stuff. But I do need to make I might need to just make a video like a classic, a classic YouTuber, but this might be the only way, like my 20 favorite beat 'em ups, and just go with that or something. I don't know. I need to make a video about all these arcade beat 'em ups. I'm just trying to find a good way to do it that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I'll have to check that out, because Ben Presto, they made Sailor Moon, I believe. Alrighty. Okay, Dominic says, hey, I think my question about Mega Man was lost in the chat. Go ahead and repeat your question, Dominic. Okay, I think we got it. Oh, okay. While you're repeating your question, Dominic, I'll answer Retro Man Resurrection's comment. It's about accessibility
Time to play
paradigm.
games. I read ya.
Hey, thanks so much.
I'd be keen if you posted literature content on your channel.
Oh, that would be cool. Thanks so much, my dude. Okay, I got your comment. 1 second here. So it's all about the accessibility paradigm. I think so. I was talking about this earlier, Retro Man, where at the Video Game Awards, there's no difficulty award. There's only accessibility. I find that very interesting.
Time to play
right?
games. I read ya.
The removal of difficulty
Thoughts on
is...
Kid Icarus Uprising?
Oh, thanks so much for the donation. I'll get 1 second there. So the
Time to
removal
play
of difficulty...
games. I read
Oh, thanks so much, my dude.
Oh yeah, on the topic of beat 'em ups. Mark, you never told me if you played Dancin' Divas yet. If so, did you like it?
Oh, okay. I'll get Thanks so much, Battle Mode.
Time to play games.
Yeah, I'll get to you
I
guys.
read ya.
Well, you guys are so generous. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Especially because YouTube is cranky at me this month because I was sick for 2 weeks. It's like, where's your videos, dude? What were you doing? The algorithm, because whenever you open Studio, the algorithm like yells at you basically, or it applauds you. It's so manipulative. If you do a good video, it's so manipulative. YouTube, you open up the Studio, if your video is doing well, it's like fireworks, it's like dancing, there's like there's like green arrows, and it's like, yeah, you're the best, you're the smartest, everyone loves you, you're amazing, you're the greatest human being on the earth. And then if you're like sick for 2 weeks or something, or your video doesn't do super well, you open
Time
Studio.
to play games. I read ya.
And YouTube's like, dude, get your act
Genji
together.
Makai 2 has
Get
a
your act
flexible
together.
and deep combo system.
Oh, that's so interesting. I would love to see how it compares to Sailor Moon. I would love to see that because I really like Sailor Moon. It's the arcade game Sailor Moon. It's a really great follow-up to Final Fight, I think. Not as good as Final Fight, but it's trying, and I think the effort is well worth it. But yeah, just back what I was saying. Thanks you all for being so generous because YouTube's a little annoyed with me this month. But it's like, well, I can't be sick for 2 weeks, YouTube. The algorithm, there's nothing more brutal than the algorithm, right? But also nothing more, it's that that synergy, that compulsion stuff. I mean, us YouTubers, we deal with it too.
I read ya.
I'm
Thoughts
trying really
on
hard not to, though.
DMC5? It's my second favorite game mode.
Oh, nice. Yeah, 1 second. Thanks so much for the donation. But I am actually getting more disciplined about not letting
Time to play
Studio
games.
control
I
my life.
read ya.
Aren't beat-em-ups still mechanically super simplistic? I don't see a lot of variables in something like Absolem apart from juggling and counters.
That's a great question because there's a whole story there. So yeah, I'll get to that question. But anyway, back on Retroman's the accessibility paradigm. I think that's because it is an actual value of if you're a publisher, right? And the Game Awards is the publisher awards, right? They're trying to be Hollywood and like the big studios, even though all the big studios are disappearing, right? Didn't they sell Warner Brothers? But that's what they're trying to do, right? So I think it's Sony who puts on the Game Awards or something like that. Anyway, so it's basically what publishers think, and that's why I think they're kind of interesting because you can you just see what are the publishers like? What do publishers think? It kind of gives you an inside read onto what they're thinking. But the accessibility, for example, publishers love accessibility. Is it because they're just these delicious, nice people? No, they love it because it means more sales in their minds, right? Because if more people play, that's more sales. That's really that simple. They don't care in like a real, I don't know. It's a whole topic. But anyway, difficulty is not something that's valued in any way because difficulty is seen as like a barrier, right? Difficulty equals less sales in their minds. Unless you harness it for marketing, basically, like souls in their minds. There was this, okay, I'm not trying to be too mean, but there was this lecture at one of the GDCs where the guy was like a marketing guy. And he was explaining, basically, it's called like Dark Souls is the IKEA of games or something. And it was basically explaining how Dark Souls harnessed its difficulty for marketing and how other games should do that. And I'll try to be, charitable here. If you're a marketing guy and you're all into marketing and that's your life, I guess that's kind of an interesting story or component or talk, right? But I'm not a marketing guy. I view games as an art form, not as products. And so I'm listening to this whole lecture and I'm just like, oh, I'm like, no, because he's equating the game's design to like marketing decisions, or that's what it sounds like. He makes it sound like FromSoft are sitting in the, they're sitting around their design discussions. They're like, well, wouldn't it be more marketable if we sold the difficult? No, that's not where FromSofts come from. That's not what they're doing. That's not the motivation. In fact, I think there's even some stuff that contradicts what he was saying, where I think they kind of obscured some of this stuff from Sony a little bit. I think, isn't that the story? I don't know. I might be a little bit off on the details here, but it definitely was not a tactical marketing decision, in my opinion. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of what it all comes down to, I think, Retro Man, is like marketing specifically. Like, how do we market? What's marketable? That's game design. And like, the more marketable a mechanic is, or a more marketable a design element is, the more publishers like it, basically. So things that aren't marketable, they don't like, right? So meta progression, that's really marketable, isn't it? Okay, thanks so much for the donation, Miss 66. I'd be keen if you posted literature content on your channel. Well, you're gonna get one. You're gonna get one guaranteed, because I promised Nate I would actually follow through. So in February-ish, I'm going to release my whole Twilight lecture, because I went to that event that Nate put on, the Internet Genius Conference. That's what it's called. It was really fun. And I did a lecture on Twilight, and I'm not going to do like a whole 3. I've decided, all right, no. We're going to like condense. I'm going to use some of my video editing skills here and do like an edited video about the lecture and everything. So you'll get that, and I'm sure the internet will be just so understanding of this review, this video. But I wanted to present something that I thought would be interesting. So, yeah, there's that. But I've been thinking a lot about doing literature, but I think I'd have to do it on a secondary channel, because like the divide, like Google would shoot me, basically. If I put out like a video about the sun also rises, or the razor's edge, or something like that, and it gets like 1,000 views or something, the algorithm will execute me.
Time to play games.
So I'd have to do it on a second channel. I'd have to do it on a second channel, but I want to do it. I want to. So that's and then I'm also thinking like, well, they're literary reviews. This is purely for like intellectual release, intellectual discussion. So I probably wouldn't have to like edit them as extensively as my main channel videos and stuff. So yeah, you probably will get those at some point on the secondary channel. Me just like vibing about literature that I like. So, and I'll edit them more than literary reviewers do, because most literary reviewers like don't edit anything. I'll edit, I'll put in little edits and stuff, but it won't be as extensive of a production, obviously. Thanks so much, though. That would be cool. There will be one on this one though, which is the Twilight video. Thoughts on Kid Icarus Uprising from Bobo Jr. So I've heard so much about Kid Icarus Uprising over the years, and it's a Sakurai game, right? Sakurai made it, and I know it's like a rail shooter. I've never played this. I have a 3DS. I believe it's a 3DS game, right? So I'll have to play it, or somewhat soon, because a lot of people talk about it, and I think it must be a pretty seminal rail shooter, because it keeps coming up. So I feel like I have to play it at some point. I wonder if I could like lump it in with like a rail shooter video of some kind, like do some kind of specific rail shooter video and then put that in there. That might be cool. But I've seen a lot about it. I've heard a lot about it, but I've actually never played it. And it would be interesting to see Sakurai's design philosophy outside of Kirby and Smash Brothers, right? Okay. Battle Mode asks, oh yeah, on the topic of beat 'em ups, Mark, you never told me if you played Dancing Divas yet. Oh yeah, if so, did you like it? I looked at it on Steam because I was like, do I buy it? And it looks, for better or worse, it looks very, because it even says in the description that it's very Simpsons Konami inspired. Remember this Konami Simpsons game? And I have played that game a lot over the years because my local arcade had one, right? So I've played Simpsons like a billion times. And just dive kicking in that game is so good. It's so good. And so I was looking at Dance and Divas, and I haven't played it yet, so this isn't confirmed. But I was just looking at it, I'm like, I wonder, system-wise, if it's a little rough around the edges. It seems to have like a good spirit to it, though, so I might have to try it, but I haven't played it yet. But the Simpsons influence specifically makes me a little bit worried, because Simpsons, the dive kick in that game, you're just dive kicking. Dive kick, baby. Like, it's a very rough game in terms of its actual combat design. Thanks so much for the $10 donation, Long Live Sky. But it might be worth checking out Battle Mode. So if you could play it and then tell me what you think, if you're interested. That guy who plays games, thanks so much for donations. Denji Makaitu has a flexible and deep combo system. That's interesting. I wonder how much that can be overpowered by the Punch Infinite. So, for example, in Sailor Moon, there's a Punch Infinite, which I kind of like. I wonder if this game has one, or if they removed it and you have to combo like AVP or something. I'm fascinated. I'll have to try this and see how it works. See if it's like AVP. See if it's like, because it's not going to be modern, right? Because it came out in 1995, so it might be a bit like AVP, might be like the Punisher, might be like Sailor Moon. It'd be interesting to see. Bandai Presto are kind of a wild card. You don't know quite what they're going to come up with, but they make some interesting stuff, so I'll have to check it out. It's
Time to play games.
It's
I
oh,
read ya.
thanks so much, my dude.
My question was lost, I think.
Oh,
About Euro design.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, okay, I'll make sure we don't lose it this time. Okay, I'm going to copy this. I'm copying. Copy. Maybe I'll do this. This is a new tech. This is a new tech that I'll do. I'll copy and paste. There we go. I'll copy and paste them. That way I don't lose them. Okay. Normally this is not a problem, but Google's crashing on me. It's like losing stuff. Okay. It's cloudy outside, says tonight, asks thoughts on DMC5. It's my second favorite game of all time. You know, here's an interesting thing about DMC5. So I got DMC5 when it came out on the Xbox One. And I remember there are various things I'm not like really enjoying about it, like V basically. And just some of the pacing stuff. And so what's happened over the so I wasn't reviewing it or anything. This was just me personally buying it and playing it. So this wasn't like a review or anything. So I was just kind of playing it. And I got to the V sections. I was like, I don't really like these. And so I was like, I'll come back to this at some point. And I never ended up going back to it. But it wasn't like a distinctive, I'm putting this away type of thing. Because what can happen is sometimes I'll be playing a game and even kind of interested in it. And then I'll just lose focus. And then it just kind of fades away, from my mind, and then I don't play it till later on. So that kind of happened with DMC5. So over the years, I've talked about, these, my first impressions of DMC5 weren't super good or anything. And I think I made a joke about this. And like literally everything I've ever said about DMC5 I didn't like. Someone's always like, that was modded. That was fixed. Someone modded that out. I was like, I don't like the V sections. Someone modded the V sections. They're gone. Don't even think about them, and stuff like that. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have to get it on PC, play it on PC, and it seems like it has such an extensive modding scene that I guess I might need to factor that to some degree. The only character action is like the one genre where you have to kind of contend with this in a way you don't have to in other genres, right? Like if there's some, Soul Calibur 2 or something, there's not like a modding, there's some like little mods and stuff for it, but there's not like a extensive modding scene for Soul Calibur 2. But DMC5, it seems like there's like a whole universe of modding of that game, and also updates. They apparently updated it a bunch of times, so it sounds like it's like a whole new game now, based compared to its launch version. So I'm gonna have to check that out, but I feel like I can't just play DMC5. I have to play DMC4. I have to play them together, because I think DMC1, distinct, awesome, love DMC1. DMC3, distinct, awesome, love DMC3. DMC4 and 5, in my mind, they seem a little bit more interconnected with each other. Like DMC4 is responding to 3, but it feels like 5 is really responding to 4. And so I feel, and like they have a lot of the same overlap in what people like, 4 and 5. And like the same audience, kind of. They can like 4 and 5 are kind of together, right? Where 3 is kind of there, but it's like doing its own thing. 1 again's kind of doing its own thing. 1 and 3 kind of have a connected audience, but 4 and 5 have like a real audience overlap, design overlap. It sounds like. So I want to play them together, 4 and 5 together. I play 4, then I play 5, because I feel like I need to reference them to one another. So that's why I haven't like tackled 5, but I will have to at some point here. But I do want to. My goal would be, I really want to do this. I want to play them in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I'm doing with Souls. You know how I'm doing Souls? 1, 2, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and now I'm on Dark Souls 2. That's coming. I really want to do that with DMC. I think that's the best way to do it. You have to do that somewhat with character action games, it feels like, because of that iterative design I'm talking about. But also because character action sometimes just like leaps. It takes like these design leaps that you're like, what the hell? So, like if you go from 1 to 5, it's like, whoa. So I want to play them in order, and 5's the final one. And I think 5 will be the final one, because it sounds like Itsuno isn't there anymore and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, they might make another DMC, but without him, that would be weird. So anyway, I don't have any clear thoughts on DMC 5 as you're seeing here, because it feels so to be determined, because I have to establish my thoughts on 1 formally, 2, 3, 2 I guess, then 3 formally, 4, and then 5. So it's kind of like, what do I think about Bloodborne? Like, Bloodborne seems awesome, right? But I have to get there. I'm at 2 right now, and I got to get through 2, I think 3, then Bloodborne somewhere in there. I don't know the exact order of their release, but yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have any clear thoughts on DMC 5 at the moment. But if I'm going to guess, if I'm going to predict my own opinion, I feel like I will most likely gravitate towards 1 and 3 the most, and then probably 4, and then probably least 5. That's my guess, just by the shifts in their design that I've noticed over the years. But I can't confirm that. So yeah, those are my thoughts. But DMC is a very special series. And actually, here's something to close out on. As a DMC fan, you'll appreciate this.
Time to play games.
I never
I read
realized.
ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Hi, how's it going? I wanted to know if you've ever done a review and noticed them trying to fix a problem or, on the contrary, ruining something you praised about the design in a patch?
Oh, yes, that has happened. Great question. Yes, that has happened, like a few times. So anyway, a final thought for our DMC fans out there is that I never realized until working on the Ninja Gaiden reviews, Ninja Gaiden 4 and Ninja Gaiden 2, how much more popular of a series DMC is compared to Ninja Gaiden. For some reason, as just a Ninja Gaiden super fan, basically, I always just, in my mind,
Time to play games.
mentally equated
I
them,
read
right?
ya.
And I actually, in my mind, always gave a
Before
bit...
I leave, anyone in the chat know what happened to Rush Hour aka Rush Hour Weekend? He's a good analysis bro, and channel vanished a month ago.
Whoa. Yeah, guys in the chat, I don't know about this. I know about the film Rush Hour. But yeah, if you guys have any... thanks so much, Richard, man. If you guys have any updates for him, let him know. Let him know. But anyway, in my mind, I always just like mentally gave Ninja Gaiden the edge. I guess because growing up, my friend group, Ninja Gaiden was like, we love Ninja Gaiden. It was like, the pinnacle. And so I just mentally, for years, carried that assumption. Like, oh, Ninja Gaiden, of course. It's like the biggest character action game. And then I actually look into it. And like DMC, oh no, the camera's getting overheated. No. Okay, hold on. This is one thing about this camera. It hasn't been doing this recently, but okay. This might be a running issue for the rest of the stream. But no, like DMC is like insanely more popular than Ninja Gaiden. So I'll give that. You got to give that to the DMC fans. It's an insanely popular series, and DMC 5 especially is like massive. It's the big mama in terms of character action popularity. Okay. So Samir Hussain, I think I'm saying that correctly. Aren't beat 'em ups still mechanically super simplistic? I don't see a lot of variables in something like Absalom apart from juggling encounters. Yes and no. It's kind of a funny question. or kind of a funny situation, because on one hand, beat 'em ups over the years are all about
Time
the
to play
mechanics.
games. I read
Oh,
you.
thanks so much, my dude.
A famous indie dev said that action games are not viable for indies due to dev difficulty and lack of appeal for streamer audiences.
Oh,
Thoughts?
that's a great topic. Yes, I'll definitely get to that. It's a great topic, my dude. So anyway, beat 'em ups are in this really weird situation right now. They're having a identity crisis. They're having a design. They're lost. They don't know what to do. Beat 'em ups are completely lost right now because I think it's because it was such, like I was saying earlier in the stream, some genres are just established by like a small group of people and they hold up the entire genre, right? And so when you look at beat 'em ups, the genre is really just held up mostly by Capcom as the primary guys and Konami. And then you got, some cool stuff in there mixed in as well. There's some cool stuff in there. But the two primary studios are Capcom, Konami, right? And then they just stopped. They moved on to other things. So the Capcom's like, oh, we're making fighting games now. We got other things to do. Forget beat 'em ups. And then Konami, I don't know what happened there. But, Konami kind of burnt out and did other stuff too. And so the genre just kind of lived in this void for a very long time. And then there was like the retro revival, Xbox Live arcade retro revival stuff where console beat 'em up developers decided to start making beat 'em ups, but they were like influenced primarily by like Streets of Rage or Turtles in Time or like console beat 'em ups specifically, not arcade beat 'em ups. And so what that means in terms of the genre identity is that when you look at what you're seeing here, Samir, when you look at beat 'em ups coming out now, they are very underdeveloped because they're pulling from like this little thin pool of design. They're all pulling from this same little pool, just all of them. And then they're pulling from like fighting games and stuff and like all of these like various influences, but they're not pulling from like the crazy shit. So for example, not even like AVP very much, other than they love combos, but like Punisher, for example. The Punisher beat 'em up with that gun
Time
system
to play games.
is
I read you.
like Samir, if you haven't played, because I think it's on.
Why don't you cover arcade rhythm games like IIDX, or light gun games like Hot D?
Oh,
The
great
latter
question.
in particular had a huge influence on RE4's combat design.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'll get to that one second here. So Samir, if you haven't played The Punisher, I really recommend you try that out because, yeah, if you look at the design of beat 'em ups now, The Punisher doesn't exist in the lexicon of these games. But if you play The Punisher, that shit is wild. It's got like command rolls, it's got grenades, it's got a freaking awesome gun mechanic. You're like fighting a tank boss with a gun. It's got so much cool stuff happening that you'll be like, whoa, beat 'em ups did this? And then nothing ever built on that. There's no follow-up to this. Capcom didn't build on it. No one built up on it. So just Punisher exists as like this crazy-ass beat 'em up with amazing design. It's a little too easy, but if you're newer to the genre, that's perfect for you, right? Like, because you're not going to be exploiting it so much. So I would definitely recommend. I believe they released it on some collection finally, but yeah, the Punisher would be an example of what I'm talking about. And there's other beat 'em ups like this too, not just Punisher. A ton of those Capcom arcade beat 'em ups. They're doing all kinds of really interesting stuff, but you just never see them because their influence was just sort of stopped. No one picked up on them, no one built on them, and then we regressed back to like console beat 'em ups, which were intentionally simplified because of the hardware. Like a SNES could not have that many sprites on screen, like the Final Fight port. The SNES or the Genesis or all these like 16-bit consoles, they couldn't handle the arcade design. They couldn't handle the sprites on screen and stuff. So they were intentionally like simplified, like Ninja Gaiden Sigma. Talked about in the Ninja Gaiden review. It's like the console port of Ninja Gaiden. So I definitely recommend look into this like Capcom arcade era beat 'em up stuff. There's this one Armored Warriors, I believe it's called. it's a full-on mech beat 'em up. It's a mech beat 'em up. It's fucking awesome. So, yeah, the genre does have a lot of really cool stuff, and then of course Spike Out, but a lot of it is completely buried, and the modern beat 'em up developers don't even engage with it. So, yeah, so it's weird. It's weird. So like your analysis of like what's coming up now is completely accurate because that is what's happening. They're very simplistic, they're very stale, but then the history has all kinds of amazing stuff. You just have to, and it's all like stuck on arcades, so you have to like dig for it, obviously. Though Capcom have released like the Stadium is really good, so you can get them on Stadium, a lot of them. Not AVP though, but a lot of them. Okay. Okay, so tap water and hair straighteners, that's a fun name. Tap water and hair straighteners. The question was lost about Euro design. Okay. Let me see if I can find what the question was. Euro design. Tapwater, can you remind me of what the full question was? I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll keep an eye out for you in the Cadillacs and dinosaurs, God Hand. I mean, yeah, so many cool stuff. Vesmer, real quick, since we're on the topic of beat 'em ups, do you think beat 'em ups could have benefited from a guard block? So one of my favorite beat 'em ups, Batman Returns, tries this. There's a guard block button in Batman Returns. Problem is that all you end up doing is you just use the guard block to cancel punches and strings, and like guarding and blocking is shitty. But the actual button is like super good because you use it to cancel shit. And that tends to be what happens, because think about Royal Guard in DMC3, right? Royal Guard, if you just used it to block stuff, would suck. But you use it to like parry and to cancel strings and all this kind of shit. So like, ironically, guards...
Hey, sorry to bother. I think my chat got lost a while back.
Oh, thanks so much.
About your thoughts on Mega Man Classic versus Mega Man X, if
I'm
you have any
this.
preference.
Thanks so much for the donation. I'm sorry that got eaten by Google. I'm pasting it in my document right here, so that won't be lost. Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. I'll get the 1 second here. But yeah. Anyway, let's get caught up where we were. So yeah, tap water hair straighteners. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the Euro design? You can just type it in the chat. I'll keep an eye out for it. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. You can just type it in the chat. And then, while we're waiting for tap water, Rodolfo, hey, how's it going? I wanted to know, have you ever done or a review or noticed, oh yeah, this is the patch one, that they fix a problem or on the contrary, ruin something that you praised about the design in the patch? Yes. I've had both happen.
Ever play Demolish Fist? Shit is impossible. I don't think anyone has 1cc it.
I'm going to keep resetting my camera. Hopefully it doesn't keep... It'll keep overheating, but I'll just keep resetting it. Because once the camera overheats, it decides it's going to overheat, like, constantly. Come on. You guys can't be looking at a blank screen. That would be insane. So I will refresh this camera as many times as it takes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So on your question about have I noticed patches? So recently, Neon Inferno, Lord BBH did this great review on Steam, a Steam review of Neon Inferno, where he was like pointing out a lot of the issues with the design. And I was reading that and I was like, yeah, BBH, yeah, that's right. They better listen. They better listen. And they did. So he left this. He has to get credit for this because it was him. So he left them this review with all this critique of like, you know, the auto fire breaks the gun and all these like various, you know, important but more technical aspects. And they went in and patched all of it. So now it's patched. So that's pretty cool because I was like, oh, thank God, because I was going to have to note this in the review because I like Neon Inferno. I think it's really cool. But obviously, if it's having some of these issues, you got to point them out. Like, come on, dude. Auto fire, this is basic stuff. But luckily for them, Lord BBH reviewed it, said what the problems were, and they patched it. And it was a thumbs down review. Isn't that ironic? So you think thumbs down reviews are always bad? Not so. That thumbs down review saved Neon Inferno from getting a lot of critique that I would have been obligated to bring up. So they better send Lord BBH a thank you letter. Better write him a letter and say, thank you, Lord BBH, because you saved us from getting critiqued on Mark's video. Because it's patched now, so now I don't have to critique it. So there you go. And then the contrary, yes. So Wanted Dead, after my review, they read the IGN review, I'm sure, and they panicked, especially because they weren't selling super well, and they patched a lot of the cool shit. Like, for example, it was a lot more strict with health in the launch version, a lot more strict with health, and that was, I think, really good. And then the patch, they like added way more health drops. So that's, yeah, so like the difficulty curve goes like, because they added all these health drops. I really hated that. But then they added in like some good improvements to the combat system, though some not good improvements. It became this whole like mess. It's like, oh, they've improved something, then they kind of ruined something, then they improve something, then they kind of ruined something. So yeah. So I guess ultimately, even though the launch version of Wanted Dead is kind of buggy and funky, I still think it's the best version. Even though like some of the patches were good, like, oh, good. But then, of course, if you tried to play the launch version on like PC or something, it would like run like shit. So like the best way to play Wanted Dead is you have to buy like the PS5 disc and then put it in your PS5 and not update it, I guess. But yeah, so there's one, Wanted Dead. Like a lot of its sauce got kind of lost got kind of nerfed in the patches. So then you'd either have to do like no health runs where you just like not use all the health items, which I think's lame. And then they fix some stuff too. So you're like, I wish they would have just fixed this and not. So yeah, there you go. A patch simultaneously fixing things and ruining things at the same time. But I think ultimately, I guess if I were to step back with like pure hindsight now, I think the launch version is still, even though it's got issues and it's kind of funky at times, it's still probably the more interesting version, I guess. I don't know if I can say better, because there's some shit that's like, okay, this is really bad. Like one of the funniest examples of like unintentional difficulty is the health glitch. So there's this crazy health glitch in the launch version. You can avoid it, obviously. But in my no death run, I actually encountered it at the end, which is like if you move while picking up a health item in a certain way, it like cancels your health items from being usable. So you just can't use health anymore. And that ended up happening to me in the last stage. So I had to take no damage in the last stretch of the stage. And there's all kinds of, I don't know. I mean, could we get a third patch that like unpatches the second patch in certain ways and like rebound? Give me the game. I rarely think this, but the Wanted Dead is one of the times where I'm like, all right, developers, send me this shit. I'm gonna fix this for you. I can't do it in coding, but I'm be like, all right, no, keep this, remove that, no, do this, because I feel like they lost all faith in the game. I really do. I think with that final balance patch, they're just kind of like, we don't know what to do. We'll just do whatever we read on Steam reviews. And then another one that I really liked that got patched out was, I've said this before, Final Vendetta. Final Vendetta, when it came out, it had a required 1cc, which I thought was super cool. Like Gradius. It's like Gradius mode, baby. No credit feeding. You credit feed? No. But, of course, people complained in the reviews, and so they added credit feeding or some sort of continuation system. But the fact that the launch version had, like, a Gradius style, no, I thought that was really cool. But they patched it out, so it's gone now. So then Retro Man asks, know what happened to Rush Hour, a.k.a. Rush Hour Weekend? I've never heard of this channel, but now that I've heard that it's vanished, that sucks, That's always a bummer. I won't do that, by the way, unless, I don't know, someone hacks me or something. But I won't just delete my channel. That's like one of my... If I do one thing in this world, it's to make sure the channel is preserved in some fashion, Because it's years of work and recording and so much, So I've actually been feeling a little bit guilty that I haven't been backing up my videos as frequently as I should be. So I'm getting probably around Christmas time here, I'm getting a bigger hard drive. And part of the bigger hard drive is I'm going to back up all my videos and save them to that hard drive, like, even if it would take up a lot of space. Because I think preservation is super important. And that's happened, and it's always, like, a little bit disturbing as a viewer. I've always felt that. Like, when the, channels just disappear, you're like, wait, did that actually exist? I remember when the frame savers did this. The frame savers, they finally put themselves back up on Internet Archive, but there was a while there where they just disappeared. It just vanished. You're like, whoa, gone. So, yeah. But Internet Archive, you have to, like, know it exists to even find it, right? So that is always a little bit disturbing. This camera, it's going to do this the rest of the stream, because once it gets hot, it just does this till I let it cool down overnight or something. Okay. So hopefully you all can maybe find an archive of that channel or hunt down. Oh, Gungrave Gore. Pixelated Catman. I haven't checked on Gun Gore's patches, but that's scary because it's probably, yep, I could see it. I could see Gore doing the exact same thing as Wanted Dead. Is they read those reviews, they get a 6 out of 10. They're like, we will fix this, IGN. We will fix this. Meanwhile, Platinum, I'm like, fix Ninja Gaiden 4. Fix it, damn it. Nothing. I would be shocked if they did. Okay. Oh yeah, tap water and hair straighteners. I'm looking for you. Tap water, where are you? I'm looking for you. Because I remember you had a question about Euro design, but I wasn't quite sure what the full context of the question was. So I'm looking. Where are you, tap water? Where are you? Okay, I'm looking for tap water here. You gotta be around here somewhere, tap water. Because even if he had to go, I still want him to be able to see what his question was in the archive. Okay, I'm looking. All right, tap water. Do a little, if you're still there, can you put a little @ sign for your question? But, yeah. Anyway, if not, I will just take a guess. I'll take a guess at what your question was, because I think I remember it vaguely. So I'll take a guess at it, if you don't write it here shortly. Okay. The patch question, Retroman Resurrection. Oh yep, we talked about that. Okay. Courtney Taylor, thank you much for the donation. Courtney Taylor asks, a famous indie dev said that action games are not viable for indies to do dev difficulty and lack of appeal for streamers' audiences. Thoughts? I think that's how they feel. I do think they feel that way, for sure. Because you'll notice, I was talking about this a little bit earlier, Courtney Taylor.
Time to play games.
If they ever... Oh, thanks so much.
Hey Mark, have you thought recently about how to encourage more new and intermediate level players to play for score?
I have actually. I'll give you, thanks for the donation, by the way, AJD578. I'll get to your 1 second here. So, Courtney Taylor, I think developers really feel this way. And so what they end up doing is they start treating the difficulty like a liability. It's like plutonium or something. It's like, okay, we need the plutonium to make the bomb, but this is toxic material, so we need to put lead grade containers around it. I really feel like even indie devs are starting to be that way, because they always make sure there's something around the difficulty. So meta progression, synergy, continue systems, grinding. They do not like the idea of the game just halting your ass and be like, nope, that's it. You're not getting any further till you get better at this game. And I was talking about that a little bit earlier, Courtney Taylor, I think a big reason for this is because right now, games are about social, like you said, they even mention streamer audiences, right? They're about social sharing, like streaming and stuff, and they're about content. Those are the two things. Difficulty gets in the way of these sometimes. So difficulty prevents you from getting to the content. Difficulty can prevent you from socializing in a game. It can, because if the game's too damn hard, it's like hard to get into. How are you supposed to stream it and all that sort of stuff? So you'll see this time, and this is like really baked in. And I think it's because the monetization models people are looking at is marketing through content and through social stuff, streaming and stuff. And it's interesting. The streaming thing is interesting because people are of two minds on this. On one hand, people will say that, like, on one hand, streaming does help difficult games because it becomes like an event, right? So if you have some hard-ass game, then someone like beating it is like, whoa, it's an event. That can happen. I feel like that's kind of old school Twitch, though. That's like old school streaming. That was more of a thing in old school. I think new school streaming is more about like socialization and stuff like that. And I really feel that as a YouTuber, right? Like right now I'm not playing a game. I could be playing like Ninja Gaiden 2 Master Ninja. And but here's the thing. If I'm playing Master Ninja mode, it's like impossible to like interact with the chat, talk with you guys. And so I sit myself down and I ask myself, okay, what's the goal here? What's the goal? And in terms of Master Ninja, I think it would be more worthwhile if I did like a commentary video or something like that, and like streamed that and like streamed the comment and like streamed my gameplay and then me talking about it or something like that. Because if you're playing like Ketsui Mote, in fact, you can look at my old live streams of me playing Ketsui Mote. I have like 4 viewers. It's like hard. It's a hard as hell game. And the reason why is because it's just impossible to talk to anyone. It's just purely like, you got to focus on the game purely. So now what I think should happen. Now here's the thing. Here's like the divide. I say what should happen is streamers should adapt to this and like come up with cooler ways to present the games, right? Like I said, like maybe do a commentary run, and then like when you stream, you like talk to your audience about and you can like pause it and be like kind of like SDG Weekly. SDG Weekly did this, right? Maybe they were really ahead of the curve. SDG Weekly did this exact thing. They would have like a really amazing super play run, and then they would have the hosts, and they would like pause the run, talk about it. Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Time to play games.
And so I feel like that approach.
What's your honest thoughts on DMC5? Do you like it?
Oh, that's cool. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I'll get to you. 1 second here. But I feel like the streamers should, if you're into difficult games, you could adapt to this in different ways. But what streamers tend to do now, so that's like old school streaming. Now, what streamers tend to be now, and I understand it, I get it, because this is just how things have shifted, is it's more about, like being an entertainer, talking to people. I get that. I definitely understand that. But if you insist on playing a game at the same time as that, then what ends up happening is, what games do you gravitate towards? What games do you want? Do you want Ketsui Emote? Do you want Master Ninja? No. You want something light, slow-paced, easy breezy. You can kind of stop it, pause it. That's the type of game that you want. You want something like streamable, as they say, right? So I feel like the fact that indie developers are now targeting this is a bad idea in terms of game design, because it's like almost what you're targeting is a lack of game design. It's like, I want my game to just be a container for conversation. That's not game design, though. That's like this whole other like field of engagement that's outside of, like, at least for me, like classic game design. So that's why you tend to see, I think, streamers gravitating towards these types of things, right? Rather than them playing like hardcore games. Now, of course, there's like niches of streamers that play hardcore games and stuff like that, but just generally. And I think that's what the indie developers are talking about. But maybe you shouldn't be targeting streamers. Like, if you're trying to make a skill-based game, like maybe that's not what you're going for. I don't know. All the marketing stuff is beyond me, because my ideas are sometimes not good for marketing purposes. Like sometimes game design gets in the way of your marketing. So I get what they're coming from, but I feel like it feels very like, so you're making something that's disposable. That's where I get to at the end of it, is I think it gets very disposable. And you make games that just come and go. And here's an example of this, like Silent Hill F, right? Someone asked about Silent Hill F earlier. How long will we remember Silent Hill F in the global conversation type of consensus type of thing, right? Like, it comes and goes. Remember, there was this one game, I was going to review it, and by the time I got around to reviewing it, I'm like, this game is like doesn't exist anymore. It was some like Souls-like game, Fallen Feathers. That's what it was. I was like, do I want to review Fallen Feathers as like and show out like, you know, this is what Souls-likes have become basically. But by the time I got around to it, like, Fallen Feathers no longer exists. And I think it's part of this sort of like disposable design. You know, games are made to be consumed and then left aside. Because if you're like designing them in this way for socialization, that's what they're gonna end up. It's gonna be they're gonna be their fate, ironically, I think. So I hope I answered that question. I'm not super good at like the marketing and stuff, but I think that's what's going on. JH55, thanks so much for the donation. Why don't you cover arcade rhythm games like IDX or Lycan games like House of the Dead? The latter in particular, a huge influence. Okay, so rhythm games fall into this kind of interesting category for me, where they're close enough to like the arcade genres that I like shmups and those types of things, even arcade puzzle games, that I feel like, you know, it would be kind of cool to play them. But what ends up happening is that whenever I think about dedicating time to playing a rhythm game like IDX, because my backlog of arcade stuff is so large, I'm like, yeah, but I need to play Ketsui. I need to play like 10 shmup. I have like this giant list of shmups that I need to play. So I'm like, the shmup time is very precious, right? And like, rhythm games kind of overlap with it a little too much, to the point where I kind of just feel like I should be playing shmups instead. So that's why I don't really get into rhythm games too much. I might in the future, but right now they're a little too close to shmups and like the arcade genres that I play, that I feel like I've got such a deficit of time to play those that I really just try to focus on those instead. In terms of light gun games, this is actually a bit of a different answer. So there is a unfinished light gun review for the channel, and it's unfinished, and I deleted it because what ended up happening was I really wanted to review Vampire Knight. That's what it's called, Vampire Knight. It's by Sega, I believe the same developers as House of the Dead, the same team as House of the Dead, obviously Sega, but House of the Dead team. And it rules. I love Vampire Knight, and I'm really into the gun con and to PS2 light gun games. I love Time Crisis. I love light gun games. Light gun games present an actually really distinct issue, which is why I've struggled to review them on the channel. So what would be really fucking cool if I reviewed Vampire Knight on the channel. This was like a few years ago. So I got out this giant CRT, I set it up in my living room, I hooked up my PS2, and I was like, okay, so for the review, obviously I've 1cc'd Vampire Knight, so I'm like, okay, so for the review, I'm gonna obviously want to 1cc the game, so let's go ahead and do that. I sat and played Vampire Knight for like 10 hours trying to 1cc it on camera, and I had to set up like 3 different cameras or something. I had to set up a camera that captures the CRT, a camera that captures the light gun, and then a camera that captures me holding the light gun. Because in terms of like visuals, right? Like if I just emulated Vampire Knight and I just showed you footage of a cursor moving across the screen, that wouldn't give you the experience of playing that game. It would not actually be a faithful representation of that game. Lycan games, I feel this very strongly. In terms of like my analysis of them, obviously if you just want to show the capture footage, that's fine. But for me, I feel like I need to show the actual CRT in the light gun interacting, because that's the game. Just as much as the on-screen footage, the light gun interacting with the CRT is so important. And so I need basically this super elaborate camera setup to capture this. And I had to set aside like an entire weekend, and I had to like get the family to like go visit my parents or something, so I could set up this, like, because I have to have like 3 cameras and all this whole elaborate setup to try and capture this. Then I didn't get the 1cc after like an entire day and I'm like, my arm. And the thing about light gun games is when you're going for the 1cc, your best runs are your initial like 3, because your hands are fresh. If you're playing a shmup on arcade stick, you know, you've got the stamina. You can play like 50 runs. You can play like, I played like Esperade for like 15 hours once or something and got the 1cc at the end of it. Something crazy like that. Not totally consecutively, but basically consecutively. And so, but Lycan games aren't like that. Like you experience real hand fatigue and arm fatigue after like 4 attempts. So on like the 10th attempt, you're like, you can't do it. You do not have the physical. I guess if you're a really beast, you can. But on like the 10th hour, I just ran out of fatigue. And I'm a guy that holds a microphone for hours on end. And so I couldn't get the 1cc, and I had to put everything back, and I had to put the CRT back, and because you can't play a light gun on like a normal computer monitor CRT like I have normally. You know, you need a real beast of a CRT. And so basically, long story short, JH55, I would love to talk about Vampire Knight, Time Crisis. I would love to review them. I would love to do an entire video about like my 10 favorite light gun games. And I need to do that. But the actual like technical setup is really hard compared to other stuff, right? So, because I just do not feel direct footage captures it. And then even if I did direct footage, I'd still have to set it up with a giant ass CRT that I keep in storage. So the CRT I'm inside, the CRT I'm sitting inside right now, or one equivalent to it, is like the size of CRT you need for a Lycan game. So, it's just at some point I need to set aside like a whole week's worth of production to make this happen. But that's the issue. That's why I haven't covered any Lycan games. I did attempt it one time, but I do love them. You don't have to. And I'm actually like holding out hope that there will be just like a legit LCD light gun at some point. I bought the Sindin years ago. That thing sucked. It's so laggy and slow. You can't play Vampire Knight or Time Crisis on that in any real capacity. So I'm still holding out for something legit. Or to just break out the CRTs at some point. Okay, I'm keeping an eye out for tap water. Okay. Tap water, where are you? Where are you, tap water? I think I might just take a guess at tap water's question, because I think I
Time to play
remember.
games. I read ya.
I've followed your work for years. I'd love if you take a look at Gravity Storm, and if it truly piques your interest, play it and give me your opinion.
Gravity Storm, cool. Okay, 1 second here. Thanks so much for the donation. Okay, let's get caught up with the comments. And then I'll take a... And when I get all caught up with the comments, because I think Tapwater's gone, Tapwater, if you're watching back on the VOD, before I close out the video, I will answer your question. Or take a guess at it, because I think I remember what it was. Okay, so let's get caught up. So, Dominic asks, hey, sorry to bother you. I got my I think my chat got lost. Yeah, sorry about that, my dude. About your thoughts on Mega Man Classic versus Mega Man X, if you have any preference. Well, that's a tough one because I go back and forth. So, okay, so I am a big sucker for the original Mega Man X. I love that game. If you go on my live stream playlist, I have a no-death Buster-only run of it. And I love, like, the template of Mega Man X. And, maybe there's some ROM hacks out there that help with this, but the only issue with Mega Man X is once you get really good at it, I'm not even talking about the Hadoken or using, like, busted weapon weaknesses. Just in terms of if you get really good at it, you can just obliterate the game but the mechanics feel so good. That's the problem. It's like, it feels like the dash boost, the wall kick system.
Sorry if someone asked, but what is your 2025 GOTY?
Oh, cool. So, that's a great question. No one asked yet. I'll get to that. So, the wall kick system, the dashing system, the level design, outside of like it being a little bit passive with enemies and stuff. But I love its use of like walls and slopes and verticality.
Check out the chat right now. It was copy pasted.
Oh, great. Tapwater's back. Okay, where are you, Tapwater? I'm looking for you. Where are you? There it is. Got it. Got you, Tapwater. Okay, great. So I'll answer this Mega Man question, and then Tapwater, you're next. Oh, the saxophone is back. I gotta remove this from the playlist. Stupid saxophone. Well, you guys can listen to the saxophone for a minute as I fix my camera. It's fine by itself, but it's hard to talk over. I love this camera, but this overheating thing, that's why it's hard to stream with it. It like runs out, but I don't want to stream with my shitty webcam. And someone mentioned like getting like a proper camcorder, but I need a compact, tiny camera. I can't fit a camcorder over there. So I don't know. I need to like install ice packs on like a cooler system on the camera. Okay. Let me answer the question about Mega Man X versus Mega Man. Okay, so Mega Man X, mechanics, the verticality, all of it, like the whole thing, I love it, except the difficulty. It's just too easy. Unfortunately. So then you go to like classic Mega Man, right? And I feel like the feel of classic Mega Man just to me isn't as compelling, and it's not because more mechanics equals better with Mega Man X. It's because the Mega Man X mechanics are like really connecting to the level design, the enemy design. They're like really integrated really well. They're just too easy, but like the feel of it is fantastic. Whereas like classic Mega Man, it doesn't feel as like cool or interesting, but it is harder. And so sometimes, especially like some of the, like the really old like Mega Man ones, like there's a Mega Man Game Boy port that the final boss rush and stuff is still kind of pretty challenging, and it's a little bit more challenging and like Ninja Gaiden like in this level design, the older Mega Mans, and that I appreciate. So I go back and forth, honestly. It's like if you could combine them together into Mega Man Super X or something, where you have the mechanics of Mega Man X, but then you have that like design brute force of the original Mega Man, and the Mega Man X weapons weren't nearly as... They're like too OP as well. Like the Mega Man X... That's why I just use Buster only. Because like the Hurricane, the rolling shield, like all the missiles, like all the Chameleon Sting where you can go invincible and shit. It's too OP. The mechanics... The Hadoken, of course. We don't even talk about that. Like Mega Man X's weapons are too OP. But I feel like if they made the game... Well, some things they'd have to just nerf. Like invincibility with Chameleon and stuff like that, but I wish we could get kind of a little mixture of both. And I've heard that maybe some of the later Mega Man later Mega Man series are a bit more like that, a bit more hardcore. So That's my thoughts though. Is I appreciate the level design, like brutality of the original Mega Man's more, but I like the actual the actual like mechanics and layouts of Mega Man X better, especially the verticality, the wall kicking. Once you wall kick and you get that whole dynamic, and then you go back into original Mega Man, I guess some of the original Mega Mans have a wall kick. No? Confirm in chat, because I've only played like up through Mega Man, the NES ones. But once you have that wall kick, you know, it's hard to go back in terms of level design and stuff. But I like both series. I just wish X was harder. It needs to be harder. And it needs to nerf the OPS, special weapons. But I love the charge levels where he's got like the single charge versus the double charge, and then there's the triple charge. That's a little OP, but the triple charge. Okay. Yes. Alrighty. So I hope that answered your question. Mega Man, probably all in all, the original Mega Mans are better games, but the Mega Man X has more potential of a series. Like there's potential there to be like amazing. Alrighty. So let's get to Tapwater's question. Tapwater asks, if you think about any other cheap production genre like shmups fall victim to the same issues like Euro shmups do. Okay. If you think do I think any other cheap production genre like shmups fall victim to the same issues Euro shmups do, like a severe lack of historical game design knowledge? What a relevant question, Tapwater. Yes. There's one that's way worse than shmups, which is beat 'em ups. Beat 'em ups are exactly what you describe, like to the letter. Beat 'em ups are struggling right now. They have no connection to their genre roots. They have no connection back, really, towards, like, what are they going for, right? Like, what are they trying to do? What's been done? Like, all of that is so lost, and Western developers, like, they live in this, like, little bubble of Western beat-em-up design, and they're, like, stuck in there. Some break out of it, you know, like, I thought Final Vendetta was pretty solid, and then Fight and Rage, of course, breaks out of it. But a lot of beat-em-ups don't, right? They're just, especially now, the licensed stuff especially, it's just very, it's just very trend Western based. Like that arcade DNA, like all the, like I would be shocked if a new beat 'em up came out and it was like a follow-up to The Punisher or a follow-up to Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Fight and Rage is kind of a follow-up to Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, as I understand, but or even like a good follow-up to AVP, because I think what happens is a lot of developers look at AVP and they're like, combos. They don't see all the other cool stuff AVP does. They're just like, Lin combos. But even Lin's combo system in AVP is like technical and weird, and you have to like line up the falling in crazy ways and stuff. So, yeah, I just really feel the beat 'em up is exactly what you're asking about, Tapwater. Like, I feel like shmups are actually in a really good place if you exclude the whole synergy vampire stuff, which I do. But like actual shmups are in a really good place, other than they're a little too, I talked about this earlier in the stream, they're a little too focused on beginner and intermediary players. Like I said this before, so I'm sorry if you heard this and this is repeated, but like if Mushihime Sama came out now in 2025, there wouldn't be Ultra. It would just be original and Maniac, and there would be no Ultra mode. Like, a lot of the shmups coming out now, they have hard modes, but their hard modes are like original Mushi or maybe Maniac Mushi. Maybe, but a little lower than that. It's like original Mushi-ish, in between them, basically, at best. There's no Ultra, though. There's no, like, crazy shit. But you need that crazy shit. You need it, because the legacy skilled players, you know, and it's not just legacy skilled players. I talked earlier about, we were talking about Pan. Pan, like, destroyed Dodonpachi with a 2-all like it was nothing. These, you know, so there's new players coming in that are insanely talented too. And so they need food, you know, they need sustenance, not just the old cranky guys like myself. The newer players everyone needs it. It needs to be there. It's something, even if you're a newer player, and you will never beat Mushi Ultra, it's something to aspire to. It's something to like in the genre you can point to. Like if you're if Mushi-sama is your favorite game, and you're talking to a guy who, you know, he's skeptical about shmups, and he's like, oh yeah, it's all very basic, you know, basic game design stuff. You're like, yeah, play Ultra, play Mushi Ultra, and say that. But if you had like just these introductory, like intermediary shmups, and they're like, you know, that's a like kind of a basic genre, and then you show them kind of a more, not that these games shouldn't exist, but we also need that Ultra stuff to like complement it, right? And I was saying that part of it, I don't think it's necessarily like an intentional thing that developers are doing. I think it's just developers are a little uncomfortable developing outside of their personal skill level as players, which makes sense in other genres to some degree, maybe not. But in shmups, you have to be willing to develop somewhat outside of your skill level.
I read ya.
Even if you have to, like, because that's what I believe.
With the death of arcade game
Caves did
design, have you considered it as us who are out of touch?
Absolutely.
Or is it the children who are wrong?
I've considered it. I consider it every day. I'm like, am I just insane? Whenever I'm like reviewing stuff, like I always at the end of every review, I sit down. I'm like, am I just a nut job? Yeah, I feel like I feel like in order to be a good critic, in order to be like a thoughtful reviewer, you do have to ask yourself this at a pretty frequent basis. Actually, you have to sort of ask yourself, okay, like, is this getting too tunnel visioned? Am I getting too like out there? And I feel like you've got to sort of, it's really hard to navigate because it sounds cool to say, man, you just follow, you know, the most hardcore line of thinking possible. But that ends up in actually really weird places. If you do that, you end up like advocating for like weird ass glitches, or like, you know, because you start to lose connection with game design. You go way too far out there to the point where you want games to be like kind of broken so that they're kind of interesting, right? You like, but like in a really not super good way. But also you don't want to be the other side of like, okay, well, I'm just going to try to follow what would be palatable to the mainstream, obviously, because then what's your identity? Where are you coming from? What do you really believe? Yeah, I think, and as a critic, it's actually really hard sometimes. You have to like wake up and be like, what do I believe? So it's I always think about it like you've got to navigate your gut and your brain. Your gut and your brain need to keep each other in check, right? Because you can get too intellectual sometimes, where you get all up in the philosophy of your critique and stuff, and then you start losing contact with like the more holistic aspects of game design. But then sometimes if your gut's telling you something, you have to explain what that is, and by explaining what that is, you actually get a better understanding of what's happening. So I've had that a lot. Like, for example, this year, the biggest review that I guess I'm answering your question now. But the biggest review that I had this year was Doom: The Dark Ages. Doom: The Dark Ages was the review that is this question, where I sat and I was like, what do I feel? How do I critique this? And I went up and I paced. I like did outlines, brainstorming. I like called Bog like he was my therapist. I'm like, Bog, I don't know how to feel. You know, I went through a whole journey with that review. And then I went to sleep one night, and in my sleep, I didn't dream, but in my sleep, like my brain was like, it went into overtime. It was like, all right, think. And sometimes in sleep, your brain will like will sort through your thoughts and feelings way better than your conscious mind, I feel. And so when I woke up, I just woke up with the thought, mechanical Darwinism. It just occurred to me as I woke up. I'm like, that's it. But my God, you know, it's like, oh my God, Watson, that's the idea, mechanical Darwinism. So yeah, actually, you have to think about that a lot. To answer your question, you have to navigate your brain and your gut, and you've got to connect them together. What I'm kind of currently going through this with right now, sorry, again, the chat crashed. Google, what is up with you? I've never had this before. Google chat crashing. But, what was I saying? Something about Google, you're always distracting me. But, yeah, so that's what I would say, is you've got to navigate that a lot. That's a lot, and it takes a lot of conscious effort. Okay, so guess what, chat? Google crashed, and live messages. I think we can pull them back. Come back, Google. Come back. Jeez. Oh, will it show me the old ones? Hold on. Oh, we got him. We're back. Okay, we're back, baby. Nice. Whew. Okay, we're back. I'm back on camera. I'm back in the super chats. We got him. Okay. So there you go. I answered your question right there, I think, pretty well. But that also connects back into what I was saying earlier in the stream, where skill-based design, skill-based values will probably become a legitimate niche. So yes, I think in a way I will be not out of touch, because out of touch means that I'm not relevant to what's coming out, but more like I'll be in a niche. I'll be like in a category of like, oh, there's like video games, and then there's like skill-based video games, and Electric Underground is over there in the skill-based games category or something. Kind of like if I was a movie critic and I only reviewed like horror movies or something. You know, they kind of would like exist in their own ecosystem of like, oh, that's the horror movie guy. I think that's what's going to happen with like skill-based game design and action game design. Though other genres can't figure out gameplay otherwise, right? Like they kind of always revert back to like action game design for like gameplay because they don't have other alternatives. So that's also kind of an interesting topic in itself, right? Like video games keep, like mainstream games keep trying to get away from action game design, but they just can't, right? Because they can't figure out something to replace it with. So they're like, fuck, we have to add combat to Silent Hill F. Why? It's interesting though, right? Like because if they were really all about, you know, stories as games and all that kind of stuff, fine. Just release the game with no combat. What would happen? It would hurt the performance, right? If they just released Silent Hill F with no combat, it's all just walking around and puzzle solving. So it's interesting because on one hand you can say it's a little bit out of touch, but on the other hand, it's not going anywhere.
Play games.
People can't get rid of it even when they try.
Hey Mark, been looking at Spike Out and got hand because of your videos.
That's awesome.
Which should I get into first?
Spike Out. Okay, well, sorry. All right, I'll get to your question. All right, let's get back to the list. Okay, so I've answered Tapwater's question. Great. Eurodesign. IDX. Oh, Schmidt asked earlier, ever played Demolish Fist? It's impossible. I don't think anyone has once seen it. Demolish Fist, Schmidt. I saw this earlier. I missed it. I'll have to look this up later. I'm assuming it's some kind of shmup or something. Oh, okay. So AJD578 asks, Mark, have you recently thought about how to... I think I've caught up with everything else. Yes. Okay. AJD578 asks, hey, Mark, have you thought about how to encourage more new and intermediate high-level players for score? Well, AGD578, this kind of links into what I've been saying, is I think we should set score aside for a moment. I really do think that. Because we need to get our hands on the survival gameplay a little bit more firmly. Because all the shmups that I've reviewed so far that came out this year, Sectori might be an exception from what I've heard, but all of them are at most intermediate difficulty. And so, yes, you could just have intermediately hard games with scoring, but to get to that next level, you know, that next level white label DOJ, Ketsuri Ura, Mushi Ultra, Gradius 3, right? You need to, even Gradius 2. Even Gradius 2 is like way harder than the stuff coming out now. Gradius 2 was a beast compared to a lot of stuff coming out now. So to get there, I think we need to focus on the survival and making the survival really compelling and really, really chewing on the player. Because I actually think that is what gets you into scoring ultimately, right? You don't go from something breezy and you decide to score it. I mean, some people do, but what I've always found is the games that I end up scoring or the games that I get really invested in for their survival, and then I kind of like am all invested in everything, and I'm like, all right, well, might as well play for some score while I'm here, right? So that's what I think. I think, ironically, to get to scoring, we need to make survival more engaging, more challenging, just more like dense and deep, and that's going to pull players into scoring, because all of the games that people go nuts for scoring, and I'm talking like nuts, it's like Garega, Ketsui, DOJ, like there's some easier types of games that people play for score, but a lot of the big heavy hitters, DDP, they have that real underpinning of survival difficulty that I think that elevates the scoring to be more meaningful and interesting. Okay. Josh HH4KP asks, what's your honest thoughts on DMC5? Do you like it? I talked about this a little bit earlier, Josh, but you did ask, and I want to do my best to answer your question. So I guess I'll give you like the cliff notes of what I said earlier. So I would say that, like, in first impressions, not super well, honestly. Like DMC5 on first impressions, and that was on the Xbox, like the day it came out, I felt it was kind of slow. I didn't like the V stuff at all. I felt like it was a little like kind of slow paced and stuff, and I don't know, the enemy design didn't seem as like vicious as I was hoping. You know, it felt like a kind of a more relaxed version of DMC4. That was my first impression on launch. I have since then shared these feelings with DMC5 players, and every time I share these feelings, they're like, don't you worry, they patched that. They added turbo mode. They added like harder stuff. They've modded that. You know, V's gone, V's dead. He was modded into oblivion or whatever. So I feel like my initial impressions of launch DMC5, now it's all these years later, like it sounds like it's like a totally different game from that game. Like that we've gone on a journey here, and I don't know what that journey has been. So what I want to do, and I'm going to, I'm working on the Souls stuff, so I'm going to try to mix this in with the Souls stuff. Because I've got Ninja Gaiden almost done, right? I've got Ninja Gaiden 2. We've got 4. I'm going to do Black here in a few months. And then Razor's Edge whenever I get around to it. I'm not really in a hurry to do Razor's Edge. So Ninja Gaiden's almost done. And then Souls, we've got a whole long journey to go. But to mix in with there, I think would be DMC. So we're going to do DMC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5's at the end. So it'll be like my review of Elden Ring. I'm going to get to it. It's going to happen, but it's going to be kind of a journey to get there. But just from a gut instinct, purely based off of instinct, not off of like, I stand by this and this is 100% valid. I feel like what's going to happen is I'm going to like probably, my favorite's probably going to be 3, I'm going to guess, or 1. 1 or 3 is probably going to be my favorite just based off of my tastes. And then between 4 and 5, I probably will prefer 4, but I think those will be kind of the two in contention. 4 or 5, which is better? Which do I like more? From gut, probably 4, because I've actually played all the way through 4 when it came out, and I was like, yeah, this kind of rules. Whereas 5, I got, I was like, it's okay, but I wasn't like super into it. So those are my thoughts. It's probably going to be one of my less liked DMC games, but here's the thing about DMC that I think will give the DMC fans some solace here. When you go back and you play a game with any sort of sense of like combat, enemy design, system design in any sort of way, and then you compare it to the stuff I'm playing and reviewing, like new stuff that comes out, it's aged like wine, right? It's like, whoa, this is a game. This is actually a game. So I think DMC5 probably is going to fit into that. You know, it's like I'm going to respect DMC5 to some degree, even if I'm not sure if it'll be my favorite among the series. Versus a lot of stuff coming out now, right? So, yeah, I feel like DMC5 is, I guess if I make a fighting game analogy here, DMC5 reminds me of like the Street Fighter 4 of DMC. This is just gut. Where like I don't dislike Street Fighter 4, but it's definitely not my favorite Street Fighter game. So I would say it's probably something a little bit like that. It's like, yeah, I respect Street Fighter 4, but I'm not like super into it anymore. But when it came out, I was super into it. So I can also understand that being like, because DMC5 was a big phenomenon, so I can understand a lot of people getting into character action games from DMC5, just like how a lot of people got into fighting games from Street Fighter 4.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Thanks so much.
Hi. Guessing from some of your BGM that you've played a bit of Sonic.
Yes.
Any aspects of the game design you feel are under-discussed? Especially
Ooh, that's
the
interesting.
3D ones.
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, 1 second here. Okay. So, that's DMC5. Oh, okay. There's this one from Jamply Games asks, I followed your work for years. I'd love you to take a look at Gravity Storm. And if it truly piques your interest, play it and give me your opinion. Gravity Storm. Let's take a little look. That sounds like a racing game. Gravity Storm. I'm remembering a racing game called Gravity Storm, but maybe I'm confused. Or is it a shmup? Gravity Storm. Gravity Storm first mission. I think this must be it. Let's see what it is. Is it like a Mega Man style game? Let's take a little looky here. Oh, it's like a Downwell Mega Man. Okay, it's like kind of like Mega Man and Downwell kind of. That's interesting. Well, that's really interesting. This is actually earlier what I was talking about with the new Mega Man. A question was asked like, what do I think of what Capcom will do with the new Mega Man? And I was saying, well, one real issue that Capcom are going to have with Mega Man specifically is that because it's such an influential game and there's so many indie games that sort of iterate off of like different ideas with Mega Man, it's actually really hard to come up with something to do with Mega Man that's not been like kind of explored in indie games in kind of an interesting way. So I think Gravity Storm's kind of like that, right? It's got like a Mega Man type of vibe, but then it's like mixing in sort of like Downwell, some, yeah, I'm trying to think I know there's a game like this. I'm trying to think what it's like, where you like go from the floor to the ceiling. I know I've seen this before, but yeah, it's really interesting. That's cool. It's like a cool Mega Man game. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, righty. Musashi asks, thanks Musashi. Hey, how's it going, dude?
Time to play games. I read ya.
Sorry if someone
Do you have
asked.
an opinion on Senko no Rond? If you have not heard of it, it's a SHMUP combined in a 1v1 FGC game.
Oh, I think I know that one. Well, is it like Twinkle Star Sprites?
Time to play games. I read ya.
I think it's kind of like that, right? It's kind of like
Happy
Twinkle
holidays,
Star.
Mark. Any
Hey.
games you played this year you enjoyed that you didn't expect to?
Oh, that's a cool question. Okay, so let's get to Musashi's question. And I'll get to yours here very shortly. Musashi asks, what's my game of the year 2025? Let's take a look. What's my game of the year 2025? Now, I will say, if we're asking about the actual like nominees for the award show, that's super easy. Silksong, like easy money there. Of their nominees, Silksong was the best by far. But if we're asking like what games I reviewed this year that I thought was the best game that came out this year, it might be one that's like included in the upcoming arcade. Because my next video is going to be me reviewing a bunch of arcade stuff, shmups, running guns, and those types of things. So it might be among those, to be honest. But let's take a look as far as like my reviews so far. So they would have to be games that came out this year, right? So there's Mercs. I'm looking at my videos now. Mercs, that didn't come out this year. Beautiful Joe, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, definitely not. That came out this year, but definitely not. Revo. Revo is up there. Definitely love me, Revo. Under Defeat. Under Defeat is awesome, but it's a port, not a new game. So I love Under Defeat, but it's a port. So I'm not going to count that. But Revo's a little bit more complicated because it's kind of a port, kind of a remake. We'll put like a question mark next to Revo because it's, it's still via 5. So I don't know if that totally counts. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Demon Souls Remake. Those didn't come out this year. Obviously not Demon Souls Remake. Love me Demon Souls though. Then I talked about Vampire Survivors, Tekken 8. Lilac Zero is up there for sure. I really liked Lilac Zero. That might Lilac Zero might win at this point. Then we've got Doom the Dark Ages. Definitely not. I like Lilac Zero a lot more than Doom the Dark Ages. Then we've got the Switch 2. No, not the Switch 2. Then I talked about Dark Souls and Devil's Third. We talked about Final Fight. We talked about Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Nope, not Ragebound. Then we talked about Gradius Origins. That would be up there, but that's a port. And then Metal Gear Solid Delta, definitely not. Silk Song, definitely up there, obviously. Spike Out, but that's not a new game. And then Ninja Gaiden 4, no. And then Ninja Gaiden 2, Master Ninja. That's it. Ninja Gaiden 2 Master... No, just kidding, because I can't, obviously. Whew. Whoa. Honestly, it's probably going to be one of the ones that I include in the arcade video. Or it's going to be Lilac Zero. Gradius is a port, so that can't count, even though I love me Gradius. So, I guess I hate to say to be continued, but it's probably going to be whatever game I select as arcade game of the year will be the game of the year for me. Because in terms of mainstream games, Revo I really liked, but that's like a port of VF5s, so does that count? Doom Dark Ages was okay. I didn't hate it, but definitely not a game of the year kind of territory. Same thing with Ragebound. I didn't hate Ragebound, but especially I played the new Shinobi, and I'm talking about that on Patreon with Spiders, and that makes Ragebound look amazing in comparison. So between those two, if you were asking which one was better, Ragebound or Shinobi, it would have been Ragebound.
Hey Mark, been playing Star Fox Zero thanks to you and enjoying it. Would you revisit it sometime in the future and cover other Wii U titles like The Wonderful 101?
Yes.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll get to that really shortly. Thanks so much for the donation. That's really generous of you. Metal Gear Solid Delta, if it wasn't terrible, could have been up there because I love Metal Gear Solid, but it just butchers that poor game, so of course not. Silk Song, surprising. I think there was a question earlier. Wasn't there a question earlier about, was there a game I played this year that I didn't here it is. I'll answer your question right now, Mimi, because it's relevant. Happy holidays, Mark. Any games you played this year you enjoyed that you didn't expect to? Silk Song. That's the one. Silk Song, going into Silk Song, I was like, all right, let's prepare ourselves. It's time for the Metroidvania. Oh, my stupid camera. Let me turn myself back on. Going into Silk Song, I was like, all right, here we go. We're going into the Metroidvania. It's going to be all the Metroidvania modern stuff we're running. Like Ragebound, basically. Ragebound, but with more exploration. That's what I thought. And then we get in there, and it's got, like, costs. It's got difficulty. It's got awesome boss fights. It's not near the Act 2. Yeah, that is. But Act 1 was like a game unto itself anyway. Other than, like, you'd want some of those later boss fights, but like the pace was really good. I was like, whoa. So and then I sat back. I was like, is this okay? My favorite Metroidvania is definitely Super Metroid, but I'm like, is Silk Song like number 2? It probably is. So Silksong, to answer your question, Mimi, and then to answer the game of the year, I don't know the answer because I'm going through all the arcade candidates, but there's already candidates in the arcade list that I like better than the other stuff that we talked about. So it's going to be whoever wins arcade game of the year, I'm pretty sure, which will be my next video. But to not leave you hanging, Musashi, in terms of the nominated games in the award ceremony, it would have been Silksong. Okay. I answered Sniper for Life. We are out of touch, but I also for your question, Sniper Life, of like being out of touch. I do think there does need to be sort of a shift in arcade design, but in terms of context, where like some of the habits arcade games did, they can't get away with anymore. The big one being like credit feeding. That one needs to shift, right? Like the arcades, credit feeding kind of worked because you didn't want to pay real money, and there was like a real. I don't think it works super well, honestly, but it was. Forgivable in the arcade. But in modern home consoles, it's unforgivable because there's no real cost, right? So that whole thing is gone. So there's some things in arcade design that I think need to shift, like local leaderboards. We need online leaderboards. Credit feeding. We need proper continuous systems, stuff like that. And I think the current fleet of arcade games need to like push the difficulty harder too. Okay. Squiddy asks, "Hey Mark, been looking at Spike Out and God Hand because of your videos. That's awesome. What should I play first?" I would go with Spike Out because I like Spike Out the best. I love Spike Out. It's hard to articulate in like reviews where I like lots of games. It's like because I like God Hand and I like Spike Out. So it's sometimes hard to articulate in the review like which do I like better, but I like Spike Out better. I love Spike Out. It's one of my favorite games, like just outright. Spike Out is probably my favorite beat 'em up. Probably. I really love Final Fight too, though. So it's like a real shooting match between those two. But Spike Out is so special, and I really love what it's doing with 3D. And it's just like a constant reference point for like good design. The boss fights are great. The timer system's great. The core combat is great. The structure is great. The difficulty is real and high and brutal. So Spike Out. I love God Hand though, but Spike Out, if I'm going with like my number one of those two, it's Spike Out. And definitely play Spike Out on the emulator. The Yakuza ports are not cutting it. So don't do the Yakuza ports. Do the emulator. That's the way to go. Yeah, so Spike Out is going to be my answer there. And then, like, if I were to order them, it's like, it's hard for me to choose between Master Ninja, Ninja Gaiden 2, and Spike Out because I have such a love of Master Ninja. But Spike Out's probably the better game of the two. But I love Master Ninja as well. So put that on your list just in case. Ninja Gaiden 2, Master Ninja. I love that game. Hi, guessing from some of your background music that you've played a bit of Sonic. Any aspects of the game design you feel are under-discussed, especially 3D ones? My favorite Sonics are the 3D Sonics. 2D Sonics, I don't mind them or anything. Like Sonic 3, Sonic 2, they're fun. Sonic Mania is pretty fun. But my favorite Sonics are the 3D Sonics because I think they're more interesting. And they're definitely crazier and not, like, super balanced. But I don't know. There's just something about them. This is a great question, Master Disaster, because someone asked earlier in the chat, if they're still around, I guess as a follow-up, someone asked earlier, like, are there easy games that I enjoy? Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is one of those. Like, of course I love the Chow Garden and how soothing that is and stuff like that, but also, like, the campaigns of those games. I enjoy them, but they're not difficult. It would be great if they were difficult. But there's something about them. I think if I were to take a guess here until I do like a full-on review, because I really love Sonic Adventure 2, I think it has something to do with the way they're so three-dimensional. Like, it's kind of unique if you think about it, because a lot of 3D games are not that 3D. They don't really do much with their 3 dimensions. But the 3D Sonics do. And I kind of stopped after... What was it? The one after Sonic Adventure 2. Whatever that one was. Sonic 06 or whatever. That's kind of where I stopped. But Sonic Adventure 2, it's not like an amazing game or anything in terms of its design. It's got plenty of issues, but the way it's like using slopes, using verticality, using its 3D world and like pace and speed, I really think there's something to it. Obviously, it's really fun and entertaining to watch the speedruns of the game, but yeah, I wish, and you know, you always hear about the newest Sonic games, and maybe some of them build on this in a good way. But yeah, I do think it would be interesting if the games somehow found a way to like integrate all of the 3D movement and navigation with better enemy design, better stage design in terms of difficulty. I think that would be really compelling. But I guess, you know what's funny? I'm thinking about it. There actually is a game like this. I just realized it, F-Zero GX, right? Like, I'm just putting this together as we're talking about it. Like, Sonic, because it's made by Sega, right? And like 3D Sonic, like Sonic Adventure 2 and stuff, is like a platformer, but also has that like GX sort of stuff happening. Though I believe GX uses Super Monkey Ball's physics system. So I guess Super Monkey Ball would be kind of a parallel here, right? Because Super Monkey Ball is like difficult and it's 3-dimensional and stuff. So that whole category of like 3D games using their environments, and then GX is probably one of the best examples, right? Of like using its physics system and 3 dimensions and all these cool ways. So I think that's what I like about them. So you take Sonic Adventure 2 and then you stick it and mix it in with F-Zero GX, I guess. You might get something really cool. And then Act Like Crack asks, do you have an opinion on Sekono Rande? Now it's kind of like Twinkle Star Sprites, right? But then it's like kind of 3D. I think I know this one. I'm just double checking it right now. Here it is, Sekono Rande Arcade. Naomi. Yeah, it's super interesting. I always think these like PvP style shmups are really interesting, but I've never quite gotten into them, and I'm not totally sure why. I think it's because they overlap with fighting games a little bit too much, and just like I have a whole backlog of like arcade single player shmups I want to play. Whenever I start thinking of like PvPs, there's like this list of fighting games I want to play and like get better at and improve at. Like recently it's Soul Calibur 2, and then the Virtua Fighter, and you know there's like a Third Strike. There's like a giant list of fighting games that I feel like I need to devote some time to. So I think that's probably just one of the underlying issues in terms of my attention, is that the PvP shmups are a little too close to fighting games for me to be as interested in them as I would single player shmups. But they seem pretty interesting. So, and then also too, when I look at like something like Sekono Rande though, you know how it's like basically 2D. It's basically 2D in its actual game field and everything. Well, when I look at this, I also think I should play some Virtua On, right? So then it kind of overlaps with Virtua On, which I have a bit more of an interest in, and I feel like I need to get into do some Virtua On stuff at some point here. So I think that's the problem with like the PvP shmups, is they kind of overlap a little too much in terms of my tastes with fighting games. And then if you're going to do like projectile PvP combat, there's also like Virtua On that I'm kind of interested in. So, but they seem pretty cool if you get into them. Alrighty. All right, simple but not so long name. Thanks so much for the donation. Hey Mark, I've been playing Star Fox Zero thanks to you and enjoying it. Would you revisit it sometime in the future? Yes, I would. And the Wii U era, absolutely. One of my goals here pretty soon is to maybe try to incorporate more Wii and Wii U stuff, because the Iwata era of Nintendo is my favorite. And I feel like it could be sort of an, you know, I don't really have much for the Nintendo fans these days. I might review Metroid Prime 4 Guys, let me know if you think that would be interesting, because I loved Metroid Prime 1 when it came out. I mean, I stayed up. I think I got it for Christmas, and I like stayed up all night, like pacing the floor, like Metroid Prime, it's coming, it's coming. You know, I mean, I've played hours and hours of Metroid Prime. I love that game. And then I kind of like fell off. You know, Echoes or Metroid Prime 2. I'm like, it's kind of all right. And then I fell off by 3. But Prime 1, whoa, loved that game. So I think it would be kind of interesting if I compared Prime 1 to Prime 4, because Prime 1's my favorite. And I've heard like a lot of critical feedback of 4, which is like shocking for a Nintendo game. It's like, whoa, people criticizing a Nintendo game? What's happening? So I'm always like curious, like what's happening over here? You know, Nintendo games hardly ever get criticized. So if they're getting criticized, something is happening. So I'm kind of curious what that might be. But I would love to revisit Star Fox Zero. You know what's funny is I think my earlier Star Fox Zeros would probably be less critical than if I revisited them now. And the reason why is because I like the mechanics of Star Fox Zero. And, oh, Prime 4 was way too long. Isn't it more difficult? What's wrong with Prime 2? Isn't it more difficult? See, the thing about it is you're asking like a teenage Mark to analyze Prime 2. So I could revisit Prime 2 now as a grown-up Mark and love it for all I know. But I remember like not liking the level design as much in Prime 2 back in the day. But, you know, teenage Mark, he was a quick to judge, very quick to judge. So maybe I'd be a bit more open-minded Prime 2 now. Anyway. Oh, I lost track of the question. Sorry. Let me get back to the question here because I lost track of what I was saying. Oh, yeah. Would I revisit Star Fox Zero and why? Yes. So the thing about it is I like the mechanics of Star Fox Zero. And I would defend those as I did in my original videos because I really like the mechanics and I really like the feel of that game. It's got an excellent feel. And the scoring system's awesome. It has like a lot of awesome elements. But the thing about Star Fox Zero that I would come back to now and be like, is some of the level design is atrocious. Some of those levels in Star Fox Zero are unbelievable. Like the helicopter stages. Whew. Some of those stages are just terrible. And so what I ended up having to do now when I go back and play Star Fox Zero, I was more forgiving of that a little bit back in the day. Now when I go back to play Star Fox Zero, and sometimes I do play it, when I get out my Wii, I'm like, oh, let's play a little Star Fox Zero.
Time to play games. I read
I have to just select only the good levels.
Have you
basically.
ever tried Sonic Unleashed? There is a Sonic Unleashed fan port via a recompilation project that basically translates the Xbox 360 version and makes it playable on PC.
I've heard about this. Oh, someone mentioned Other M. I need to review that. It's too interesting not to review. It's old Team Ninja. Yeah, I'm a big fan of old Team Ninja. It's like got shooting elements. It's like controversial because Samus is emo or something like that. But like, I would love to revisit Other M. So maybe that's a good villain. That's a good suggestion. Maybe instead of but yeah, I'm gonna take another look at Prime 4 just footage-wise and be like, all right, what's happening here? Because if it's like a 50-hour game or something, forget that. But it would be cool to revisit Other M. That would be really interesting. Because I've never played Other M. I've never played it. It got so destroyed when it came out that Teenage Mark was like, this must suck. This must be like the worst game ever. But now I'm like, worst game ever. What's going on here? Let's see what's happening. So, yeah, I would love to revisit Other M and see what it's like. Metroid Prime is like 14 hours. Do Metroid Prime 4 versus Other M shootout. Which is better? That would be funny. Yeah, so anyway, RX0. Have I ever played Sonic Unleashed? There is a Sonic Unleashed fan port via a recompilation project that basically translates the Xbox 360 version and makes it playable on PC. So here's the funny thing about this RX0. I've heard about this because of the recompilation specifically. Because what happened is people, when that happened, everyone was messaging me like, this could happen with Ninja Gaiden 2. They could do this with Ninja Gaiden 2. And I was like, oh. So now whenever I hear Sonic Unleashed, I'm like, when's Ninja Gaiden 2 getting its PC port? Oh, imagine that, baby. But Sonic Unleashed, this is the one. I think this is the one, right? That everyone's like, this is it. This is the 3D Sonic that nailed it, right? So I'll probably have to try it. I mean, like I said, I have a soft spot for Adventure Battle 2, and I feel like if it achieves its destiny, it'll be a bit like Monkey Ball or F-Zero GX, where it'll be integrating that 3D movement into the level design, into the difficulty much more directly, or in a much more like interesting way than Adventure Battle 2 did. So I haven't tried it, but it would be interesting to try out. Prime 4 versus Other M sounds like a Zoomer video essay. It really does. It really does. Zoomers have good ideas sometimes, though. You gotta, like, some of these Zoomer video essays, you look at them and you're like, pretty good idea. I mean, they're getting creative with it. You know, they're trying to do stuff, so you gotta respect it. It was funny. Bog and I were talking about the Ninja Gaiden 4 review, and originally I was going to title it Ninja Gaiden 4 Core Compromise. You know, just that. That's it. And I was looking at it, I'm like, that sounds awesome, but that's a little too video essay. You know, it's like a little too video essay. So I had to put in review. the millennial instincts.
Thoughts on the
kicked in.
wonderful 101?
Oh, great question. So anyway, the millennial in me kicked in and was like, and review, right? Because if you look at like millennial video essays, right? So you have like Matthew Matosis, right? I envy that era, dude. I envy that era where you're just like Legend of Zelda review, Metal Gear Solid review. That's it. That's all you have to put. That's it. Just put that. And then I'm kind of tempted to do that sometimes, but I feel like, no, that's not my style. I'm a verbose person by nature.
Do you plan to review Ultra Kill when it releases?
So, great question. Thanks for the donations, by the way. Simple but not so long name, and JH55. Thanks so much for the donations. I'll get your questions 1 second here. So, anyway, I was like, nah, I'm gonna put review here, because you know, I need that for my own sake here, you know, because I want it to be more like this is a review, right? So, anyway. But sometimes the Zoomer titles are really good. You have to give them credit. Sometimes you see those Zoomer titles, you're like, damn, these kids are coming up with ideas. Damn, these kids are onto something here. Right? And then I look at some of my like fellow millennials, and it's like, you know, just saying the same stuff, you know, it's getting a little stale. We need to, you know, it's like, so I'm trying to sort of thread that needle generationally, right? Like I'm trying to stay true to my millennial nature, my, you know, like formal millennial understated nature, but then also trying to put a little bit of that, like, you know, internet energy a little bit, right? So I'm trying to blend them a little bit, because like if you look at my early videos and stuff, like I didn't understand the concepts of search algorithms or any of that side of stuff, and I also didn't understand the concepts of like clarity and titles and that sort of stuff. So like I'm fond of them, but a lot of my early titles are like Panic at the Disco style, like obscure shit. Like it's like obscure, and you have to kind of know what I'm saying. Like my early, let me look at this just real quick, because I was kind of looking at these and I was like, yeah, no wonder people didn't understand what my old podcasts were about. But it's like, let me find some of them. Some of them are good. Let's look. Yeah, okay, so episode 8. We'll always have Paris. Eaglet and Plasmo return from Stunfest. I think that's like fun and catchy, and it's like a literary reference. There is no way an algorithm's gonna figure out what that is. It's gonna be like Paris? What? But see, so the Man or episode 9, Man or Machine. You know, I love these. They're fun. They're fun, but they're like not algorithmic in any sense. Like there's like zero discoverability. Some of them are okay, but some of them are like wild. Episode 13. The New Blood. Like that's cool. It goes hard, but it's like an album title. My early videos had like album titles because I loved it. Yeah, so but they're not very obviously they're not very YouTube-y types of shit. But maybe if I ever get to the point where I can be one of those YouTubers that doesn't need to worry about titles and that kind of thing anymore, I can just go back to that and have like these obscure album titles for the videos and stuff. I love these. Repo Man says I love those old podcasts. I do too. I'm not one of these YouTubers that like hates my old work and all that because it's obviously like a lot less refined than what I do now. But it's also like to get here, I had to be there, right? And so I always think about it like in terms of artistic periods, right? This is my like homebrew period. This is my like, you know, real like demo basement tape period, basically. And I think it's cool. It's cool. But as you shift and change, so does your style of videos and all that stuff, just like that. It's a shame. Yeah, Lob says it is a shame that you have to be algorithm brained in order to get outreach. I know. You know what's interesting about that, Lob, is like it's a very like small YouTuber problem, right? Like my channel, I'm still a small YouTuber. It's like the bane of our existence. Thumbnails, titles, like you're just constantly battling that kind of stuff, but it's super important. But I feel like as you get bigger and become like a big old YouTuber, like a power YouTuber, like Donkey or something like that, Donkey could just do whatever and he'd probably get like tons of views, right? And it's like, and I look at that as like a goal, right? I would love to do that. If I get to a point where I could just have like crazy titles, dumbass thumbnails, and people would be like, nice, that's so, and then it'd be like, now that's an artist. Mark's a real artist. But of course, if I tried that now, it's like it would just go into the pit of the internet. It would go into the hell zone from which it would never escape. Yeah. So you know though, if you want a taste of like old school YouTube though, old school Electric Underground, my Patreon is more like that because my Patreon can be like that because I don't have to worry about algorithms, right? You're in my Patreon. So sometimes when I'm doing Patreon videos, it is like doing old school Electric Underground videos because it's like, I can just do whatever I want. You know, I can put whatever dumbass title I want, whatever crazy ass thumbnail I want. And like have fun with it, right? Like my last thumbnail I did for my Gentry video, it was about like conditional game design and stuff like that, like conditioning gamers with game design and stuff. And I put like this crazy thumbnail with like this rat and stuff, and it's all psychedelic. And then my next Patreon Gentry video, which I'm recording tomorrow, so I'm hoping to get it done over the weekend, is it's about ludonarrative dissonance. It's going to be called Ludonarrative Dissonance Revisited. And so like I can just call it that, right? I don't need to worry about is it algorithmically going to work. I can just be like Ludonarrative Dissonance Revisited. Boom. Done. So the Patreon, if you look back in the Patreon like topic zone, and I can be a little bit more free with those. So if you kind of want that old feel, you can go to the Patreon and it has that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, Double Beast Mark game shit. Exactly. I would love to do titles like that. It'd be so fun. Nemo Guy says, my only complaint of you, Mark, is how slow you talk in your videos. Well, I actually condense that down pretty well, I think. Like, I actually go in and chop the pauses pretty nicely. So I'd have to like shotgun to go any faster. Be like, hi, go. But that's just my natural speaking style. That's why. Watch at 2x speed. Yeah, you could do that. And if you watch the video in 2x speed from beginning to end, that's fine for viewer retention. YouTube has no problem with that, right? YouTube's like, all right, I see you. That's fine. Yeah, you could get like a double speed mark. I've played with this, guys. I've played with like talking faster and like speeding it up, but it gets really hard to sustain that. So I think I found a compromise where I go in and I like any sort of pauses that are a little bit extended, I cut them. So they're like boom, 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 boom. So, yeah. Exactly. Derek says, I think you talk fine. I do too. I'm very critical of these types of things, you guys. You have no idea. Like, after years of listening to myself, years of editing my own audio, guys, imagine this. This is a little bit of a crazy thought. Like, imagine that you've listened to yourself talk for thousands of hours, if not multiple thousands of hours, right? Because I've edited my own voice, episode by episode. And I've always done that. Outside of live streams, if I have podcasts, if I have YouTube videos, I go in and I edit them because I want them to sound good. I want them to be good. And so I have probably listened to my voice, my own voice, for thousands of hours, and like all the different permutations and all these different things and all these different attempts to try things. And so like where I'm landing now is like, okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. I'm like trying to improve, obviously, as always, but like I couldn't listen to myself talk for 10 seconds. It's so hard when you first start out. It's brutal. It's really brutal. That's why all of my old school episodes, I was always like I had like shitty mic quality in my very first episodes of the podcast. I sort of intentionally had shitty audio quality so that I sounded a little bit different. I sounded a little bit obscured so that when I was listening back, it was like, okay, it kind of sounds like me, but it doesn't like totally sound like me. So, yeah, and then eventually I was like, all right, no, but I should actually have good audio quality after a few episodes. Simple but not so long name asks, thoughts on Wonderful 101? Kamiya's Wii U title, 101. This game is like one of these game design like anomalies in terms of like opinions on this thing, because like Wonderful 101, ever since it's come out, among like action game fans, character action fans, critics, I'm not talking like mainstream critics, but the types of people I talk to and stuff, Wonderful 101 is always doing this. It's like up and down, like some months, for periods we're like, is this working? And then other periods are like, yeah, it's good. And then other periods are like, is it? So, and I've only played a little bit of Wonderful 101. I do actually own it on the Wii U. It's like one of the few Wii U games that I own. So I'll have to break out, and I feel like you gotta play it on the Wii U, right? You gotta have that gamepad. You gotta see what's up there. Like Star Fox Zero, basically. So at some point, I'm going to have to tackle this thing. But, so I don't have like an official opinion on 101. It's Kamiya, though. And, Beautiful Joe is kind of, I guess, a good comparison point to Wonderful 101. Because Beautiful Joe's like that, too. It's like, is it good? Is it kind of bad? Is it good? Is it bad? And I ended up liking Beautiful Joe, ultimately. I like what it's going for. I like what it does. It's not a perfect game, as I talked about in the review, but like it's got a real sense of design. So I'm expecting that to be similar with Wonderful 101, but I can't confirm that. But I think it's probably going to be a very Kamiya game. Kamiya games are like that generally, where it's like they're kind of a little bit funky in some ways, but then they've got like a real sense of like identity that holds it together. And I was talking about this with Bog. You'll notice with character action, it's a very auteur genre, right? Because if you think about it, we know all the character action developers and their names. Why is that? We know Mikami. We know Kamiya. We know Itagaki. We know Itsuno. We know there's probably another one that I'm forgetting. But like they're all very distinctive and identifiable, you know, and they're like characters. They're auteurs. And I think the reason for that is that the character action genre typically needs an auteur type of vision because the genre itself is very vague. It's a vague design concept, and it's like blending all of this different stuff together. And so if you want the game to have any sort of coherent sense of identity, I think you need to have like a coherent auteur vision to hold it together. And so then what ends up happening is like the character action games of the directors end up having kind of some overlapping qualities. So like Itagaki has signature elements with his enemy design, with his level design, with like projectile spam and that type of stuff. Like those are very Itagaki elements. And so when you play an Itagaki game, you're like, boom, here they are. And they're like very signature to his design. And I think Kamiya has that as well. It's just a little bit harder to put your finger on, but so I'm assuming Wonderful 101 will be similar in that sense, though I've only played it a little bit. JH555 asks, do you plan to review Ultra Kill when it releases? Isn't it hilarious that this game has been in development, like early access or whatever, forever? It's like the ultimate beta release or something like that. Basically, when they finish the game, they should just call it Ultra Kill 2, right? They should just be like, and Ultra Kill 2. It's like the double action of first-person shooters. Someone asked about a boomer shooters earlier. Ooh, if you're still awake, yeah, the internal temp's just going to continue to happen throughout the rest of the stream because once the camera heats up, it won't stop doing that until I like leave it to cool down overnight, basically. So do I plan to review Ultra Kill when it releases? I would say this, JH555. If Ultra Kill releases and nothing happens, it's like nothing occurred, it's just a Wednesday, probably not, because I'd have to, you know, find something I'd want to talk about. But if Ultra Kill releases with some sort of sense of like purpose, it's like where like the developers release it and they're like, and this, like Double Action did, right? If Double Action did not release with a sense of purpose and instead just was like a Wednesday update, like you're playing Blue Revolver and then a Wednesday update, it's like, oh, here's all the changes on a Wednesday. You know, it's like, well, it's Blue Revolver. But the fact that Dambo's like, no, this is the new version, Double Action. And if you want to play the old version, you can access that in the options. But this is a new game, new identity, a refined update. That I like when it's done well. And so if Ultra Kill is like that, where they come out and they're like, this is Ultra Kill actual premium version or something like that, Ultra Kill super edition or something, then probably, because I've heard so much about it, obviously. But if it comes out and it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, this is now the official version, there's no significant changes from yesterday, really, probably not, because I wouldn't feel as like interested. But always hard to predict these things. Always hard to predict. You never know. With YouTubing, you never know. You can only go off of like an instinct, basically. Okay, so JH says they are releasing the game when they finish the campaign. They only have one episode left. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, Zero Botic says, I love Ultra Kill, but once you get good at it, the levels never threaten you. Ooh, see, that's interesting. It's not a good thing, but it's interesting, right? That's an interesting thing to critique. Because a lot of modern design is like that. Doom Dark Ages included, right? So, yeah, that would be interesting to take, especially in comparison to Doom: The Dark Ages, right? Those would be interesting to compare to each other, because they have that kind of overlap, right? Like the boomer shooter, the Doom fans, Ultra Kill fans, they both are kind of playing with some character action elements. One's indie, one's AAA. Interesting. Then it would be hilarious if they're like the same game. And they're the same game. I'm sure they're not, but that would be funny. Have you played Marvel Comic Invasion yet? Also, have you ever thought about playing some of your favorite games on livestream? Yes, Bryant, I have thought about it. So I've made it sort of a little ritual that whenever I finish a Souls game, I live stream it. So that I'll continue to do, unless it's like Elden Ring or something, and it's like 50 hours. But yeah, I will do that. I used to live stream all the time. I don't know if you guys know that, like newer viewers. I used to live stream a lot. I used to live stream me getting 1CCs, me playing games. But why I kind of backed off on doing that is because when it's like juggling, sort of, right? Like, and I want to do both. Like, I genuinely enjoy sitting and chatting with you guys and talking with you guys and giving you my attention and thinking about your questions, and I feel like that's a very a productive stream, not only hopefully for the channel but also just for me personally, in terms of like connecting with you guys and what you're interested in, what you're connecting with, what you're looking at. I always find like ideas and inspiration from these types of chats. So then I'm like, well, I could play like a game while doing this, but then like what we were saying earlier, it's like, well, what game would I play? I wouldn't be doing Ketsui Emote because it'd be impossible. But at the same time, I like playing games and streaming them is also fun. So I don't want to completely discount doing that either. So I'm kind of like trying to figure out how I want to do this, basically. Do you play Night Rain, Mark? I've been tempted to play Night Rain, but I've held off. I'm like, no. Let's get through the mainline Souls first. Especially because I think Night Rain might be setting up. It's kind of, from what I understand, it's an interesting sort of project that's crazy successful, by the way. Night Rain's like, how did Night Rain not win? Wait a minute here. Hold the chat. Wait, I'm pausing the music. Hold the chat. Stop. Wait, let's all stop for a second. Okay. Why wasn't Night Rain action game of the year? Was it nominated? Hold on 1 second. I'm looking this up right now. What the hell? Okay, so here are the nominees for Action Game of the Year. Battlefield 6. That's a first-person shooter. Come on. Isn't there an FPS category? Anyway, okay. Battlefield 6. I guess Doom is also a first-person shooter. I don't have a problem with first-person shooters if they're not their own category. There's an FPS category, though, isn't there? Best action game, best VR game, best mobile game. No best arcade game, of course. Game of the year. Was it in Game of the Year? Where are you, Night Rain? Did Night Rain not come out this year? It came out this year, didn't it? Best action adventure game. So Death Stranding 2 goes to you. Best role-playing game. Night Rain's not in role-playing? It must not have come out this year. That must be it. Let's look. Elden Ring, Night Rain. is a 2025 roguelike action role-playing game. What the hell? Released May 2025. Game Awards. Best multiplayer. It's not... Okay, it's in multiplayer. That's it? Best multiplayer. So in accessibility, that's funny. Adaptation. So there's multiplayer. It's in there. It's not in fighting game. If 2XKO is in there, put Night Rain in there. Put Night Rain in the fighting game category. Might as well. I'm just kidding. Okay, a best role-playing game. How is Night Rain not in role-playing? Action adventure. It's not in there either. Action game. It's not in there either. They put Doom. They put Battlefield. They put Hades 2. But they didn't put Night Rain. What is happening? I just thought of that. I was like, wait a minute. Why is Night Rain getting shafted? It says it's a bad Test Meat says it's a bad game. It's all the worst parts of the Souls game. I could believe that. And you know, if I was making action game of the year, obviously it's in online. Night Rain is just not that good, Mark. Get over it. I get it. I'm not that mad. I just thought Hades 2 won though. Hades 2. Okay, chat. All right, I'm gonna ask you now. You guys have to stand by this here. Is Hades 2 better than Night Rain? Is Hades 2? Because Hades 2 is a roguelite. Hades 2 is a roguelite. So is Hades 2 better than Night Rain? Yeah, I know it's a critical darling, but in your guys' opinion, is Hades 2 better than Night Rain? I probably would like Night Rain better. I haven't played either, but like this whole roguelike type of thing, the Diablo thing, I would... NG4 should have won. I mean, debatably. That's the funny part, debatably. I've only heard praise of the Hades game. Yeah, I know everyone praises it, but as an action game, is it better than Night Rain? It's interesting, right? Because, I mean, yeah, I bet Night Rain is not nearly as good as like classic Souls. I'm sure of that. But is Hades 2 better? That's the question. Yeah. I'm kind of glad Ninja Gaiden 4 didn't win, though, because I don't want that game's design to be, like, super validated either. Let's just drop the Game Awards. How about that? No more. No more Game Awards. Because they're always shifting. They're like, you know, they're always... It's like, do you want to drink cyanide or do you want to drink battery acid? That's the Game Awards. So then you're like, well, cyanide kills you faster, but but battery acid, you know, I don't know. And then we end up in these arguments. It's like, well, is Night Rain better than Hades 2? Is Ninja Gaiden 4 better than... Oh, that's where we end up ultimately, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Zachtry says, well, at least battery acid has taste, so you can at least taste something one last time before the end, right? Does Night Rain have meta progression? I think it does, right? It has like meta progression. It's very equivalent. I would assume it's very equivalent to Hades, except that it has soul style combat, whereas Hades, you know, Hades has that whole Diablo whatever it's doing going on. So I'd say, well, at least somewhere at some point, Night Rain has some Souls combat in there. So Yeah, and Doom Dark Ages invents the sliders, has the sliders. Ninja Gaiden 4 has Suck to Target. Oh my god. Is there actually any good games in the nominees? I don't think there are, right? I mean, I can't speak for Battlefield 6. I have no idea, but let's see here. Let's lower the bar. Is there any good game in the nominations for Action Game of the Year? Let's see. Best Action Game. Hades 2. Battlefield 6. Doom the Dark Ages. Nope. Ninja Gaiden 4. No. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Nope. No. I don't... See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we can argue about cyanide versus battery acid, but ultimately... Yeah, they're giving us a faulty sample to work with, I think. Silksong probably, but Silksong's not in the action category. If they put Silksong in there, I would say sure. Silksong wins, why not? It's not in the action category though. But Shinobi is. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. This year has been really rough for action games, I will say, though. It has been really rough. There hasn't been, like, one beast of a game this year that's like, whoa, in terms of the action category. Yeah, Silksong would probably be it. Oh, Clowned Peace says, Night Rain got attacked for being difficult. I mean, that's a credit. That's a credit. But it wasn't nominated. It was ousted. Ousted. Get out of here, Night Rain. What are your thoughts on Neo 3? Scared after Ninja Gaiden 4 and Neo 2 changes? Scared is an understatement. Yes. JH555, yeah. Neo 3 is going to be... Yeah. And also don't forget Rise of Ronin, too. Between Rise of Ronin, Ninja Gaiden 4, Neo 2, probably, yeah. Neo 3 is going to be... I feel like I can know what Neo 3 is before it's out. Do I consider third-person shooter, first-person shooter action games? Yes. Yes, I do. I do consider them action games. I feel like, though, I thought first-person shooters had their own category, but I guess not. Do they? I guess they don't. I thought they did. That's kind of insane. It's like the most popular Western genre is first-person shooters, and there's not a first-person shooter category? It's kind of wild. I mean, they have a category for live service games, best ongoing game. So they have a category for live service games, but they don't have a category for first-person shooters. They have a category for VR games. Nothing against VR games, and mobile games. But they don't have a category for first-person shooter. Or do they? I guess multiplayer is like almost always covered in first-person shooters, but it's actually surprising they do not have a formal first-person shooter category, considering it is like the premier Western gaming category. Yeah, JH. I think Neo 3 is going to be Elden Ring attempting for sure. Just like Rise of Ronin was. All right, let's take a little looky-do at the time here. We're at 7 o'clock. We're 5.5 hours in. That's a proper stream, my friends. That is a proper stream. But I don't do these super often, so... yeah, it's been really fun. I'm glad you guys tuned in. Mark, have I tried the Pragmata demo? I have not. I'm keeping an eye out for the full release, though. The demo's making me a little, like, underwhelmed, I guess. Not, like, super heartbroken or anything, but kind of underwhelmed. So I'll keep an eye out for the full version and probably review it, but I'm not gonna do the demo because that can sometimes demos sometimes can actually like negatively influence my perception of a game, because like if the demo's like not good, then when the game comes out, even if it like kind of improves it, you know, I'm still like ugh. So I try to avoid demos unless absolutely necessary. Thanks so much. Chaos says this stream has been pretty nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Christmas stream. No. So after this stream, my friends, I'll tell you what I'm up to. After the stream, tomorrow and Sunday, I'm doing my Gentry video for the Patreon. So that's going to be the weekend, getting that video recorded and done. I'm really excited for it. It's about ludonarrative dissonance and like player motivation, player structure. And then Monday through the holidays, I am going to be working my butt off on this best arcade of 25 game. So I'm reviewing like 15 different games or something like that. So yeah, I've been working on that steadily, and so that will be what I'm up to all through the holiday season. Hey, that's really awesome. Thanks for the upgrade. What am I talking about? Neo 3 would be great. Did you play the demo? No. Is the demo really good? We'll see. We'll see when we get there. Don't ever take my early speculation of games too seriously, because I don't lock into that at all. If the game comes out and Neo 3 is like a beast and amazing, then it's a beast and amazing. I'm just going off of like, you know, what Team Ninja been up to lately has not been super good, but you never know. You never know till the game's out. If I have one mantra, that's the mantra. You never know till the game's out. And once the game's out, don't be fooled by demos either. Demos can also be like they put all the cool shit in the demo, and then you play like it's just like empty crap for like hours, and then the end of the game. So you got to be careful about demos both ways. Sometimes they can be crappy, and then you're like, ooh. But then sometimes they can be like all the good shit is in the demo, and then the rest of the game's just filler nonsense. So you just got to wait for the full release, I think, to get the full picture. And then as I'm playing a game for a review, my thoughts are always shifting and changing as I go. So I'm very malleable like that. What do you think of Neo 2 versus Neo 1? I've always liked Neo 1 more than Neo 2, but I have never fully finished Neo 2. That's why I never fully reviewed it or anything. Because I got about halfway through Neo 2, and I'm like, I'm bored. This is boring. So I just like stopped playing. This was before I was like playing Neo to review and all that kind of stuff. Before I was like reviewing Souls stuff. I was just like casually playing Souls stuff or Souls-like things like Neo. And so I finished Neo 1 and then like played through it again, I think a second time, another time. And then Neo 2, I got halfway through and I was like, eh. So as a player so far, I definitely prefer Neo 1, but we'll see with Neo 3 what I think. Is Neo 1 better than Dark Souls? No. No, it is not. So that I can tell you. In my recent like playing Dark Souls and Demon Souls, yeah, they're definitely better than Neo. Yeah, for sure. They like integrate the level design a lot better, the enemy design a lot better. They have unlocked versus the unlocked system versus the lock-on system, the camera. I think that's better. No, I think the Souls games are better than Neo for sure. So far, we're in Demon Souls and Dark Souls. So we still got Dark Souls 2, we've got Dark Souls 3, we've got Bloodborne. I feel like there's something else in there. And then Elden Ring. So we've got a ways to go with the Souls games. But the first two Souls games, Demon Souls and Dark Souls, I like better than Neo for sure. Alrighty, my friends. Sekiro, yeah, but Sekiro, I want to go through the Souls games before we get to Sekiro. And I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to review Sekiro, to be honest. That's going to be one of those, like, types of reviews. Because it's going to be a complicated one, of course. Because Sekiro's... Like, if Sekiro just came and went and was just like, oh, that's a game, you know, it would be one thing. But the fact that Sekiro has just become this design standard that's just... You know, all the Sekiro clones, all the parry stuff. I mean, the game's legacy is bigger than the game at this point. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of want to give Sekiro a little time to give it a little space from all the clones and stuff to see what I think. Because you know what I mean? Like after a few years, we'll get a clearer picture of what Sekiro's up to and what its legacy was and all that sort of stuff. So I want to put Sekiro, if I do Sekiro, I want to put it at the end, after I get through the Souls games. Alrighty, my friends. So let's put on a little clock here. This is how I end streams, because it's the only way I can get myself to end a stream elegantly. So I'm gonna put on a little clock here, stopwatch. We're gonna go 15 minutes. Okay, it's going 15 more minutes, my friends, and then once that hits 15, boom, stream over. I think I've caught up on all the super chats too. Why is Dark Souls better than Neo? That could be a video. Well, I'd have to revisit Neo. Like, we're going from the gut here, because I've played both games, and I feel like Dark Souls is definitely better than Neo, going from the gut. But I'd have to go back through Neo. I know, like, for example, Souls has, like, distinctive level design and distinctive, like, enemy integration with the level design. You can run past some of it, which is unfortunate. But, like, Neo has some of that, but then... Especially when you start getting near the end, it's all just kind of really, really similar, right? Like I can distinctly identify all of the areas of Dark Souls, right? And Demon Souls. I can distinctly identify all the areas and like remember my routing pretty well, and like remember like specific interactions, and remember like routing the power-ups, routing not my power-ups, routing my weapon upgrades, routing the game, and like. The game is, like, the routing of those games is, like, really strong. And then the camera system, do I play unlocked? Do I play locked? All of those types of things. You know, especially, you know what's interesting? I'll give you this. This might be interesting. When I was playing, I talk about this a little bit in the Ninja Gaiden 2 review. When I was playing Ninja Gaiden 2 Master Ninja on the 360, either emulated or actually on the hardware, I actually played it in all three versions. Xbox One, 360, and Xenia. I did all three. Anyway, playing Master Ninja, Ninja Gaiden 2, I was getting a lot of Souls vibes from that game. In terms of, like, I could trace a line of influence from that game. And I've played a little bit of Ninja Gaiden Black as well recently. And you can feel it. You can feel that DNA, like, that goes from Ninja Gaiden into Souls, into Demon Souls and Dark Souls, at least the early ones so far. Like, you can feel it. You can feel like, oh, this seems to have some, like the fact that the games will like booby trap you in certain ways. Like in Master Ninja of Ninja Gaiden 2, you open a chest and like these bats come out and just kill your ass. And unless you nimpo them or UT them or something, like you're ready for them, they'll just kill you. And like, you know, then Dark Souls has shit like that where you open the wrong chest and the chest eats you. Or then you think about like the city stage of Dark Souls, and it's got like those little dragon enemies that shoot projectiles at you. And then you've got to go up that catwalk, and then the guy is like posted on the catwalk shooting you with like bows and shit. And you need to like route. You have to like time the dodge between the bow shots and stuff. Like Dark Souls, when it's doing good, like in most of its design. Like, it has distinctive level design and routing in 3 dimensions, which is really hard to pull off. And also, like, Dark Souls uses walls in really cool ways, because remember what I would have mentioned this if I thought about this in my original Dark Souls review and Demon Souls review, but I was talking about in Ninja Gaiden Master Ninja. If you guys haven't checked that video out, please do. I'm really proud of that one. But I was talking about how in Master Ninja, you're oh, thanks so much for the donation. I don't know why the stream alert isn't going off. It might just take a minute. But anyway, in Master Ninja, the enemies, like the IS ninjas, they start to recontextualize your relationship with walls, because walls are naturally beneficial. So they like blow up projectiles against walls, and they have unreactable grabs and stuff like that. Well, Demon Souls and Dark Souls, remember, like, you can't fight enemies near walls because your sword collides with the wall. Or if you try to fight them near walls, it's like you gotta deal with the wall, right? So like Demon Souls and Dark Souls actually has a relationship with walls, just like Ninja Gaiden. And like there's all of these different elements of the Itagaki Ninja Gaiden games that you feel like this had to have been an influence on Souls, or if not an influence, there's a real overlap in design attitude here. Whereas when I play Neo, it feels like Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, like its design philosophy, like the things that it's going for. And so that I'd say that's like kind of the distinction. Now, Ninja Gaiden 2 Itagaki is still quite a bit different from Dark Souls, but if I were to compare them, Dark Souls feels a little bit more like old school Ninja Gaiden. Neo feels more like Sigma and like newer Ninja Gaiden, not counting Ninja Gaiden 4, but like Sigma basically. And some of the stuff in Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, I was like, oh, this is like Neo. I could see the Team Ninja shift here happening. So, and I like so far I like early Souls games better than Neo. So there you go. But this will all come to fruition with Neo 3, I think, because now we're gonna see how this turns out here with Neo 3. And then, of course, my continued review of the Souls games. So anyway, thanks for the donations. I didn't hear the stream alert go off for some reason. I hope that the stream seems to still be live, so that's weird. The stream alert didn't go off. It's been going off consistently. Kurisiu, thanks so much for the donation. Thanks for the stream. Please do another podcast up with Bog soon. Love listening to those. I know, those are really fun. Well, I think we're going to get a new one soon. And the topic, I'm pitching this to Bog. So Bog has been on this journey of exploring arcade running guns. And it's crazy how a lot of these titles are so distinct from the console running guns, like the Contra stuff. Like he's been playing like Mercs, and it's doing all this cool stuff, and he's been showing me all these like cool arcade running guns, and their enemy design's really awesome, and they're like doing all of these things that console running guns just gave up on, kind of. So that's really fascinating, and he's been updating me on that and writing articles about it on his Patreon. So I think that would be a really cool topic to bring Bog on to talk about, is like he can be our sort of expert correspondent in the world of arcade running guns, because he's really digging into them and uncovering lots of really cool stuff. But yeah, and the Patreon episode with him recently was also really fun. The Topic Zone. So if you haven't, I guess I don't know if Curisio, I don't know if you're a patron or not, but if you want more like Bog podcasts, there's quite a few of them on the Patreon. Okay, the camera is getting mad. This should probably be the final camera reset. Go, baby, go. Hopefully this will be the final camera reset. Okay. Ink Goblin asks, have you ever played Returnal? Oh my gosh. They're adding more meta progression to the sequel because of its difficulty complaints. Oh, no. Well, now that makes me really curious. Really curious.
Time to play games.
I haven't played Returnal. Obviously, I've heard a lot about it. I just haven't found an occasion.
Mark, have you read the Itagaki article by James Milkey on time extension? Has a lot of insight and fun anecdotes.
Oh,
Definitely
it worked.
worth a read.
Thanks so much, Eternal Solitude. 1 second. So anyway, over the years, I've heard a lot about Returnal, and it's like, first I couldn't play it because I didn't have a PS5, and then it came out on PC, but then it was kind of like, kind of forgotten about, myself included. So, but I do need to cover it, obviously, because it's like, and it's got the, you know, bullet hell types of elements happening, shmup type elements happening, also FPS. Obviously, I don't know if you guys know this, but my favorite first person shooter by far that I think best incorporates arcade design that I've seen is Devil Daggers. Devil Daggers, I love Devil Daggers, and Hyper Demon too, but Devil Daggers especially is a real favorite of mine. But I feel like Returnal, it's interesting because I feel like Devil Daggers does an amazing job of incorporating arcade design structurally into its structure. And so you don't need to be like an arcade bullet hell fan to appreciate Devil Daggers, but it's actually doing a great job of incorporating arcade design philosophy into its core elements. Whereas Returnal is interesting because I've always got the feeling, I haven't played it, but I've always got the feeling that it's got like the aesthetics of bullet hell and it's like evoking bullet hell. But I really wonder structurally if it's actually at all faithful to bullet hell in arcade games. I don't know because I haven't played it. But the fact that they're adding meta progression to the sequel makes, you know, the eyebrows go, right? Because I would be shocked, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I would be shocked if the Devil Daggers developer made like a meta progression game next. He might. I mean, I can never predict these things, but I get the feeling he wouldn't, you know, and like Hyper Demon is like super cool and innovative and like interesting. So but like the fact that they're going from Returnal, negative feedback, boom, meta progression. Wow, the camera has really given up. That's not it's not an encouraging sign, I would say. But maybe what will happen is if the new Returnal comes out anytime soon, I would review that and then check out the original in the process and see what's going on over here. I don't know. It's hard for me to predict what I might review in the near future. I can see like 2 months ahead at most, maybe. You know. Eternal Solitude. Thanks so much, my dude. Have you read the Itagaki article by James Michael on time extension? Has lots of insights and fun anecdotes. Definitely worth a read. I have not, but I love Itagaki stuff. I love anecdotes about Itagaki. I love Itagaki quotes. So I'm going to have to check it out. You know, I'm like a real aficionado. Like, I feel like I've read almost all Itagaki's interviews at this point. Working on the Ninja Gaiden videos, I'm like scouring like every Itagaki interview I can find. I'm sure there's more I haven't seen, but yeah, so a new one I got to check out. Absolutely. Of course. Yeah, and the Hyper Demon developer is super cool, by the way. Like, I believe that Sin and Punishment is somewhat of an influence of Devil Daggers. And once you, like, realize that, it's like, oh, I can see it, right? So, yeah, I mean, like, Devil Daggers rules. Devil Daggers rules. Venom Snake asks, have I played DMC 5? I played it on launch and kind of lost interest. But I've said a little bit earlier in the chat, if you want to, you know, revisit back to earlier in the stream, but that I do plan on revisiting DMC 5 in this like DMC style series, like I'm doing with Souls, where I'm going to go from DMC 1 through to DMC 5. So eventually, you know, kind of like my Bloodborne Elden Ring review, we will get there. We will get there. So I need to revisit. Viper Acid says, I need to revisit Devil Daggers again. Yes, definitely. And there is a like trainer that's really useful to go along with it. Spider says, did anyone bully Mark into playing Silver Bullet yet? Yes. So Spiders, the next video is me covering the arcade game of the year. And it's going to be me reviewing like 15 different arcade games, bunch of shmups, bunch of running guns, gallery shooters. Silver Bullet is on that list. And yes, I have played it. I have played Silver Bullet. I haven't fully finished it for the review. Wow, the camera is just giving up. But yes, I did play it, and I'm gonna play it some more and finish it up for the review. So far, I've been powering through the 1cc's of the shmups, though. So I was saying to the chat earlier, either I've just become like a beast of a shmup player all of a sudden, or shmups are getting a little bit on the easier side because I like powering through all these new shmups and getting like 1cc's in like you know, a few hours or like half a day or something. Spiders, did you play Neon Inferno? Because if you like Silver Bullet, you got to try Neon Inferno as well. And Birdcage. Birdcage rules. I wouldn't. So I haven't completely gotten through Silver Bullet yet, but so far it feels like Birdcage is harder than Silver Bullet. So far, I've 1cc'd Birdcage on hard at this point. But maybe, you know, Silver Bullet, I've only gotten a bit. I was playing it a little bit this morning. You know, maybe its back part like kicks in and gets crazy. But the thing about Birdcage, and I'm gonna definitely include this in their critique. So here's a bit of a spoiler.
Time to play games.
Is
I
that?
read you.
Oh, thanks so much,
Mark,
Battle
did you
Mode.
check Earthian out yet? And if so, what did you think?
That's on the list. That's on the list, Battle Mode. So okay, so I'll go a little bit beyond the timer here, but so just a little bit of a preview of my thoughts on Birdcage, because I've already 1cc'd it on hard mode and everything, is that it has this problem that a lot of modern shmups have now, where in terms of level design, it's taking that difficulty curve a little too slowly, right? So it goes like this, like it's like this really slow on ramp of difficulty. So basically stage 1 and 2 are like so easy, right? It's like, and so what ends up happening is like it slowly on ramps you. A lot of shmups are doing this. This is not just Birdcage. A lot of shmups are doing this. They basically take a stage or 2, sometimes 3. Birdcage I'd say 2, but it takes about 2 or 3 stages to like on ramp the difficulty. And so then when the difficulty happens in like stage 3 and 4, it doesn't feel correct, because it feels like, wait, what? You want me to play now? Like you want me to dodge bullets? What? And I've said this, giving feedback to developers with their shmups and with like their arcade games. If you give a really slow on ramp, Terminator 2 has this problem like way worse than Birdcage. But basically, if you give this really slow on ramp of difficulty, you think what you're doing is like that whole like concept of like, oh, you're training the player, you're teaching the player. And maybe that's true if, you know, it's like a console Mario game and you've got like younger players. But if you have like veteran shmup players, you know, we're trained, we're on-ramped, we're ready to go. And so what happens is that instead it actually reflects back on the game, and it makes you misinterpret the game as being like, oh, this is like a really underdeveloped game, because the first 3 stages aren't really doing anything. So then when the game kicks in like stage 4, stage 3.5, stage 4, you as the player are like, what? Wait, no, so I have to dodge now. You're expecting this? And then it feels really disjointed when you get to the end of it and you like get murdered by like a, you know, one of the later stages. Then you're like, wait a minute here. So now I have to play through these like 2 like nothing stages to get back here. And so difficulty curves are going to be a big theme for the video, because I really think, especially with arcade stuff, you can't use this like Nintendo style difficulty curve, because I was saying, I'm going to say this about Terminator probably, but like Terminator, it's a game that's ramping up to a game that never happens. It like ramps up so slowly, so gradually, that by the time it actually starts to go, stage 6, the final, not stage 6, because there's like a million stages, when you finally get to the last stage and it actually starts to have like some like intensity, you're like, oh, okay. And then the game ends. So it's like you've been practicing and like ramping up, and then the game stops because you've used so much runway, right? If you think about your game as like as of having finite runway, right? There's only so much area of game you can contain, right? And if you spend like half of the game just slowly introducing the game, by the time the game happens, you've only actually got half of a game. and if not less. So yeah, this is going to be a very prominent theme, though. This is not just I think Terminator is the worst offender so far, but this is going to be a consistent theme I'm noticing with the games, and I think it's because of this like misinterpretation of how you do difficulty curves. Because when you read about game design, it's always this like slowly ramp them in, but that's also not that it's good, but that's also for games that go on for 10,000 years or whatever. Versus if you have a 40-minute game, if you spend 10 minutes on ramping the player, you've like 1/4 of the game is gone. So, yeah. You'll notice this especially with like treasure stuff, right? Like treasure, I was looking at this with Silvergun as a point of comparison. Arguably, stage 1 of Silvergun does that, but stage 1 is like nothing. It's like 1 minute or something crazy. It's like super short. It's like, all right, on-ramped, okay, you can do it, go. And then the game starts. Whereas a lot of shmups now, they just keep the stage 1s like really, they treat them as like extended stages, basically. So that's going to be a running theme throughout the reviews for sure. Oh my god, this game. Well, I think...
Time to play games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Happy holidays, man. Keep the
Thanks.
good work.
Oh, my camera just constantly is overheating. It's given up. This battery for this camera is like aftermarket because Sony doesn't make proper plug-in batteries for it. And so after a few hours, it starts to heat up. Obviously, I could use my webcam, and maybe next time I will, but I don't know. This time I wanted to use my proper camera. Maybe that was a bad idea. This thing always overheats. Happy holidays. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the donation, Snowkim. That's really generous of you. Oh, okay. So Battle Mode asked, did you check out Eartheon yet? If so, what do you think? Eartheon is on the list. It's on the list of games that I'm covering. Someone brought up a really sick-ass looking game called Death and Abyss. I'm adding that to the list because that looks awesome. And it's like a real shooter. So, yeah, one of these arcade games. Someone asked me earlier what my personal game of the year. It's going to be one of these arcade games so far. Or like Lilac Zero from earlier in the year. That's what I've heard. So Musashi says that Sectori heats up stage 1. That's what I've heard. I've heard Sectori, I think that's how you pronounce it, is like got some proper difficulty happening. So we'll get that. That's on the list too. I'm reading your guys' chats, and I'm like having fun reading the chat. That's probably not good entertainment value, me just looking at the chat. Oh yeah, so someone says thanks for Sub Hemin says thanks for introducing me to Lilac Zero. That game is so hard. Yeah, I love that game. Lilac Zero is so awesome. Oh yeah, I think one of the big topics for the review is oh, interesting. Jump Again's got some insider information. Jump Again has insider information, maybe. But one of the topics of the review is definitely going to be talking about licensed games and like the relationship with licensed games and arcade and indie stuff, because I'm noticing a real pattern with it that basically if developers start investing in licensed games, what they start to do is they start to lose focus and they start to lose like a sense of design identity, because what they end up doing is they end up just adapting whatever needs to be done for the license, and then it ends up feeling like just like it's run through a game design assembly rather than being like a signature work of art. You know, it feels like this is what the license needs. make us this, make us that, make us this, and it's like, okay, assemble, assemble, assemble. But you don't get that like iteration and like growth and development. I'm noticing this with licensed stuff. Like the developers just hop, 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 and then they kind of lose who they are in the process. Like for example, in Terminator 2, Bitmap Bureau made Final Vendetta, and they made like a pretty solid beat 'em up, right? And so there's this beat 'em up stage in Terminator 2. So you'd think, okay, well, if they're gonna do a beat 'em up stage, why don't they use like a full on beat 'em up style system like Final Vendetta and like have a Final Vendetta stage? But they don't. Instead, it's like reduced to this like really poorly made like beat 'em up mini game. Basically, it's not even like a proper game. Like you can just mash the shoulder charge, boom, solved. Like, and that would never fly in like like a beat 'em up if you were investing in that, right? Like if they did that in a game and they're like, oh, this is our beat 'em up, people would point that out and say, hey, you can't just be mashing shoulder charge like this. This is like a balance issue. But it feels like because it's a licensed game, it's like, no, it's just, it's just for fun. We're just having fun here. It's like mini games. It's like, a little mini game like Mario Party. It's not, the beat 'em up stage isn't that serious, right? Don't take it that seriously. And that's how you kind of end up feeling about a lot of these licensed games, is they don't take their design that seriously because they're just trying to contain the license rather than trying to have like a coherent vision. So that's what I'm just noticing, and I really felt that a lot. And I'll talk about this in the review more properly, but I really felt that a lot in the Terminator 2. Spiders asks, do you remember our bet/experiment with He-Man? I vaguely recall it. Spiders, remind me. Exactly. Spider says there's no way the Final Vendetta dev designed that beat 'em up stage. Yeah, and so I was like curious to look in the credits and see, are these like different developers? Is this like a different team or something? And maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe you look in the credits, it's like a different group of people or something. All right, let's see what the timer says. Okay, we're at 25 minutes. Okay, seriously, this time we're going to do 10 more minutes and then we're done. Mostly because my voice is wearing out. And the camera is about to explode, I think. And the heat, it's getting a little hot in here. If they would use the license as a Trojan horse for arcade fundies, or if they would water it down for the license. Well, Spiders, yes. And I think at the time I was a little bit more optimistic of the first, that they would like basically make like the Punisher or something like that, right? Like an awesome arcade beat 'em up and then, have the license on top of it. But I'm getting the feeling, well, it's certainly the case in Terminator 2. It's certainly the case that the license is dictating that game's design. I mean, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. They have like random, like on rails bike sections that are like barely interactive. I mean, it's clear that they're just like taking set pieces from the movie and they're like, how do we turn this into like a mini game? And so it's never coherent. They've got like, oh, let's do like a stealth stage for some reason. Why not turn that into like a beat 'em up stage? If they're gonna, like, if they thought about it in terms of having coherent design, maybe they'd be like, all right, let's make like a hybrid between a beat 'em up and a run and gun. So you'd have like beat 'em up stages and run and gun stages. It's like, okay. But instead, Terminator is like, okay, we got a beat 'em up stage, we got a stealth stage, we've got like a on-rail bike stage, we've got this kind of third-person shooter type of stage with the helicopter. Then we've got kind of the Contra run and gun stuff, and then we've got like an elevator action-ish type of stage. It's like it's just all these different games like sewn together, and they're like, boom, Terminator. JH says, you should do these more. I am gonna. Yeah, thanks so much. You have conjured the best chat on the website from thin air. Oh no, you guys are the chat with chat guy. You all are awesome. Like every time. So it's just I have it's like been dormant because I haven't streamed very much. But I'm gonna try to stream more next year. Not like all like super reliably or anything because I can never predict that, but more reliably. Like a goal hopefully is like once a month at least. I think that would be good. It's that way I'm not like overdoing it and you guys are getting bored of me. But I'm not, I'm keeping more in touch. Merc's Terminator, that would be cool. Yeah, so for example, speaking of arcade design and licensing, spiders, like, why wouldn't they just take Terminator 2, right? And then they take Xenocrisis and they make Xenocrisis 2, but with Terminator assets, right? Like, oh, this is Terminator 2, but it's actually Xenocrisis. But I think the reason why they're not doing that is because the game, they want set pieces for the licensed game, right? So they want like that bike scene. They want like the scene where Arnold comes in and beats people up in the bar. So then how would you translate that into Xenocrisis? Which obviously is like, who cares in terms of game design? But in terms of the license, they really care about that. So that's the problem with these licenses, is that you're putting like the needs of the license over the top coherent design. And so that's how you get these sort of patchwork buffet style stuff with licensing. So He-Man, who knows, but we might see something similar there. Battle Mode asks, getting over 500 views on a chat stream like this is really impressive. I didn't know we had that many views. That is impressive. I had no idea. I don't watch the live view count when I stream because I don't want to get paranoid. Like I say something and like 10 people leave. I'm like, so, but really they just needed to get lunch or something. So I never watch the live live as I'm going count because I don't want to get paranoid that what I'm saying is like affecting people in some weird way. But that's awesome. That's awesome. But I watch the chat, see what you guys are saying. Exactly. Phoenix says Xenocrisis is such a better game than 2-2. It's not funny. That's so true. And I think the thing about it, Phonics, is that I feel like that's because Xenocrisis is a coherent idea, right? It's like we want to make this whatever it is, like Smash TV, Robotron. I'm not super familiar with the design influence. I kind of recognize it, but we want to make this top-down, isometric-ish type of shooter, right? That's what we want to make. So we're making it. And then the entire philosophy of the game's design is around that idea. Whereas with Terminator 2, what is this game? You could say it's a run and gun, but it has so many other elements that the run and gun, like if you cut all of the other elements and just put the run and gun stages back to back, it's like, a third of the game or something. And then in terms of the difficulty curves, like all of the early running gun stages are nothing. They're super easy. So you get like one kind of hard running gun stage at the end, and then that's it. That's the game. So I don't know. This is a consistent trend I see with licensed stuff. The licensed stuff always goes down this path, I think. Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Battle Mode. 500 live viewers. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, 500 live viewers is a lot. That's a lot. So that's really cool. Especially with my camera constantly malfunctioning. But that didn't happen till the end, right? Get back here, camera. I guess next time I'll have to just give up and use the webcam next time. And just try to make it good looking. Yeah, I'll have to do that next time. I'll have to swap out for the webcam. Because this poor camera, it looks great, but it keeps overheating. JN Go asks, Mark, can you please make a VF game design analysis video? I feel like I haven't given VF a full analysis yet. Oh, I haven't given VF a full analysis yet. Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of waiting for an occasion, JN, because I feel like with these types of videos, if I just drop like on a Thursday, boom, VF analysis, like VF, like the, the VF5 analysis. I don't know, something like that. The core combat and VF. I get what you're saying here. I feel like those are a little bit scary because sometimes if they just kind of come out randomly without context, they kind of just get, the algorithm's like, what's this? And it just goes, get it, garbage, throw it in the garbage. Whereas I feel like if I have a little bit of an occasion for it, it really helps a lot. Like, so if we get some VF6 stuff happening soon, I'm waiting for VF6 basically. I'm waiting on you, VF6. Because as VF6 gets closer, I think that makes other Virtua Fighter stuff more viable to talk about, because then people are thinking about VF, right? They're like, oh yeah, because this is relevant right now. So, I mean, that can't always be the thing, like, because I want to talk about Soul Calibur 2, and there will never be an occasion to talk about Soul Calibur 2, so sometimes you just have to, like, brute force it, but with VF, we've got 6 on the horizon, so I feel like that'll be such a great opportunity for talking about Virtua Fighters when 6 starts making a little bit more presence. World Stage, well, that's the funny thing is, jump again, World Stage came out when I was working on another video, and I was like, let's see what happens with World Stage. Like, will people be interested? And I checked, and like VF, I checked like VF like on Steam and stuff. It was like, nope. Like poor Revo. I think just Revo has an uphill battle, but I feel like it's such a great prep for VF6. So I think it's doing a lot of important stuff right now, but it's just not getting the attention that it kind of deserves. So hopefully as VF6 gets closer, like it's going to start warming up. The waters are going to start getting warm. Yeah, so let's just hope VF6 is good. Please, Sega. Please make it VF6. Oh, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just make it decent, make it good, basically. Will you ever add new cave shmups to the input lag Google Sheets? I need to update those. Those are like one of those projects I was working on that I lost track of a while ago. Yeah, doing input lag readings. I should because. Oh, that's cool. Someone said my Passion Against Reason video got him into shmups. That's awesome. A lot of people, I don't really hear about Passion Against Reason that much. I'm really proud of that video, and I hope that was the whole point, is like kind of being like this big introduction into shmups. So it worked. Nice. I should like update that. I need to update a lot of that stuff. Like a lot of that stuff, I'll give you kind of a behind the scenes of why that happened. So what happened is back in the day when I was working on all that stuff, like these like website things and like cataloging things, it's because I was stuck at my terrible office job, and I needed to do something when I was there that I felt was like kind of productive, but I obviously couldn't like video edit and like record necessarily. So I was like, I should like work on input lag, like the video index. So a lot of those projects of like me working on like spreadsheets and logs and that kind of stuff came from the era where I was like stuck at a desk all day, every day, forever. And so it was like something I could work on and kind of keep my brain engaged. But now that I'm a full-time YouTuber, like my work time, there's like a billion things to do, and I can like work on things, right? So it's like, I need to work on my Patreon video. Okay, let's start working on it. Oh, I need to work on my video editing. All right, let's edit the video. Oh, I need to work on playing Ninja Gaiden Master Ninja 3 times through or whatever, 5 hours and hours. All right, let's play Master Ninja. So like these days, ironically, because I have more freedom to like work on bigger production things like videos and footage, and like I have more freedom to do that, then ironically, like the smaller projects that I was working on, like input lag spreadsheets or video indexes and these types of things, websites and articles and stuff, that kind of stuff kind of fell to the wayside because I was kind of in the context where just like working on things at my desk, I needed something to do, right? So that's kind of why, like all of the like the input lag readings and stuff. It's not that I don't think it's interesting anymore, but it's like, what happens is I'm like, I should get to that. But then I'm like, but I need to work on my Patreon video. I need to work on YouTube videos. I need to work on gameplay footage. I need to work on playing games, some games. I need to, at some point, start working more on the game that I'm working on, like coding and shit. So it's like, just the work pipeline is like crazy. So unfortunately, all these like little more desk work types of things I really struggle to do now. So there you go. That's why that's why the poor video input lag, or the poor input lag index just is kind of just hanging out by itself. Alrighty, my friends. This has been a really fun time. I think we've officially come to the end. What am I making the game with? Game Maker 2, baby. That's the only engine I know, and that's the engine I'm sticking with, especially because Bog knows how to use it. This time around, the game I'm working on, I'm really excited about because it's constrained. It's got to focus. It's reasonable and all that. And also, I've got Bog backing me up because what happens is now I'm putting my pride aside. And so whenever I like for example, I was working on like border code, a while ago. It's been a few months since I've worked on it, but I was working on like border code and like scrolling code. And I created my own sort of like bootleg code for this back in the day. And I showed it to Bog. I'm like, Bog, what do you think? He's like, no, this is how you properly code this. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I'm getting a lot more like proper help from Bog in terms, like he's like my master, my sensei of coding and like working on the game and game maker. He's like the game maker whisperer. Like he knows it so well. So definitely game maker for sure. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, okay, awesome. Can you keep the stream up? Yes. So, okay, before we close out, guys, if you're wondering how do you find live streams, I keep them up, but I keep them unlisted in my live stream playlist. Why I do this, I don't know. I'm just really paranoid about the YouTube algorithm, and I don't know. I'm like scared to like just leave random live streams up for some reason. I'm afraid like they'll be kind of cluttered or they're not like edited and not like, just whatever. So anyway, you can watch them though, is my point. You can watch them. You just go to the live stream playlist. They're right there. So I put them on the live stream playlist, but they're not like in the live tab. I'm trying to reserve the live tab for like Shmup Slam and those types of things. Otherwise, I think they would get a little bit lost in that tab. I don't know. I don't know. A lot of this is just, it's saved to a playlist. Yeah, it's live stream playlist. And also a lot of this is just my pure paranoia about YouTube. I'm scared to like do anything different. Just leave the stream up. It's literally free viewership for anyone and everyone. Yeah, I don't know. I just I get a little bit paranoid about like quality, I guess, like cuz I'll start thinking like, oh my god, like my camera kept breaking, my camera kept turning off, or oh, I was like rambling here, so I get a little like that. I always want, a little bit more edited and presented type of stuff. So anyway, you can find it though. It's just in the live stream playlist. That's crazy. Someone mentioned that Full Metal Schoolgirl did a 48-hour live stream where it was just a looped theme song. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's creative stuff to this. Yeah. Well, I have no idea. I am firing from the hip when it comes to YouTube. Like, I can only go from my gut and instinct with this stuff. So, anyway. Yeah, I'll leave it. I'll leave it though for you can see it on the playlist though. Alrighty, everyone.